Dime, ¿te recuerdas?
Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí. A ver, recuerda cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí. Yo te comí, bebita chiquita bonita.
Ella siempre me llamaba porque la dejaban con las ganas y yo siempre la hice que llegara como 5 veces a la semana. Tú supiste que tenía novio, pero me pisaba con el odio.
A mí me decía que a mí me quería, pero yo no quise más de ti. Y ahí fue cuando yo tomé la salida y también me fui. Ya no quise más de ti. Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí. Recuerda cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí. Yo te comí, bebita chiquita bonita.
Si solo lo supieras, donde lo hacíamos y donde tú me verás. Siempre tu manera, siempre te escondías porque tú no eres mi beba.
Y cuando tú te fuiste me mandaste una foto para que no te olvides. Ella no se decide, quiere más de mí, pero así no fue, baby. Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí. Recuerda cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí. Yo te comí, bebita chiquita bonita.
Baila como una maniática, el perreo a ella le gusta. Ella es una fanática, con movimientos que asustan. Cuando baila tú estás anormal, y ese paso no lo... También baila esa y al papá, hace que todos se antojen. Baila como una maniática, el perreo ya le gusta. Ella es una fanática, con movimientos que asustan. Cuando baila tú estás anormal, y ese paso no la coge. También baila esa y al papá, hace que todo se antoje.
Mueve uno muendo, cuando mueve su cara tú estás viéndolo. Yo aquí bailando trago y gozándolo. Tú allá mirando feo y rezando a Dios. Yeah, tú ya no sabes lo que pasa. Mirando lado a lado, pero tranqui que aquí te en mi casa. Aquí hay masa, puro fuego me dicen grasa. Está escasa, está leve, te sobrepasa.
Baila como una maniática, el perreo ya le gusta. Ella es una fanática, con movimientos que asustan. Cuando baila tú estás anormal, y ese paso no la coge. También baila esa y al papá, hace que todo se antoje.
Mueven 3, mueven 4. Los tiempos lo cogen, no como un novato. Ella ha ayudado mucho el desacato. Eso porque es una eternidad bailar contigo solo un rato. Tiene ese olor que amo. Me encanta cuando me dice eres mi chamo. La ven es más linda cuando nos casamos. Y en nuestra boda un perreíto, mami, así que lo gozamos. Baila funky, a los perreos. Te digo, mami, yo te deseo. Tú en el party, eres de un leo. Porque goleas al mundo entero.
Baila como una maniática, perreo ya le gusta. Ella es una fanática con movimiento que asusta. Cuando baila tú estás anormal y ese paso no la coge. También baila esa ya papá, hace que todo se antoje. Baila como una maniática, el perreo ya le gusta. Ella es una fanática con movimientos que asustan. Cuando baila tú estás anormal y ese paso no lo coges. También baila esa y al papá, hace que todos se antojen.
Go hard, or go home. 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 Touchdown like the end zone. When the circle turn to my home, can't get me out of my zone. Go hard, or go home. Go hard, or go home. Yeah, these championship rings on my hands now. In my head I'm top 10, yeah, that's hands down. You a squad, now you're looking man down. Funny how foes turn to friends now. Drive a race car like a Atari now. Call filling up, I need product again. Treat the business like a playground, might slide on you. Don't me wrong, might slide on you. Do a backflip, cause I'm mad rich. I'm the definition of what that is. Go hard, or go home. 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 Touchdown like the end zone. When the circle turn to my home, can't get me out of my zone. Go hard, or go home. Go hard, or go home. I'm a warrior, I go back to back, then go back to back. If I top the top, then I double back, and I'm topping that. Yeah, I beat my own records. Yeah, I gotta get money fetish. Same team, I don't set trip. Never dull, this electric. Went and put the rigs on my toes. Me and bro, that's the give and go. Stay 100, end zone, end zone. Keep them coming. I know. I won't flood my wrist, no, I'm not dumb like that. No. I just wanna give my mama 100 racks. Go hard, or go home. 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 Touchdown like the end zone. When the circle turn to my home, can't get me out of my zone. Go hard, or go home. Go hard, or go home.
La patrona la designa, pero mira como vaina, girl. La patrona la designa, pero mira como vaina, girl. Es lo que te llevases, ay, y aquí competencia ya no hay. Nadie se compara a tu style, por eso andamos falla, por eso andamos. De todas las guiales, es la number one, es la buena, mi male. Yeah. Me dice que tal, si vamos a quemar, you know. Pero vaya, gente que no le gusta que no sea normal, mala. Estamos en la buena, pero con ellos en la mala. Solo tenemos una vida, hay que gozarla, bebé. Hay que gozarla, bebé. Ella es una fila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. Ella es una águila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueven las masas. La patrona la designa, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. competencia ya no hay. Nadie se compara a tu style. Por eso andamos fire. Andamos fire, por eso andamos. Vamos a bailar toda la noche hasta las 12. Vamos a vivir la hippie life, vivimos del roce. Aquí todo es natural, no me cambie pose. Y estamos a los J corté porque no me conoce. Tranquila hasta el fin. Aquí estamos flow pues, nunca flow play. Si es que somos happy porque estamos buen güey. Tú siendo mi Django sería tu Jim. Ella es una fila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueve las masas. Ella es una águila, una mujer entera. Tiene su respeto, ella es la mera mera. Es de la plaza, esa es su casa. Pero mira cómo mueve las masas. Patrona la designer, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. La patrona la designer, pero mira cómo vaina, girl. Otro que te llevases, ay, y aquí competencia ya no hay. Nadie se compara a tu style. Por eso andamos fire, por eso andamos. Sé que tú amas a ese man, pero tu instinto quiere tocar otra piel. No es tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer. A las 12 me llamas, porque ella quiere placer. Mujer quiere fuego en su cama, porque no se lo da él. Mujer, no es un delito tenerte a mi lado, no es un delito estar obsesionado. Hay pecados que se merecen, que se repitan muchas veces. Aportar la gana que tenemos no es seguro. Salen porque salen, baby, es inoportuno. Por eso yo procuro que lo hagamos en lo oscuro, baby. No somos nada que ver, aún así quieres verme, Ya sé lo que tengo que hacer, comer callado y perderme. A las 12 me llaman, porque ella quiere placer. Rico, baby, tú haz lo que quieras, nena. Que solo estas paredes verán lo que tú eres cuando actúas en la escena. Ven, pórtate bien. Si tú quieres, baby, que me porte mal, que de 0 yo acelero hasta 100 y no freno hasta yo verte volar. No somos nada que ver, aún así quieres verme, Ya sé lo que tengo que hacer, comer callado y perderme. A las 12 me llaman, porque ella quiere placer. Ella quiere placer, quiere fuego en su cama. Porque no se lo da él. Mujer, sé que tú amas a ese man, pero tu instinto quiere tocar otra piel. No es tu culpa, baby. No es que seas mala, sino que te ha ganado el placer. A las 12 me llaman, porque ella quiere placer.
ya lo saben. Luné, luné.
Va cogiendo el filé, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo, yeah, yeah. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo. Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo. Yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Le gusta lo malo, lo underground. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien.
Vamos a pecar con perreo, baby. Te veo con un flow criminal. Aquí en el party se siente como el ambiente nos lleva a otro lugar. Yeah. Con perreo sin dona, todos estamos head, también en la zona. Solo cuando pone freaky, 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 freaky dona. Canta como loca porque se emociona.
Nena, seguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down.
Y baila todos los reggaetones y se saben mis canciones como si fueran oraciones en la misa. Tiene carácter de guerrera como Tony Caero, pero conmigo ya está bien sumisa. No es mala mía, si anda sudando. Tú pasas todo el día conmigo aquí gozando. Y tras, y no es pa' tanto, esto es una prueba que apenas estoy empezando.
No me aseguro que todos esos shots se pusieron a fluir, yeah. Baila cerquita, pa'lante y pa' atrás, si quieres encima de mí, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos cogiendo el filé, yeah. Le gusta la verde, le gusta entonar. Aquí estamos chile, yeah. Party, 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 nos ponemos farria. Nos encanta el perreo, yeah. Habla mucho, mucho, pero ¿dónde están los haters, baby? Que no los veo, Los dos en la pista, esto se puso feo, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Suri no queda al que sea en primer round, Duro, 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 pam, pam. La jeva le gusta lo malo, lo underground, yeah. Duro, 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 pam, pam. Siempre estamos a la altura, pero perreamos bien down. NITZ. Oh no. Tomando por noches enteras, tratando de sacar tu amor, pero eso me desespera, Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura, mami me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. No te vi, bebé. Toda esa noche de tu amiga que ibas a estudiar, lo hicieron, te fuiste a la fija, pues nada que hablar. Cupido, gracias por la vida que me quería estar, pero mejor yo la rechazo que me va a matar. El último rey Cupido, juro que soy el que río. Trata a los otros como quiera que a ti te traten, por eso es que te trato con desprecio y pecho frío. Yo te bloqueo de todo del Insta, mamita, y te doy las gracias, pero no me llame a mí cuando te engaño. Eso es tan barato, yo no sé. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que quiero. Después me dio las espinas, quería dinero. Estoy cansado, tú siempre vienes con pero. Y de 100 chicas te pondría yo un 0. Porque no vales la pena ni tú jugando de presa. Tú eres de la calle y actuando como una fresa. Ese clon barato también le va a dar pereza de lidiar contigo porque tú cargas y pesa. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Pa' que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en él. Como que ella quiere disfruta la noche, lo anormal. Creo que el novio teme que su relación va a terminar. Se da cuenta que no necesita a alguien más. Quiere un selfie para su Instagram. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos babies que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver. Para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No tiene sueños, solamente en sus sueños. Nos ponemos risueños con un norteño y mi flow brasileño. Yo te juro que es bueno, ya me doy el palo. Ese empate si lo desigualo. Le gusta lo nasty y lo malo. Me traje un regalo. Ella ya no quiere relación, alguien que diga su condición, que solamente le dé traición, para después llegar con un perdón. Quiere hangar y ser de esos babies que goza la vida y lo hacen como esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, ella quiere ver. Para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. Dime todo lo que ella quiere, nada ha sido regalado. Entre más independiente, más quiero estar a su lado. Esas nenas, mata, es que más. Ella está plena la noche entera. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, ella quiere ver, ella quiere ver. Para que el CP se dé cuenta que aquí perdió esa mujer, perdió esa mujer. Lo que quiere es enloquecer, ser la mujer que él quería ver. Esa chica quiere selfie, selfie, que yo parezca en mí, que yo parezca en mí. No, 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 no. INTZ, Baker, no. Lunes, para todos esos envidiosos. Tranquilo con mi flow, los mantengo. Tengo Dicen que está escaso, pero tengo la voz ronca como Ñengo. Tengo los partos bien duro como Sony le hizo a Nintendo. Quieren más, pero no son capaces de nada. Mantienen diciendo que lo que hay, y si yo les digo se asustan. Estar en la cima no es normal. La gente me odia porque soy original. Tanto falso que hay en esta humanidad. Yo los entiendo y sé por qué así están. Es que Supreme es tan high que no tiene ningún rival.
Todo pecho frío se cría en el río, teniendo lo suyo, enseñando lo mío. Ahí donde empiezan toditos los líos, porque se comparan con el Rey León. Cuando de off your own, yo no junto una canción. Tu Mercedes, yo tengo una parking en la colección.
Pero no son capaces de nada. Mantienen diciendo que lo que hay, y si yo les digo se asustan. Estar en la cima, llegó a la meta. En bicicleta, todos se creen estos poetas, porque han rimado calle con galletas. Si tú me das el gusto de ser el primero en hacer las cosas porque no tiene la actitud. No estoy pa' juzgar, tampoco estoy pa' pelear. Ya saben mi puesto y no lo podrán tocar. Quieren de lo mío, pero nada les voy a dar, porque he luchado mucho pa' llegar a este lugar. Quieren más, pero no son capaces de nada. Mantienen diciendo que lo que hay, y si yo les digo se asustan. Estar en la cima no es normal. Y pongan la mesa que ya son por ahí las 12. Así que los niños para el cuarto. El pay no tarda tanto, él solamente tiene que comer y ustedes no pueden ver.
Ustedes me aman con plata, después les espaldas pirata. Aquí no hay juego corbata y un poco de jeva pachana. Tú sabes cómo el veneno me sabe, mi hermana, de eso construyo mi sueño. Nadie me quiere ver bien, le digo aquí estamos todos muy bien.
Pero no son capaces de nada. Mantienen diciendo que lo que hay, y si yo les digo se asustan. Estar en la cima no es normal. Y todos mis envidiosos, les va a llegar una carta de Papá Noel, que se ha portado muy mal.
Y ya no sabes lo que pasa.
El primer verso, papi.
Lo que manda aquí la clave. Este ritmo guaguanco, esto es lo que existe. Y también está mi chamaco, nadie nos resiste. Aquí estamos bravos, la chema tan brava. Esta vida es brava, y yo también soy bravo. Por eso lo que repica son los cueros. Aquí lo que suena fuego. Mueve la abuela el pescadero, hasta lo mueve el aduanero. Norte al sur, lo vemos viendo. La orilla del mar, nos ve sonriendo. Y yo sé lo que tenemos no es para juego, y esto es divino. Por eso lo que hacemos gritar, tumbarle con ritmo letales. Saben lo que pasa. Mi abuelita ahora tiene masa. Aquí lo que falta el cajón. En esta jungla soy el gran león. Armen las cosas en el malecón. Lo que gozamos es salsa y son. Ya saben lo que repica son los cueros. Tengo la clave, soy el suero. Esta vida es juego, por eso quiero una vida suave, soy sincero. Que viva mi gente, que viva la raza. De noche a día aquí se trabaja. Igual la gozamos, bailamos en plaza. Viento calidad pura en todas sus casas. raza. De noche a día aquí se trabaja. Igual la gozamos, bailamos en plaza. Y esto es calidad pura en todas sus casas.
Te desvestiste, lo hicimos en la habitación, qué rico mami, pero en cosas del amor muchos fallaban, no veía nada, mi amor, algo esperaba de tu mirada, perdidos, sé lo que siento, pero tú no, nos entendemos haciendo el amor, no hay nada más que eso, estamos perdidos, perdidos. Y yo no sé yeah, si fue algo más que el placer, si me amaste alguna vez, yeah, o si fuiste mi mujer. Por lo que he visto y lo que te gusta, amor de tu vida yo no voy a hacer. Dame una noche, te voy a demostrar que soy el pecado que amas con mi chica. Y si tú quisieras una sola vez conmigo.
Let's set the scene. 4 regions: North America, Latin America, Asia Pacific, and Europe. The Rainbow Six esports program refreshes every year. 1 year equals 1 season. The global season runs from March to the following February. The 4 independent regional leagues run from March to December. Leagues are divided into 3 stages. At the end of each stage, the top 4 teams from each region will qualify for the 6 major. In 2020, due to the pandemic, these were consolidated regionally. However, when permitted, the 6 major will feature the top 16 international teams. Why do the majors matter? Global standings points. Major teams will earn points toward the global standings, which qualify teams to the 6 Invitational. At the conclusion of 3 stages in December, the 16 teams with the most points in the global standings will automatically qualify for the 6 Invitational. 4 extra teams have one last chance to qualify for the competition through regional open qualifiers, making the 6 Invitational a 20-team competition. Let's focus on what we're here for, LATAM. Despite the stereotype, LATAM is some of the most strategic and methodical siege in the scene. Gone are the days of blind aggression. Instead, we have some of the most talented and calculated players, support staff, and coaches in the world. LATAM teams are divided into 3 regional leagues. Brazil has 10 teams, Mexico 7, and South America 8. In each league, these teams will compete in a round-robin system, meaning each team will face all of the other teams in a best of 1. A win in regulation time is rewarded with 3 points, an overtime win 2 points, there are no draws, meaning each point must be fought for. A loss is 0 points. The 5 best teams of Brazil, 2 from Mexico and 1 from South America, will face each other in the Latin America League Finals, aka the Copa Elite 6. A full week of Latin American rivalry played out on LAN. The teams placed 5th to 8th inside of the Latin America League Finals will score the points for the global standings in parallel. The top 4 teams will be qualified for the 6 major, and depending on their placement in this competition will earn points for the global standings. Stages 2 and 3 follow the same model. In November, the rankings of the 3 stages are combined to get the final rankings of the season in each region. The top 4 teams from each region will battle it out for a title of their own division during a LAN event at the end of each year, each with a regional champion. Relegation matches are also played during this event. You guys know where to find us, Saturdays and Sundays. This is the LATAM League.
Hello everyone and welcome to coverage of the BR6. Playday 7 gets underway very shortly, my friends, and it's great to have your company. My name's Riley. I can't wait to get stuck into some of the matches that we've got lined up for today. Some of them in particular are going to be massive. We've seen some of these teams really come out all guns blazing in both figurative and literal senses throughout the third stage here, and it's only going to get hotter today. Let's meet our casters for today, joined, of course, by Gio and Ollie. It's great to have both of them alongside us here. And a lot to look forward to today. You too, Gio. We've got some big matches coming up, particularly, of course, looking forward to FaZe Clan and Team 1.
That one's going to be really spicy. We've seen how well FaZe Clan are doing at the moment. Team 1 obviously had a bit of a slow start at the start of the stage, but still the Mexico Major champions, and seeing them go head-to-head is going to be something special.
And of course, a couple of other matches as well, Ollie, to look forward to. I know your boys, FURIA, are doing pretty well. A game in hand, looking pretty good at 3-1 so far. And a comfortable 7-1 last week against Black Dragons for them.
Yeah, I mean, FURIA are looking fantastic at the moment. Obviously, Riley, you've certainly not forgotten all too much, if anything at all, if you still remember that FURIA are my team. But I'm sure a lot of people know that by now. I'm a little bit biased toward those boys. But still pretty exciting stuff. You mentioned there the game in hand, and that can come in quite big. Obviously, we're getting toward the end of the stage now, so things like that are going to start to catch up, and we can start to build a bit of a picture of who's going to qualify for the Copa Elite 6.
Well, let's have a look at our schedule for today and remind ourselves of exactly what we're going to be seeing. We'll bring it up on screen for you to have a look at here, and we'll get across these 4 matches. And of course, 4 coming your way tomorrow. Kicking things off, as you can see, MIBR facing off against Liquid. INTZ there against FURIA. And then Team 1 versus FaZe, that's one I'm really looking forward to. And then we're going to close things out with Black Dragons versus W7M. Those teams haven't been having a great time, but especially in this stage, only 1 win for both of them. So they'll be keen to get another win on the board, I would have thought. And of course, one of them will have to walk away victorious there. At the end of our, we've had 2 Playdays so far throughout, 7. Obviously, we've had 3 weekends with our 7th Playday coming in now. And that leaves us here with our standings at the point we're at right now with stage number 3. We can have a look at where our teams are, and things looking very good for the teams at the top end of town. FaZe Clan, Team 1, FURIA doing well. You can see MIBR sitting pretty on 10 points as well. But it's worth remembering, of course, that here in Brazil, the standings are cumulative across the 3 stages. So that leaves us with a slightly different looking picture when it comes to the standings here. FaZe Clan out on top, Team Liquid, Team 1 looking good, FURIA, NIP, MIBR rounding out the top 6. But Gio, still there's a lot to play before we get to the Copa Elite 6, before we get to the LATAM League finals. While some of those top slots are locked up, we've still got a lot of siege to play.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much that can still happen, and one of the big conversations that we were having last week particularly was how that mid-table is looking, and how that's going to be very scrappy. A lot of teams are going to be fighting for those spots. Ollie, your boys, FURIA, they're one of them. And Black Dragons as well, who Riley, you just said, have had a bit of a struggling stage thus far, but with a bit of graft, could pull themselves into that top 6.
Yeah, last week, Black Dragons obviously losing both of their matches they played. They won 5-7 against NIP and then going down 7-1 to FURIA. So they're going to want to bounce back strongly because, again, they do have a sniff of it. You know, they've got a sniff at this top 6 spot. This is what these teams are really hoping to lock up. Maybe even this weekend, many of them. We do know that some of them are more or less untouchable. FaZe Clan, Team Liquid, probably Team 1 as well. We'll be seeing them. At this stage, Ollie, it looks difficult for a team like Team 1 to fall any lower than 6th. So there's someone that we'll be expecting to see in the Copa Elite 6.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've had a couple of numbers ran, actually. The guys over at Liquipedia have done a great job of bringing us some stats for this one. And we can see who is going to be locked in and who's not. And there's an outside chance, but there's still a chance. There's 4 teams that could actually make it into that 6th place. So while it may look fairly sewn up in the leaderboard, there is a very slim chance that even teams such as INTZ or Santos actually make it there. There are win conditions that they can have that will see them there. But yeah, you're right. In terms of the top of the table, it's pretty much locked up. And those teams really, they're just going to be sort of arguing about seeding at this moment in time. As we've known, you know, that to be very important, really, in previous versions of Copa.
Yes, indeed. So, of course, so much for all of these teams to play for. Not only is it the seedings, the actual making it to the Copa Elite 6, but towards the bottom end of town, I mean, these players, these teams, they're going to be thinking about the looming threat of relegation as we round out the season here with Stage 3.
Yeah, that's the scary thing because we're getting to the end of the year. Eventually, a team is going to have to go or have to face the potential of going. We can't forget, though, that last year that team was FURIA. And now look at FURIA. Very different. They managed to keep themselves in the competition and they've done very well this year. So just because you end up in that relegation spot doesn't necessarily mean you're going anywhere. It's not the end of the world, but it is still a very scary prospect.
Well, let's turn our attention now to the game that we'll be kicking things off with here, the match to start our action on Playday 7. Here it is, MIBR versus Liquid, to give you a sense of the form that these two teams are in. Heading into this game, we've got Liquid at 2-2. They are more or less qualified for LATAM League finals. MIBR 3-2. Let's meet the players here. Let's have a look at the roster. And on the other side of this, we'll be back to talk about the match that's coming up.
Qualified for the Copa Elite 6 and sitting comfortably at second in the table, Team Liquid could take the remaining matches as high-level training. If we look at the last match between Liquid and MIBR, it could be said that it didn't look very different from a scrim.
Esse jogo contra a Liquid não foi o nosso estilo. A gente estava com a cabeça dispersa e sem chance de classificação, então entramos bem frios.
E eles estavam desfalcados, né? O Box não estava jogando. Eu acho que vai ser diferente o jogo. Eles são um time muito forte, que também gostam de adaptar, fazer algumas leituras no meio de round. Tem que entrar atento contra esses times, né? Não pode bobear ali, porque qualquer brecha que eles verem é uma oportunidade para eles fazerem alguma jogada.
Parla is right about one thing. You can't falter in the face of Liquid and company. MIBR is almost obliged to look at today's game as an opportunity to strengthen their position in the top 6, as the team still fights to compensate for lost points during Stage 2. But if we want to get a glimpse of what's coming, just remember that in this year alone, Liquid and MIBR have faced up no less than 6 times, with Liquid taking 4 victories against MIBR's 2. However, looking at the changes within Team Liquid, MIBR should see an opportunity to change their past experience and take home some points.
Esse jogo contra a Liquid eu acho que vai ser mais tranquilo, eles vão estar com line nova, não vai estar adaptado ainda do estilo deles e eu acho que vai ser de boa.
Ficar atento, principalmente com aquelas brechas que às vezes que geram no meio da partida, o Reduct gosta de explorar elas.
These two teams are used to playing decisive games, such as the Copa Elite 6 final and the Invitational playoffs. Who will win in the 7th face-off of 2021? Find out next in the clash between MIBR and Team Liquid.
Well, we're going to get stuck in as soon as the players are standing by ready to go, but let's talk about this matchup, this head-to-head between these two players. Liquid have long been one of the bigger teams in this division, and last week comfortably dispatched W7M 7-2. On the other hand, however, MIBR, they really tested Team 1, forcing them to an overtime, which they obviously lost at the end of it, but that was a big match for MIBR, and then obviously they also beat W7M 7-5 last week. Ollie, talk us through the form that these two teams are coming into. I mean, both of them have lost 2. MIBR has won 3 to Liquid's 2, but not exactly what we expect from Liquid, perhaps?
Yeah, I think Liquid is still in that sort of transitional stage at the moment. Obviously, with Ask and Resets being brought in, there's still a bit of a question mark in terms of, you know, how they can stack up really against these experienced teams where they really are going to get pushed the distance. So far, we've seen a bit of a mixed bag from that. We've seen them perform on some days and then not on others. So we're still looking for that, for the same level of consistency that we used to expect from Liquid. But obviously, it's going to take a long time to sort of develop. MIBR, on the other hand, bringing Fleapox back into the squad. He is now all fit and well, and he's really showing up. For last week, Fleapox was the highest rated player on the side of MIBR, so it just goes to show how much he's really pouring his heart and soul into this now. He recognises that he couldn't have played last stage, obviously played on the controller, tried everything that he could, but now that he's back, it seems like he's better than ever, and MIBR are really starting to show that. There's still a few cracks, because obviously they haven't been playing with him as consistently as they would have liked to have been, but that magic's still there.
And it just goes to show how key he is in that lineup, because really just a shocker of a stage, the last one, Gio, for this team. But Gio, talk us through the map bans here. Talk us through what we're going to see as we head into our first game here at Playday 7 of the BR6. I know we can probably have a look at what the map vetoes were, and Gio, talk us through what you're expecting here, mate.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting because they both played quite different sorts of maps last week. MIBR banning Chalet. I'm actually really happy to see that because even though they beat W7M on Chalet, I have to say a lot of that has to be attributed to some of the weird operator picks that W7M were making, not bringing a hard breacher, and I think we saw quite a bit of flaw out of the way that MIBR were playing. So I'm glad to see that that one has been removed. Team Liquid did really well on Oregon, which is still in the pool right now. Team Liquid getting rid of Bank. I don't believe they've played that at all yet. There's the Oregon going. So we're actually going to be going to Cafe Dostoevsky. And this one's really intriguing to me just because I feel like we're seeing a little bit more Cafe than we have done in previous stages. A lot of these teams have kind of figured out Oregon. They know what they're doing there. And that's kind of the next sort of stomping grounds to be doing that in.
It's interesting seeing Cafe the pick there, and you're right in saying that in stage number 2, we didn't see a lot of it before the LATAM League Finals. The BR6 was when Cafe really started to be played. I don't know if people were holding strats or something for that map, but it was something that really took a while to come out of the woodwork there. Let's talk about these two teams in greater depth here. MIBR, we'll start with them. Philippox coming back after an injury. He was playing on a Guitar Hero controller last time around. This time he should be playing on the mouse and keyboard. And hopefully, Gio, we'll see better stuff from MIBR, just as we've seen so far from them. A return to form for this team with their star player, Philippox.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping as well. I mean, MIBR have not had a super dominant showing so far in Stage 3. The only really dominant wins they've had have been on the first weekend, Playdays 1 and 2, 7-3 against Black Dragons, and 7-4 against INTZ. Past that, they've actually been taken quite the distance by a number of teams. FaZe Clan had a pretty big game over them, and then there was that close one between MIBR and Team 1. But what we are seeing, and I think this is the most pivotal thing, is you can see that the ideas that MIBR are trying to execute, they actually are able to do that. Now, whether or not those become successful because another team can counter them or whatever, that's irrelevant. That's just part of the game. But the fact that you can kind of see that cohesion in the way that they're thinking and trying to act on that, that's something that wasn't really there in Stage 2, because you could see that Bodega was trying to get these ideas through into the team when he was standing in for them, or when Philippox was on the controller or whatever, and they just didn't have what they needed to actually execute on those ideas.
It's looking much better now. You can see here they're huddling up, getting ready to go, and their adversaries here, the formidable Team Liquid. We have seen this team be an absolute titan of the scene here for quite a while, Ollie. But we've talked about the fact that they're in a transitional phase. A couple of roster changes has shaken up their dominance, I guess, if we want to put it that way. And they'll be looking to find some form here and improve on their 2-2 results so far in this stage.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, the map is almost the sort of biggest question mark for me here in terms of what we're going to be seeing today between these two teams. The fact that MIBR have chosen to take Liquid to Cafe really just start to raise quite a few questions. Not only are we dealing with a map that isn't often played inside of the BR6, but Liquid, whilst they have got a very thorough and deep map pool, it's limited in somewhat by the fact that they've rarely played Villa and they rarely play Cafe. They are two maps that they really try and keep close to their chest and don't try and play all too often. So I think that there's potential for Liquid to be a little bit surprised here with that choice. And then you throw into it the fact that obviously they're playing with, Ask and Reset still trying to develop as that new team and not quite sort of shake off the stereotype of old, because those two players are doing a very good job of filling the roles that they have now to do. We look at someone like Ask. He's already got 7 plants so far inside of this stage, so he's doing really well for himself. I'll be honest, I'm just looking forward to this one because I really don't know which way it's going to go.
Well, we're not going to keep you from it any further, my friends. It's time to head down to Cafe. Our first match of Playday 7 here at the BR6 is beginning right now with your casters, Ollie and Gio.
Thank you very much indeed, Riley. We are ready to get sent on through into Cafe. Kicking things off. MIBR versus Liquid, and some things, Gio, no matter where we go, no matter what day it is, no matter which teams are playing, some things, they don't change.
I was going to be like, I'm really looking forward to this being a super juicy game. It's going to give us really good ideas as to where these two teams stand, given the changes Team Liquid have made and MIBR trying to bounce back. And that's like the least juiciest thing that we could have started the day off with. A Flores ban, not too bad. interesting one here on Cafe, I suppose, if you think about moving the way you have to move through the floors to clear utility, Flores is actually not a bad operator to get rid of. But, you know, we'll see if not having something like a Nomad, for example, taken off instead is going to make much of a difference.
I think the Nomad or the Flank Watch is really going to make quite a big bit of difference. The Thatcher ban just bores me. It really does. Because...
Can we ban Thatcher bans? Can we ban bans?
Yeah, like, at what point can we ban bans? Because I guarantee you won't see that many teams running it, and it won't be like an every round thing just because of how
like Mirror, right?
Exactly. I think, you know, teams have forgotten how Thatcher works at this point. Maybe we need a refresher course on that. But as the bans close out, Wamai and Valkyrie are going to be the two defenders removed. So nothing too unusual. Valkyrie, such a great operator on Cafe. Wamai, renowned as well, has basically got a call out named after him at this point. In terms of pixel on that top floor, that's exactly where you expect to see a Wamai played. But neither of those two available. No Flank Watch initially being chosen here by MIBR, but they are going for the Nook pick, which speaks to a little bit of aggression. We've seen quite a lot of Nook so far this stage, Gio.
Well, when I think of the Nook now, I just think of Alamau on Bank.
Yeah, I think of STK, because a couple of weeks before, I think it was when I was doing it with Demo, STK had a couple of really good days. But yeah, like they're the two that spring to mind. But
it was that Bank game that was against MIBR. So MIBR have clearly just reviewed those bots and they've been like, you know what? We're going to like steal a little something from this. And I'm actually very interested to see how it's going to turn out. I can't say that Cafe Dostoevsky is the map that I would, by default, associate with playing a Nook, but it could be an intriguing one. I mean, the thing is not going against a Valkyrie, as you say, not going against an Echo. So there aren't tons of cameras, especially if you consider default cams going to be taken down. I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah, barbed wire is really going to be Liquid's friend here, particularly on those staircases that could lead up. I think a Nook on Cafe, and I think a Nathan from Navi, and I think of what he was able to achieve in a couple of games, and it really can be devastating. You know, Nook can be devastating anywhere, but it really is all about how it is deployed. At the moment, Fleepox looks like he's getting himself in through Bakery, being droned up there by his teammates. There's quite a bit of site setup gone in here from Team Liquid. They've brought both a castle and an Aruni, which really speaks to quite a large amount of setup, and we heard that setup going till, you know, well into 30 seconds into the actual round. The drone will slip by there. Liquid, happy to wait. They know that they really don't need to do too much moving around here, and it seems as though everyone's pretty happy in the position that they're in.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see there actually up on the Heaven balcony, or which I've seen on Twitter at the moment is a point of contention as to which balcony is considered Heaven. And it is true, I've heard people refer to both balconies as Heaven, but I'm talking about the cocktail balcony. The default cam up there was flashing blue, which is part of the reason Team Liquid didn't really need to move, because they were being watched. Ask is having some real issues with these drones right now, but he's going to throw one of the Toxic Vape canisters, especially after those ADS got removed off the wall, making him significantly less safe here in Cigar.
I think it was a good call because everyone knows he's out of ammo in his SMG trying to shoot drones. He's going to see even more pressure now as MIBR look to try and drop it. Cleans him up like a spilt drink there. Really nothing that Ask could do in that circumstance. He's wasted a little bit of time. There's a minute left on the round and Palu is waiting to strike. Now, no nomads, no air jabs, no gridlock, nothing of that nature. There is going to be nothing really stopping Palu from making this move. Obviously, a drone, an active drone, will be a little bit of a problem, but with nobody dead on the side of MIBR, it's unlikely anybody is in the drones. Palu, he's choosing his time very well here as he moves on through, finds the kill. Nesk picks up one onto Fowls as well, and now it is advantage Liquid for the next 35 seconds. Felipox doesn't really know which way to turn right now. Nesk going to shut Luca down on the long angle. It hasn't been dealt with at all inside of Piano. Now, with Felipox making his way up those brown stairs, there really is not a lot that him and Reduct can do. Reduct, desperate hatch drop maybe. The diffuser being cold on the ground is not going to be ideal at all as Palu cleans Felipox up as well. Reduct, he's going to try and push on through, but that flank from Palu, Gio, devastating stuff.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That definitely seems to be part of the main way that Team Liquid were able to execute that round, I should say. And I was also going to say just the blood splatters on the wall was such a testament to how hard fought that was in Cigar there. I also just want to say I'm really glad they just put up the FOV. I thought I was going crazy. I was like, why do I feel so close to the action?
I feel like I was casting through binoculars.
Did you? I was going to like. I was just thinking, am I making this up in my head? Have I just not been in the zone for long enough? No, it is. I wasn't going crazy. But no, regardless, they tried really hard to hold on to Cigar, and that makes sense. It's an important place to hold. And if you can, as an attacker, get control of that room, then you get so much more space to work with as you move on through the map. They had a lot of setup for that part of the map. We had the Aruna Gates, we had the ADSs, we had our anchor with the Toxic Babe canisters for the denial. It was just the way that Team Liquid were pressuring onto it actually made it really hard for all of those things in conjunction with one another to be that effective.
It's one of the best top floor holds that we've seen on this map throughout anything that I can really remember inside of Stage 3. We've not seen a top floor hold that was as comprehensive as that. And in part, it was due to the flank from Palu. Now, that's a player that if you give any amount of time or space to, he's going to punish you for it. But the long angle that Nesk was holding as well, there was a lot of things there that MIBR just chose to not deal with at all. And that's a little bit worrying. It's also worrying now that we're seeing them, we know that they're going to be attacking into somewhere else. They're actually going to be attacking into that mid floor. Yet they've chosen not to bring any sort of flank protection again. They know that Palu's going to be out there. Testing it with a C4, but the timing just doesn't work out there for him. Palu is going to be getting droned out on this top floor pretty quick. Maybe the flank watch won't matter this time if he gets himself taken out early, but it's still something that MIBR need to think about.
Palu 100% one of those players that when he's having an on day, he's just formidable. So someone to be very worried about. You got PSK. Just waiting downstairs. Now, there's a pretty decent presence up here on the top floor. They've got to clear out this pixel spot. Nesk hasn't quite been fully deterred yet. The diffuser's got to be recollected outside. He's just watching out for both of these two ends of the white corridor as well, but there isn't a ton of pressure from both sides right now.
Foul's falling as that opening kill. It removes a lot of options for later on into the round. You think about process of attacking into this site, and you need to get that top floor control. With the way that Liquid have set up some of those reinforced walls into Freezer particularly would be nice to get rid of, or at least into Cocktail Balcony. Failing that, you maybe want to get open onto the site if you get enough time toward the later part of the round, and that now just isn't an option. Resets gets punished for peeking there by Lucid. He's able to land his shots and actually aggressively push on through, rocking the LMG, so he knows that magazine count isn't going to be an issue, and Redux actually takes Palu down. I thought that Palu's positioning there was going to be nice for him, but instead he loses his life in the freezer, and this top floor take looks a little bit more successful here from MIBR.
Still holding on to the site down below, but the important thing here, as you say, is that top floor take. Ask, just exhibiting some trigger discipline there. But he does finally get the kill onto Lucid. That evens things out as far as man count goes, and there is plenty of time for MIBR to act on at this point. They have a lot of control upstairs. There we go, there's the down and the kill that they needed, finally clearing up. It's only Nesk remaining. Now, because it's Nesk, this could go one of two ways. This could absolutely be a clear up from him, but he is absolutely in a disadvantageous spot. There's the first one. Is he going to see the second? No. MIBR take round 2.
It's not every game so far that we've seen Nesk start out 4-1. That's dangerous. That's all I'm going to say about it. Liquid lost that round. It's valid. Nesk hasn't had a pop-off stage so far. He hasn't been competing in and amongst those top players as we usually expect him to. But this game is already looking pretty dangerous for Liquid. Both him and Palu are stepping up in a big way, and it's taken MIBR to really brute force their way through that top floor take to actually be able to get anything done there. They had a man count advantage at the end, and their information gathering, particularly onto PSK, was second to none. That swing from Redux was fantastic. He knew exactly where he needed to be going there to clear out PSK lurking on that ground floor. But again, it was a 1 versus 1, so something that you really don't want to be putting all of your hopes and dreams onto. Now, Team Liquid, they're going to keep this rotation going. They're going to take us downstairs into kitchen. Thatcher being removed gives option to kitchen being a little bit more viable. Probably going to be rocking Cade with those Electroclaws. We've also got the Tachanka from Ask. Now, there's an argument, you know, a Tachanka or a Smoke. What would you prefer here? I think, honestly, with the way that we've seen Ask controlling that SMG, I think he's probably better off today, Gio, on the Tachanka. I'll be honest.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe he just needs to warm that up a little bit before he goes back for the SMG-11 a bit later on in the game. Tachanka, again, obviously, could be very useful here just to be able to flood the site with fire should you need to, especially if you want to, I don't know, even just cut off one of the entrances, because kitchen's an interesting site where you have entrances on direct opposite ends of the site. So if you consider over towards freezer and then you consider over towards bakery, being able to cut off one of those could be incredibly useful. Now, obviously, MIBR are going to have to decide what route that they want to take. The fact that Team Liquid have a Kaid available suggests that it's going to be a bit of a hassle to try and go in through a freezer hatch. You do also have VIP being held, so if I'm MIBR, I'm probably not going to look to come in that way. You can see most of them up on the other side of the map anyway.
Bit of a Smoke hop in here into Wedding. That's going to give Redux all of the cover that he needs to make his way on through. PSK are going to be hiding out in coat check. Nesk just at the double door. It's a fancy way of going about taking into bakery for MIBR, but it's got the job done at least. They've spent quite a bit of the round to get themselves to this point, though. With the positions of Liquid, we're still seeing that trademark sit and wait. There is no reason for Liquid to move right now. They don't need to try and overextend. They don't need to go for this flank just as of yet. And honestly, there isn't really much of an option for it unless somebody gets themselves white stairs and goes all the way around. But MIBR are just slowly but surely going to start working their way on this kitchen wall. Ask does have the ability to deny a little bit of the area here. It does come through. C4 in the hands of Palu as well. Rap's now making that rotation. That's going to free PSK up in and around that main door if he does want to try and get a bit aggressive. In fact, it's going to be Nesk to make the play. Redux, he's going to be holding on into the site. How much does Nesk want to push that before getting himself through? He instead thinks better of it. A lot of unsurety on the side of MIBR at the moment, and they're really taking the time, making sure that this wall is going to be open and that the players are sufficiently stunned. But Lucid is going to open the account with a kill onto Ask. The plant now being attempted under the cover of Raps. Palu risking a C4 there. Is it going to go off in time? The answer is going to be no. It's shaping up for a flawless. Nesk is all that stands in their way. Lucid grabs his second kill on the round. MIBR a cracking execute onto the site.
Yeah, I mean, I had my questions about how slow they were being, not because I thought it was a problem, but because Team Liquid are so good at being disciplined and not overstepping their boundaries. One of my worries was that by the time MIBR made it onto the execute, Team Liquid would be perfectly positioned to deal with whatever it was. But MIBR getting that perfect opening kill is all they needed, and everything started falling down around Team Liquid after that. You get rid of the denial so quickly, there's nothing to stop them from actually getting on with the plan, because the problem that Team Liquid have to face then is, right, we either try and deny the plant, but we get killed because there are crossfires being held because they've had such a methodical site set up, or we go for the people holding the crossfires and the plant goes down and there are other people who are going to be able to react and kill us anyway. That's the position that Team Liquid were in. MIBR very, very well set themselves up for that. And that was, as you say, just an excellent execute.
I'm wondering if either of these teams know that the rest of the map exists when you're attacking or defending bakery.
I don't know.
Because to not see vertical pressure there and to just see a clean bakery-sided take, like, aside from a ranked game, when was the last time that you saw a team just push in through bakery and win?
It makes me wonder if, you know, part of the reasoning for not doing it is because they know that they're not bringing flank watch.
It's wild to me.
it's crazy
Yeah.
that you don't have a flank watch on your attacking side. Do you want to be sending 1 or 2 people upstairs to be opening up the floor? Especially after the way that Team Liquid have already shown that they're happy to flank.
Yeah. If Liquid are only going to flank if you're there, then just don't be there.
Exactly.
If Liquid aren't going to move if you're not there, then just stay where you are and just win. It really is looking as simple as that at the moment. Both teams, they're just going for slightly different approaches, I guess. And Liquid, I would assume to see them take a few more advantages here. But those advantages, it seems, are going to come in round number 4. Now, Ask got chunked down very early on, but the kills have been gotten for Liquid. Nesk and Palu. 2 really stepping it up today. Nesk 6 and 2 so far. It really seems like this is going to be his game to shine. MIBR are just going to have to spend a little bit more time thinking, and it looks as though they could be going for a bit more of an east-sided take.
Rita getting in there. He does get a bit of damage, though, and they obviously know where he is. So Palu's keeping an eye on that, but the window in his own room is also going to take some of his attention. Doesn't matter, though, because Nesk can pick up a kill, help out his buddy, and there's only 2 players of MIBR left remaining at this point. Fleetbox is going to try and play from down below, but that ping is not quite in the right area. So Palu's he does a little double take, sees that there's no one actually below that hole, and he's fine.
MIBR are really just playing for picks and playing for mistakes at the moment. We've got Fleetbox on the white stairs. He's going to be holding in into that piano area. Nesk has got so many options. This setup is so intricate in terms of the reinforcements and the panels that are left soft. Fleetbox will eventually find one onto Nesk, because Nesk does just get caught out there. A bit of ring around the rosy and unfortunate timing. Palu, he gets the refrag and shuts everything down. Valves drops himself off the rappel. He's in fact going to used to go in bottom of reading now, but is greeted with a hail of bullets. And PSK will find that final kill. He had a nice vertical angle there. Manages to land his shots eventually. TCSG not being too kind to him there. A couple of neck shots going in maybe, but around to Liquid nonetheless.
That was another example of, even though it wasn't quite as overt as it was in round 1, it was another example of Team Liquid having control of 2 different sides of MIBR, being able to bring them a victory. With Nesk, for example, being on the other side of the map to where Palu was and providing that support. While it doesn't necessarily count as a flank in that instance, it's something that MIBR didn't have the resources or the manpower to be able to deal with. Now, you compare that to their bakery attack that they did back in round number 3, where they were all coming from one direction. There wasn't really any room behind them to punish. They didn't go off in other directions that could be punished. It was almost like a death ball. That is when Team Liquid couldn't actually do anything about it, because they were all on the other side of MIBR and they were all mercy to the crossfires that MIBR held to support the plant. It just makes you wonder if maybe that's going to be the weakness that pursues throughout the rest of this map, or at least on this half. Are MIBR always going to struggle if there's an opportunity for Team Liquid to come at them from 2 different directions?
MIBR really seem to have like a just take what we need sort of mentality, and I think that needs to broaden a little bit, especially on that top floor, because Liquid are holding, as you say, every inch of that top floor, and you need to get in somewhere. Let's see if they go for a similar approach here into the kitchen. Previously we saw them just get themselves into wedding and bakery. This time Palu's actually going to be playing inside of bakery. It's at least going to be something to deal with. How much utility he's got set up in there, it remains to be seen, but looks as though it's a fairly soft take. Doesn't even have an ADS to his name there, so he could very easily be removed as the nades do start to come on through. Palu going to be trying to be electrotricking actually onto that prep wall. He does have Nesk on the Warden, so again, another active adaptation. Nesk was only playing Alibi last time, so it makes sense to bring the Warden as long as the shield can be gotten from elsewhere. First kill this time going in favor of Ask. He actually makes that SMG land and takes down Luka, Gio. Luka is a big player in this previous round.
Definitely. That's definitely a good start because it was the opening kill that came in from MIBR last time they attacked onto this map that just had really bad repercussions for Team Liquid. Team Liquid are still getting really aggressive, and you can even see the way that they're positioning onto this breach differs from last time. They're way happier to actually push up onto it, be there to support one another. The trade positioning is great should they need it. So far, they have not. Palu's going to have to avoid that flash, and there's a great kill from Nesk. But Redux turning things around. It's a 1 versus 2, essentially. And Palu just deals it all up. He's fine. I really think that the more aggressive stance from Team Liquid in this round was the adaptation that they needed.
Absolutely. There were some really nice little things that Liquid did there. And it's in the space of a couple of rounds, and this is what makes them one of the best teams inside of Brazil, is the changes that they were able to make. Bring in Palu on the Warden instead of the Alibi, still brings the shield. This time, removing the Tachanka and bringing Ask on the smoke. Those two things in itself were enough there because they had ideas, they had options, they had different things that were going to be going on there, how they wanted to try and hold that. And then Ask managing to land a couple of shots this time. The breach was much more aggressive. I think they'd left one of the walls actually soft and shot out the top of it, and it gave him something to peek off the back of there. So a really nice little change there from Liquid, and it shows that whilst they're happy to just maintain location and set up and let this attack come to them, they're also happy to meet that attack with some aggression.
Well, MIBR have the opportunity to even things out at the half now, which I think would be just very telling, given that we came into this game talking about what these two teams need to prove. These are still two of the top teams, but how good are they related to each other? If they even things out at the half, you just kind of go in knowing, yeah, we're in it for the long haul here. And I am getting that kind of vibe from this game. We spoke about the MIBR Team 1 game where it was just this constant micro adaptation round by round, and that's why it went all the way to 15 rounds. It's kind of similar here, you know, especially in that last round, for example, Team Liquid just changing one small thing about their defense to give them that round, which was on a site that MIBR had previously dominated. I feel like we could see that same inch by inch, step by step, just improvements with two very well-matched teams in this game.
This being the other side, the MIBR won, so as you mentioned, a chance for them to actually win 2 rounds consecutively on the same site. Or maybe a chance for Liquid to make those changes and make those adaptations. Already we can see it's not as an aggressive defense here from Liquid on that top floor. We've still got Palu upstairs, and in fact he will be taken down. He did make that rotation into the freezer. Kind of surprised to see that. Palu was first pick last time as well, in that pretty much in that same spot. We can see that Nesk and Resets have just got a little bit more to do between themselves now to make sure that this top floor is held for a little bit longer than just half the round.
Ooh, reaction time not quite enough. His shield gets blown up. C4 finally coming out. There we go from PSK. Brings Luca down, a valuable kill. We spoke about it the previous round. But at least he managed to get something done with the lifelines before he was taken down, so we can't say that it was entirely in vain. Just looking for these picks, essentially now, holding onto the angles through into the other side of the map. Redux gonna get yokai'd.
Yokai is going to be providing quite a bit of intel here as well, but Rap's still able to shut Resets down. Reset's getting caught out. Ask is really doing his best here, and he's setting Nesk up for a couple of kills if Nesk can find the positioning. There's plenty of players inside a cocktail. Nesk, please shoot at something! I don't think that Felipox actually saw him there, but Nesk is going to get swung almost instantly. Felipox cleans that kill up eventually, but that was a very big misplay. And now Ask has to try and make some sort of an aggressive stance. He does have the shotgun, going to draw for the SMG as he pushes himself up. There in 9 at close range. Isn't ideal, and we've seen that Ask has been a little bit shaky already today, but with the top floor being ripped open now, there's going to be nowhere safe to stand. He finds one onto Raps and actually does manage to dip himself back. This is just going to alleviate the pressure that's on PSK at the moment. I say that, PSK gets himself taken down as well. Ask, can you keep these players off for long enough? If he finds the kill here on the vertical, he could deny the plant, but he will not do that. Felipox finds that second kill. Fleapok's really being given a second lease of life there and comes in big for his team.
Hey, so we ended up with that exact thing where it ended up at evening things out at the half, just that round by round. Again, MIBR, they had a really strong control there of the top floor, and actually it drew Team Liquid out of their positions. I mean, if you ask, you had to at the end, really, which was something that earlier on in the game I commented was something that Team Liquid, they're disciplined, they're very good at staying in that same place that they always sit in and not being drawn out. So the fact that MIBR could do that, I think, is quite a notable thing. But of course, now the halves are going to switch. We're going to be going down to Kitchen for MIBR's first defense. I suspect this is going to look quite a bit different to Team Liquid's defense just by having a look at the operators that they've chosen. We're not going to be having a Kaid, so that freezer hatch is not going to be as heavily guarded. Even the bakery wall, we don't have any direct breach denial because not even a mute has been brought. Instead, we've got 2 anchors, so they're playing way more for the plant denial. And I suppose you can add the info denial in there as well because of the Mozzie that's been brought along too.
It's really night and day differences in lineups on both sides because you've spoken there about the differences in what MIBR want to try and bring to the defense. But if you look at what Team Liquid want to bring to the attack, they're going to be bringing the flank watch, which is a sort of bit of a woohoo. You know, we were kind of asking for a flank watch for the longest time. And against a team like MIBR, you are going to need it because we know them to be a really good, accomplished team of roamers. And that lineup kind of speaks to that. You know, we can already see that we've got Redux and Lukid both set up on that top floor. The site is going to be fairly open at the moment, if I'm being honest with you. I don't think that Liquid are going to go for a very direct push. They would have to be fairly quick about it. Instead, top floor take is going to be on the cards. Palu, no, it always... it's just such a nightmare, isn't it? Redux, freest kill of his life. I tell you what, Palu, for the lightning quick start that he had, he's really started to slow down. Now, could we be seeing a bit of a late site push?
Maybe. I mean, Neski staying very close here to resets. I wonder if they're going to be using that boost to facilitate the execute. Lukid going down. No, he's been huge. Both of those kills coming from Ask again. He seems to have like one round where he's a bit shaky and then another round where he just pops off a little bit, causes a bit too much of a problem for MIBR. There goes the nade, but it doesn't quite force Raps out of the position. It would have likely cleared some utility behind him. He's still holding on to the angle out through the main door into the site. Can't yet see anybody, though.
I really enjoy the adaptation from Liquid. Palu gets killed on the top floor, and immediately they just say, right, push the site. There's someone on the top floor. We can take advantage of this. They clean Redux down on the rotate. They clean Luca down as well. Now there's Fleapox that remains on that top floor. PSK is going to have set up the majority of his air jabs at this point. He does still have one left in pocket. But Liquid do still need a plan to try and get themselves in here. Now the fact that they brought Palu on the book would suggest that they were going to be going for some sort of vertical control. Raps can start to try and burn the time out now as well. Ask, he's going to be greeted with just a line of sight in that freezer wall. So he's still going to have to use some Xcaros pellets if they want to try and get in here. They aren't really in a position to do so. Fowls holding on into prep. He's got the long angle into wedding. PSK could see some advantage here if he takes this swing and takes it quickly. But no, we will lose the engagement. Nesk finds one over onto Raps. And look at all of the red pings available here for Fowls as he moves back from prep, back into kitchen. He's got an idea of just about where everybody is. Needs to rotate the yokai drone around. 20 seconds left. There's still enough time to do so. Fleapox misses a couple of shots there and will actually allow Ask on into the site. Now, has that yokai drone been able to be rotated? That's the big question. The answer, no. The plant goes down and now it's going to be a retake. Fleapox, there is one on just the other side of the unit. Trades galore. 1 versus 1. Ask what a round this guy has had so far. Falls misses out on the shots. The stun goes out. Ask looking to try and juke him out here. Can he land it? Yes, he can. What a round from the rookie.
Man, okay, so I said earlier, you know, sometimes he'll have a round where he just seems to pop off. That was the round. That was such a good round for Ask, and that's really, really great to see. It's unfortunate that when they were on their defense, there were just a couple of rounds where he would be the first pick. He wouldn't really get to show what he was made of while playing on that like hard support on the defensive side. But here, so far on the attack, he's having a great time and showing what he's worth. So, but one thing I will say is you can't diminish how much of a problem MIBR were causing for Team Liquid in that round and the sort of war of attrition it became. And the most telling factor that supports that claim for me is how long it took for Team Liquid to get a plant down. You know, Team Liquid are that team that will go very quickly for plants. Their plant was really late in that round.
It was. They weren't really given any opportunity to get in there. I think that MIBR had probably gotten every last drop out of that denial that they were bringing. You know, they'd used the Toxic Babe canisters, they'd used the Yokai drone, they even rotated one of the Yokais back into sight from Wedding, where it was just sort of hanging out on the periphery of the site, and it really wasn't a give all very easy at all for Liquid. But to lose that first blood and then for it to come down to a 1 versus 1, it just shows how hard Liquid fought back there. A strong defensive round for them. Kind of strange to see MIBR go downstairs to the bakery and the kitchen site so soon, but they're going to be going upstairs this time. They're going to be taking us into that mid floor. So still not going to be choosing the top floor, the bar, which was Liquid's preference. I think that it's, whilst it's a great site, I think there are better sites on this map, and MIBR are really sort of leaning into that and forcing that vertical control.
Just a bit outdated. Team Liquid need to get with the times. That's what I think. Well, I think if I'm not mistaken, the mirror was the 6th pick, right? So I mean, they'll know about it by now, but this was sort of the ace up the sleeve that MIBR have decided to go for. Want a really strong hold on that upstairs. Now, the way that Nesk is kind of coming up the stairs behind, I'm wondering how the pressure that he can apply from a different angle will be able to work in conjunction with what Team Liquid are doing up on the top floor to clear that out as well. Once that top floor is done, even I think once you've gotten rid of Felipox, I think Team Liquid will have so much space that they need.
Liquid still just playing for a pick at the moment. We've got Nesk is in the top of red stairs. Ass going to be on the rappel along with Palu. And it's going to be Nesk to find that first blood. Raps will fall. He does have an air jab on the stairs below him, so he can be fairly sure that he won't be flanked here, although Fowls might be giving it a go. Toxic Babe canisters being used to stop the threat on that rappel. We also saw PSK place an air jab outside of that window at the start of the round as well. So if Fowls does go for something, he may well get caught out in that as well. But it looks as though the repelled players have since moved. Fowls potentially instead going to be playing for, which he will have in his pocket. Felipox can provide him the information for that as well. Lucid is going to be able to take down Ass, the star of the show in the previous round. That's going to be the diffuser cold that will need to be recovered here. The floor can start to be open, but with only 35 seconds left, Liquid haven't got a lot of time. 4 versus 4, albeit 30 seconds, it's not a lot of time to start getting that plant down, especially when you've still got key angles to open on the vertical, and you've got MIBR players that you're unsure of the location. Now, Nesk has dropped on into sight on the Iana clone, and he's seen that that is relatively clear, so I would not be surprised at all now if a drop comes through, and it will be. PSK makes his approach, finds a kill onto Felipox. Fowls, takes down Nesk, but PSK is going to try and stick that plan. Is there any cover? The answer is no. Last second stuff, Lucid finds resets. Still a chance there for Liquid, but there was not a lot of time remaining. Palu did what he could. But ultimately, MIBR are going to take round number 8.
I actually thought the PSK was going to get away with putting that plant down as well.
So close.
It's a really kind of jammy spot because, of course, you're shielded from anybody who's going to be coming in from pillars, but the angle through into the corridor is really tight, and that's quite hard to get that direct line of sight. And he got really far through the plant as well, but as you noted, there just wasn't any cover. So once MIBR actually did make their way into the site and they found him, there was nothing to stop them from punishing that, and really no time to work with at all either. So again, we're evened out back in, I can sense this back and forth is going to be continuing for some time, Ollie. Team Liquid, they're going for the same kind of composition as they have done, but now we're going upstairs, which is for the tertiary site for MIBR to be bar and cocktail. Again, they've got a similar sort of idea of what a lot of teams are going for at the moment on this site, where there's just tons of root denial, I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. With something like an Aruni who's in there, you've also got the Vulcan shield. So much stuff that you've just got to burn through to even get through into the next room, into the next step. And of course, you know, having a Maestro who's likely going to be based over in Cocktail. You're going to have those cameras out and about everywhere. This is really kind of like a step-by-step. You've just got to get through this room to reach this room, to reach this room, to reach this room. I'm curious how that's going to go with what it is that Team Liquid have brought. I mean, undoubtedly, they're going to be using those Hibana pellets once again to actually get through some of the Aruni gates and rely some more on the boosts from resets.
They've also got 12 flashbangs, which is a little bit ridiculous.
Oh my god, I didn't even...
Especially given how good flashes are now. For anyone that's unaware, they've changed the way that flashes work. So
They don't have 12 flashbangs, they have 9.
Top bar says 12.
It's lying. Because you've got 4 nades.
That top bar's never right.
I'm not sure.
It catches us out every week.
That's why I just don't look at it for the most part. I still don't know how to read it. Like, you see where the C4 is? It says 0 and 1. Does that mean the C4... So the C4's not been used? Yeah, I don't know how to read the top bar.
Wouldn't comment. Don't want to comment on that. They have 9. They've still got a lot of flashes. It's more than anyone really needs. So, I don't know. Let's see if they're using. They should at least be able to burn through the majority of the utility. They've already been able to remove one of the Goyo shields. Lucad's taking a bit of damage there as well. Palu loves that repel spot on the south side. It's a really, really narrow angle. You'll often find him on it. At the moment, though, it hasn't yielded anything more than a little bit of chip damage. And Liquid do seem to be slowing down a bit.
Prisma's been removed. Most important player in the game. I like this position that FaZe is holding behind the pallets with the Prisma on there. It gives him a lot more impunity to actually be able to look down around the corridor, but there's a nade coming straight for him. Lucid will actually fall to it instead. FaZe does finally get revenge, but that was a bit touch and go there.
Kills continuing to trade. Liquid only briefly were on top of it all. 35 seconds left. Redux was in a great position to strike, but Ass comes in with the refrag. Wraps some fouls. What a work now to do. Fouls. He grabs the down and the skeleton key. It's at close range. Palu, he is able to land the shots. This is second on the round. 2 versus 1 now for Raps, and Palu finds him as well. Bit of Z ping information for him to be working from. But obviously putting the drones to excellent use there, and Palu just being used like a guided missile to find that last one.
Means Team Liquid are now just 1 round off of match point, but I feel like it's too easy to say that.
It's probably going to be 2 rounds.
Mean anything.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean anything.
It's going to be 2 rounds, Gio. I guess the good thing is because there's not been like a real heavy bias toward a particular site. I don't really think it matters who gets attack or defense if we do go to OT.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
So at least it's potential of an overtime where we really don't know what's going to go.
Like a genuine
like
overtime.
A genuine like
the
wonder.
overtime you wish you had. Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say. Well, now that we've actually started the cycle again, this is where we get to see if those adaptations that we were talking about in the first half are going to be coming in, because this is the first time that MIBR have returned to a site they've already been to. They are bringing those same operators that they did the first time. Now, they didn't actually win their defense. It was Team Liquid, and Team Liquid got a plant as well, but so much of that was just because of the way that Ask was playing.
Yeah, the last couple of rounds, he's really stepped himself up. And again, we're sort of left wanting out of resets. cast our minds back to last week, and Resets was the guy that was sitting at, you know, around 1 and something again. It took him a long time to get his first kill, and it's kind of strange to see because you can fly under the radar picking up 1 kill on a team like Liquid when you've got Palu and Nesk both on 10, Ask on 9 as the air quote support player, by the way. So, you know, you can just only imagine if Resets was having a slightly better game where this one would be, but we'll see if he's able to pick it up here. He's obviously providing a lot in terms of utility, particularly on these attacks with the Finker boosts and the nades that he brings as well. And Liquid going for a very direct approach here. Fal's playing a risky game. Those Yokais were very valuable in the dying stages of the last time that we saw this site, so he really doesn't want to get caught out too early, but the longer he stays, the more difficult it's going to be to get out alive.
You see the ping coming up from behind the bakery counter. They know they've got to get rid of him. I think the one thing that you can take if you're Team Liquid here is... Oh, there we go. Nice headshot. That's nice and quick. I was going to say is the fact that Toxic Babe Canister has already been used. So there's only 2 left for Raps, and that's very early in the round to be using that kind of denial. Team Liquid can get going here on the bakery wall. Resets is providing support from outside. So they've got everything set up quite nicely to be working their way into the site. The nades coming in round and about. Raps is actually going to push up here onto the breach, ready for someone to come in, but he's still got to avoid those damn nades.
Liquid have done a great job of taking over that bakery and removing fouls nice and early. It's going to give them more time in the later part of the round. Another Toxic Babe Canister going to go out as a kill trade's 1 for 1. Resets, all I needed to do was say your name and you're going to start picking up kills. That's his second on the round. Nesk, he's going to be able to take down Raps as well. Redux and Lukid are all that remains. Redux is going to make that rotation back down onto site, but cut off by Palu as he's actively watching the flank. Lukid, able to find 1. Can he find 2? He can, but it's a direct trade. Resets, highlighted him at the start of the round, said he was having a quiet game. Said, who are you to say what is going on? Picks up 3, and that puts Liquid on match point.
That's going to be an incredibly frustrating one there for MIBR.
They just got outplayed.
That one's going to be annoying for them. But yeah, agreed. So we didn't wait 2 rounds for Team Liquid to get to match point, Ollie. Ha! I was right. They could still bring things back. This was the site that MIBR did win their defense on. But if you remember correctly, PSK actually got pretty far with the plant. So Team Liquid could feasibly have taken this. It was just kind of a timing thing to an extent. Obviously, you can place blame on the fact that they didn't have anybody around to be able to support that plant. You can't just say it was, oh yeah, the timing was unlucky. Well, you should have had someone alive. But the point that I'm making is that Team Liquid did get very close to winning that round. So I don't think that if you're MIBR, you can take too much overconfidence in the fact that you won this one before.
Yeah.
You're still going to have to fight for it just as much as you have with any other round. Now, I suspect that they're going to be going for pretty much the same idea that they did last time. They've got this 6-pick mirror once again. So they're going to be setting up strong on the top floor, which was a place that Team Liquid did a pretty good job of taking. It was only once they had to finally make that drop down into the site that time started to wane. Now, if I'm MIBR, I think one of the changes that should be made is having someone more strongly holding onto the site itself, because Nesk being able to discover that the site was open is what allowed Team Liquid their route in when they made the drop, because it was so late in the round that had someone been there, they probably wouldn't have even been able to make it that far. So I'm curious to see if that's something MIBR are going to fix. Nesk getting the first kill, though, makes things look pretty good for Team Liquid.
Sends a bit of a message when you just send Nesk running in as the solo entry there just to find the first one. Obviously had a bit of an idea of where Falz was, or maybe got a little bit lucky. We only flashed onto it at the last second. Lukid sits right, resets down as he gets taken out there on the rappel. Great shot. Not an easy one to hit at all, but the benefit of taking the FMG instead of the shotgun SMG combo there, you're just able to challenge a little bit more distance. The first blood has been neutralized, and it's the nades and the health giver that have been taken away. Nesk, of course, will still have 2 nades. Alu, raid mark spot. South Repel on the window. Trying to do something about Lucid. Lucid playing in that bathroom. He can obviously be naded out of there, but as we all know, Buck does not have grenades. Felipox is tempted for a peek here, but he needs to be very careful. Upside down Repel, never an easy angle to challenge onto, but both players are able to pass. So Felipox there has arguably done the job. He's freed Lucid up, and Lucid can start to make a rotation.
That's good, because I think it means that that opening kill onto Falz is a lot less impactful now, especially given that it's your Finker who has been brought down on the side of Team Liquid. And a lot of teams have been relying on that Finker quite a bit to make their plays. Also means you've just got one more nade to rely upon. Oh, that was really unfortunate timing there, but the backwards and forwards keep happening. Ask once again, collecting those kills in. Team Liquid have a slight man advantage. Rigda is just ready with the C4 in case anybody's going to move into the site, but we're at a standstill right now.
Unfortunate there for PSK. Does get taken out by Lucid. Lucid's having a cracking round. Levels things up now. Redux still the C4 in pocket, but it will be detonated. Ask knows that there's going to be a player inside of that laundry, because you know there's going to be a player on the hatch as well. Nesk certainly seems to, as Redux is going to be the next player to fall. Now, can the vertical angle be found here? There's 6 seconds to try and get this plant down. Toxic Babe Canister going to cut off his own vision, as Ask is going to be successful in planting this diffuser. It's now being held. He's got Nesk, and he's got himself to keep hold of this. Lucid on the retake. Got one Toxic Babe Canister left. Might choose to use it, and will. Blocks off that 90, but we know that there's going to be nobody there. Both the players for Liquid are actually inside of the site. Ask hasn't moved too far off the plant. Finds one, but immediately gets taken on out. A great post plant there from Liquid. They knew exactly where he was going to be coming from. That's going to wrap up the game. Liquid going to take this one 7-4.
It's actually crazy looking at that scoreline, because I don't feel like it really reflects the game that we just watched. But Team Liquid, they just kind of carried that momentum forward, particularly in that second half when they were on the attack. And I don't think MIBR's defense could really stand up to them quite enough. And especially, I have to say, it is almost ironic that Ask, who looked like he was struggling a little bit at the beginning of the game, I wondered, is he going to have a bad map? We're still looking for this guy to sort of prove himself and his spot on this roster. And then he came through for the rest of the game and really popped off, like had an absolutely fantastic game. So that was definitely nice to see, because, you know, he's still kind of holding up this "can he fill Sexy Cake's shoes" mantle. You know what I mean? And he proved today, at the very least, that yes, he can.
Yeah, and big shoes to fill. You know, you've got a lot to be doing there, especially when you're going to start to be getting compared. And it's not something that we've tried to do too directly, but some of the comparisons are a little bit uncanny. And it's obvious that he really is starting to try and fill that role. We're going to bring Riley back on in and have a bit of a further discussion about the game we've just seen, and maybe line up an interview with Liquid.
Good to be back, yes, indeed. And a performance there was in the back half of that match from Liquid was much better. Neck and neck there, Gio, to begin with, trading one game against the other there. But I mean, I'm going to ask this of whoever we end up interviewing as well. But what do you think changed there for Liquid for them to gain that momentum in the back half of the map?
Well, a big part of it is just, you know, with the side switch, of course, I just don't think MIBR felt as comfortable on their defense as they did on their attack. But I think that Liquid kept seeing these things that MIBR were doing and improving on them, and it's something that MIBR stopped being able to keep up with. MIBR were bringing their same defensive strategy every single round, which I thought might be something of a mistake, because if you don't, I get it, like there's two sides that you can look at that, but I thought maybe that their best bet against Team Liquid would be to at least change it up slightly in each round to sort of get one step ahead of Team Liquid and sort of be that kind of mentally ahead of them. But for Team Liquid, if they see what operator lineup you're bringing, they see you're doing the same setup as before, they're just gonna do the same thing they did before, but better.
Looks like we're going to have an interview lined up with the analyst here from Team Liquid. So as soon as we're ready to move forward with that, we'll bring them on. And a couple of different things to ask here, Ollie. I'm sure there's some stuff that you're wanting to pick apart here, but really, for me, what I'm looking at here from Liquid is them getting back to where they used to be, right? We've talked about them consolidating, we've talked about them rebuilding after a roster change, and this is a step in the right direction for them, steadying the ship a little bit, moving to 3-2 in the round, and solidifying their position as we head towards the Cobra Elite 6.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's, again, it's that development that Liquid are going to be looking for, right? They're going to be looking to further develop, and every bit of new experience that they can get playing as this new team, air quotes, is really going to be quite welcome. And, when you've got Nesk and Parley popping off, there's only a little bit of a gap that needs to be filled there. With something like 36 kills for the top 3 players there, and Ask was in and amongst that conversation. So it really can't be understated how much of a good game he's had.
All right, looks like we do have an interview lined up. Let's get underway here and have a chat with Team Liquid about the performance that we've just seen from them there. Be able to bring in, as we said, the analyst here from Team Liquid here, Mikuna. Congratulations on the win, first of all, and thanks so much for finding the time to join us. Things look pretty even in the first half of that map. What changed for you guys to bring it home in the back half?
Yeah, so can you hear me? It's okay?
Yeah, we got you. Yep.
So we knew we were going to play Café. We knew about how aggressive they play, and they played exactly the same strategies on attack and defense. So we entered the game a little anxious, and in the midterm elite, we thought that they only can all the rounds they got us, they win from us was when they aggressive in the mid round, the final round. So we start to breathe, simple breathe and wait, then to make mistakes and punish them and capitalize kills.
Makina, I'm really interested because one of the things that we noticed at the start, of course, was that instead of having any kind of flank watch ban like a Nomad, it was a Flores that was taken out instead. Do you think that it hurt MIBR to then not play that Nomad? Because it was something that you guys did. You played the Nomad when you were on attack, but MIBR chose not to do that.
They usually don't play Nomad, so we are prepared to play with and without Nomad. So we kept Nomad. We used Nomad to give some comfort to us, and I think these somehow countered the aggressive. We could play unilateral plays. We don't need to full control the whole map. So in that way, they had less opportunities to aggressive us, to make surprise and that kind of play. So Nomads we don't need to ban because they weren't playing. So we start to use it to get some advantage.
Look, I just wanted to firstly say welcome. I think it's the first time that we've had you on the show, so it's great to have you on. But in terms of a question, I just wanted to ask you for your preparation and stuff. Obviously, you've got Ask and Resets now on the roster instead of Sexy Cake and Moringa. Has that done anything to sort of boost morale, or is like some sort of fresh ideas coming into the team? Is that something that is like a really exciting energy that you can now start to work with and really start to put a lot of time and effort in? Because we've noticed there has been a bit of a change, obviously, in the playstyle and the way that you guys are approaching matches.
Yeah, so with the addition of these two guys, we try to be more aggressive because we were a very coordinated team, one of the best in the world, but we weren't being we haven't a good fragging potential. So we brought Ask because in the second division he was on the top, one of the top fraggers and being a support. So we brought him because he's a IGL too, so he brings some fresh ideas. And Reset, he's some kind of wonder kid. So we are not only thinking about today but in the future too, because it's a project. So in the long term, we had them too. They are 18 both, I guess. So it's good for today and for the 3 years, 4 years ahead.
longer term plans there. Interesting to hear about that. Well, McCuna, thank you so much for joining us, and the best of luck to you and the boys tomorrow against FURIA.
Thank you.
Great to have McCuna join us there, and interesting again to get some of the perspectives on this new Liquid lineup as we see the team develop, as we see them consolidate their position here. It is interesting to see the way that things are progressing. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. We've got our next match coming up your way. INTZ versus FURIA is up next, my friends. Have a quick look at some of the highlights we've just seen from this round. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back with more Rainbow Six Siege after this.
Nadie nos resiste, aquí estamos bravos, la chema tan brava, esta vida es brava, y yo también soy bravo. Por eso lo que repica son los cueros, aquí lo que suena fuego, mueve la abuela el pescadero, esto lo mueve el aduanero, norte al sur, lo vemos viendo, la orilla el mar. Sonriendo y yo sé lo que tenemos no es para juego y esto divino. Por eso lo que hacemos quitar tu mano con ritmo letales. Que viva mi gente, que viva la raza. De noche a día aquí se trabaja. Igual la gozamos, bailamos en plaza. Y esto es calidad pura en todas sus casas.
If they win today's duel against INTZ, FURIA guarantee their place in the next Copa Elite 6. And a victory from FURIA can almost be expected. After all, of the last 2 times these teams faced off in the BR6, FURIA left with 3 points. And in their last meeting, the 7-1 scoreline left no doubts about the superiority of Twister's players.
E o Raiz vai tentando buscar essa vitória para a equipe da INTZ, mas tá difícil, tá impossível, porque o Lenda garante a eliminação final.
Nosso confronto contra a INTZ na última vez foi bem tranquilo para nossa parte. A gente inclusive se surpreendeu com o mapa que caiu na map pool. A gente não esperava esse mapa porque a gente tinha informação que não era um bom mapa deles. E a gente simplesmente fez o nosso jogo e finalizou a partida o mais rápido possível.
A gente não conseguiu impor nosso ritmo de jogo e a gente acabou tomando round a round, foi meio que um snowball e a gente acabou perdendo a partida.
And for the INTZ boys, not much has changed since the beginning of the BR6. The team keeps swinging between the last 3 positions in the table, and they seem to have no ability to leave this uncomfortable position. Anyways, even if remote, INTZ still have a chance to qualify for the Copa Elite 6. If they want to take advantage of this slim chance, the least they could do is approach their match more prepared to try and surprise FURIA.
Hoje contra a FURIA, cara, a gente vai vir mais preparado, a gente tá mais preparado e acho que vai ser mais tranquilo o jogo.
Acredito que vai ser um jogo um pouco mais disputado, eles estão com uma line agora um pouco mais de tempo juntos, eles tiveram um título agora da Copa do Brasil e com certeza eles não vão dar o vacilo de deixar um mapa que eles não são bons de novo.
INTZ have an urgent need for victory, and to taste the tranquility that those avoiding relegation already have. Will INTZ be able to overcome FURIA for the first time in the BR6? We're about to find out in the following match between INTZ and FURIA.
Welcome back to coverage of the BR6 here, Riley Knight at the helm as we get underway with our 7th day of play in stage number 3. I'm joined by Gio and Ollie, and our next matchup, you two, of course, is INTZ versus FURIA. I want to get your thoughts on this matchup. During the break, we were talking about the fact that both of these teams were involved in 7-1s last week, although in slightly different circumstances for the two of them.
Yeah, involved is certainly one way to put it, especially for INTZ. They did come up against Team 1, so it was never going to be an easy game. We've seen INTZ have a very mixed stage so far. But honestly, inside of this game, it's pretty clear-cut to me how it's going to go. INTZ are that team that have been struggling. Again, another stage where they've struggled to field a consistent side. And obviously that's, no slight against them. It's nothing that they can really control. It's not a circumstance they can understand. But it obviously never really helps out too much.
Well, Gio, let's talk through the map bans here as we have a look at where we're actually going to be seeing these two teams square off against each other. FURIA, one of the few teams along with Team 1 and FaZe that have only dropped a single game or a single match throughout this stage play. They're in great touch at the moment.
Yeah, and that was an 8-7 against NIP as well. So it wasn't even like that was a brutal loss or anything. That was over on Coastline, which straight away has been taken off. So clearly the only place that FURIA have a weakness has been gone. Oh, I guess FURIA are going to win. No, I'm just kidding. INTZ have always been kind of this developing team as well. So where we go for them, I think is going to be a challenge anyway. But we now... Okay, we now know that we're going to be going to Chalet, which... I think, how do we say this euphemistically, is a good map for FURIA.
Okay, so we're going to try to be diplomatic here, are we, Ollie?
Yeah.
Ollie, what's the most diplomatic and the kindest way you can phrase this map pick here?
Well, here's the thing, Riley. Both of these teams are good at Chalet. INTZ, they did very well in the Copa do Brasil on Chalet, but FURIA, of the last 3 months, haven't lost a single Chalet. They have beat the likes of Liquid. They have beat the likes of MIBR. They've beat the likes of Navi. It really isn't a map that you really want to take FURIA to. Obviously, FURIA have made that decision there. They have had the last choice. They could have gone to Clubhouse, but they instead have chosen Chalet. Now, we haven't seen anywhere near as much Clubhouse as we usually would do inside of a regular stage. That tells me it's being saved for the LATAM League Finals, being saved for the Copa Elite 6. But at this game, here and now, I mean, FURIA. They've got to be favourites. Unbeaten, Riley.
Yeah. I mean, this isn't... When you were like, they haven't been beaten on this map, it's like, well, how have they played? You can
have they played it once?
People.
Yeah. No, they've not played it once. They've played it like 6 times.
Exactly right. So they're in great form. They're on a map that they're going to consider themselves very, very comfortable on if recent records are any indication. And Gio, at this point, I mean, what is it? What is it that INTZ has to do to try to get a sniff of victory at this game? It's going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah, I mean, winning would be a good start.
So that's why she gets the big bucks. That's why she gets those coverage big bucks, because that's the sort of analysis you can expect from Gio.
Exactly. I mean, I think, especially historically on this map in particular, it feels like a bit of a cop-out to say it, but one of the real big parts of FURIA's success has always been the way that Fantasy plays on this map. And he is kind of like, he leads the charge, he sets the pace on the way they play on almost anything, but FURIA also just have always had this really interesting playstyle on this map as well, where everything is about windows. Like everything they do is going to be based around windows. I think that if INTZ can read into those two things, have really good window control and really good fantasy control, then that's going to set them up for success as best they possibly can.
The two factors that often go into people's minds coming up against FURIA, window control, of course, very important, and then fantasy control as well. I mean, something that just in broadly speaking in life is a very useful skill to have. Anyway, looks like we're about to get underway here and chuck it down to our game. INTZ versus FURIA. We're going to get underway. And the casters, of course, it's Gio and Ollie.
Thank you, Riley. We're ready to hop into game number 2 now. A little bit of chalet for our viewing enjoyment. INTZ versus FURIA. INTZ starting things off here on the attack. FURIA haven't wasted any time. I'll tell you what, Gio. If there is any indication of how a game is going to be played or how confident a team is going into a map, it's a defensive team banning Nomad as the first ban and forcing the attacking team to ban the Thatcher. Like, if that is just not the most alpha male banning phase we've ever seen, I don't know what is.
The alpha team are the defensive team that ban Nomad and force you to ban Thatcher.
It's true.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look, if you're FURIA, you are the chalet Chad. You're the Chad of chalet. You're the ch-ch, you know?
They've even banned the Jaeger.
Jaeger? Like, what is going on?
What are they doing?
What?
Honestly, in my head, that was a no ban or like a Jaeger or a Mozzie ban or something like that. It was either like, yeah, you think we need this? Nah, you're mistaken. Or it was like, nah, no ban. We'll just no ban this and we'll just see how we roll.
No ban is the alphaist. That's like the alpha plus.
I think there's a team in one of the sub-leagues. I think it's the Suda Mexicano or something like that just didn't ban anything all season.
The Sudamericano.
Sudamericano, yeah. They just didn't ban anything.
South Mexico does not have its own league.
I don't know which one it was, Gio, but there was one team that just didn't ban anything, anytime. So it was like really skewed when they got into the Copa Elite 6. But yeah, what a phase from FURIA. They've already given us our money's worth here inside of this one. And,
oh my god, I'm excited for this game.
I mean, Chalet sometimes is attacker-sided. You know, it flips and it flops, and there's not really a clear indication. It varies region to region. It's one of the more sort of temperamental maps like that. But INTZ have got a chance here at picking up a couple of early rounds.
Listen, all I'm going to say is that at least they're bringing a hard breach. True. I can respect that. That is a decision that I'm happy with. Yeah, it's certainly going to be a challenge for INTZ, but, you know, to be honest, we don't know what it is that they've prepared. Maybe they have predicted the Nomad Jaeger ban, and they have it all mapped out in their head. We simply do not know all of these answers yet, Oliver, and we've got to find out. But I do think it's going to be an upwards climb for INTZ, and I suspect that FURIA feel exceptionally comfortable with the position they're in right now.
It's about whether that confidence is going to get too much. And that's obviously something that could happen. And INTZ are a team that are more than capable of punishing that overconfidence. We see Rare taken out there as first blood. We didn't get to see the circumstances in how he actually fell. INTZ have tried to approach in through the garage, but the utility spread here from FURIA is far and wide. They've actually got a jammer, I believe, on that garage door. Lender looking to try and keep a control of that garage. So a bit of time and a bit of utility expended there. Fantasy pretty much do what he likes here, not having to worry about that Nomad. So he's going to be way off and out there. And INTZ forced into this very thorough full map clear. They've been able to get down into garage open, but aside from that, hasn't really been all too much else that they've been able to accomplish. Nade going to come in, but will get caught out there by the Magnet. Isa's probably got a couple more of those dotted around as well to keep him safe. We could stay on those at the top of those main stairs just outside a fireplace for quite some time. First blood comes in for FURIA as Miracle is able to grab that kill onto VNX, but again an equal 1-for-1 trade, and in fact an advantage here for INTZ. Fantasy now having to pull off quite an impressive clutch, and he won't be able to do so. Vitz, what a round. INTZ, they take round number 1.
Yeah, that was a... that was a really impressive round for Vitz, and the reason I'm laughing is just the surprise in your voice. You come in this Furia fanboy, you're like, oh, look at this. This is going to be crazy for Furia. And then you're like, oh, that was a really good round for Vitz.
Yeah. Like, what do we know? Nothing. That's the answer.
No, that was great. And I did say maybe they had it all up their sleeve. They've just hyper-programmed Vitz to be on a roll today. We'll see if that can continue through for the rest of the game, but certainly a good way for INTZ to start. I do really want to see them give Furia a run for their money, particularly after these really jammy bans that Furia have put in. If they can just knock them down a peg or two, that would be funny to me.
It would. It would be a really big, like, don't underestimate us again. Because we have seen teams underestimate, you know, and it happens pretty much I feel like it happens every stage, Gio, where one of the top dogs will really underestimate a team at the bottom of the table, and the result will be really sort of skewed and flipped, and they just won't perform on the day. Now, that's not to say that's what's going to happen here. We've seen one round so far. We haven't seen a lot of Siege. But it is something that does happen, and we've said it a lot of times. I will continue to say it about LATAM, and that is that there's quality from top to bottom. And anybody can beat anybody on their day. It really just depends on how these teams show up. And it just so happens that the more consistent ones are at the top, but it doesn't mean that you can count teams like INTZ out. See how they choose to approach this round, as they're going to be attacking into the kitchen. Furia have gone, don't want anything to do with bar and stop. I'm going to be, bar and games, excuse me. We're going to be hitting that kitchen site instead.
Bar and stop, now there's a site. On this map, though. Well, we'll see if INTZ can do it again. Again, this is another one of those sites where you really want to be taking control of the upstairs of the site. You can see a lot of those Furia silhouettes just chilling out. There was one caught on the drone too. So INTZ doing well for this intel gathering, coming in through library. Got to make sure that the top floor is pretty clear. Of course, that's why it's a good idea to come in from that side. You don't want to have accidentally left the defender out who comes and, you know, messes you up a little bit later. And these Geminis, well, he managed to ping out the mute jammer before the Gemini got shot. They'll definitely help with the intel that's going to come through. Opening up the office wall as well. Getting control of office is super important because that's, of course, how you get control of the vertical angles into the site below.
Furia seems to be taking a much more passive stance inside this round. Monitor is going to be gathering a little bit of intel on that drone. INTZ is stalling out as well, you know, and they haven't really got the time or the luxury to be able to do so. Time is continuing to tick. There's still a minute left for them to make something happen. Get the impression that Furia aren't really well shepherded around at the moment here, and that's demonstrated there by Fantasy finding two. How does he pick the second? What is going on? INTZ, they're just throwing bodies at him, and he is hitting every single shot. Fantasy had no business finding one, let alone three of those kills. Finally.
Four?
But finally, is he going to find this ace?
5?
What have we just seen?
So what, like, Vitz got was it a 4K in the previous round, and then Fantasy just aced this one?
Well, Fantasy aced that one from, like, everybody knew where he was.
Yeah, but Ollie, didn't I say at the beginning that Fantasy, like, that's the strat. Get rid of him. You can know where he is. Everyone knows where he is, but you still got to get rid of him. That's the strat.
Honestly.
And INTZ didn't do it. They didn't employ the strat. They should have listened to the pre-game segment, which I'm pretty sure is against the rules, but they should have done it anyway.
I believe we've got a replay of the ace, at least the bits that we caught on the... So we can see the first kill comes through, fine. Not really too mad about that. It's more every single kill after that. It's the second and the third and the fact that...
He didn't stray too far from his original position.
He didn't. He was just doing 360s. He was basically on the same sort of 3 meter like square of map, 3 square meters of map, and then just doing 360s, like turning this way, turning that way. It was a very unexpected one. I don't think that anyone would expect Fancy. I mean, you know he's capable, but you've got to give a bit of benefit to INTZ to try and find that kill.
I know this is entirely unfeasible, but I just love the idea that now on each side of this, there's only going to be one player who's picking up the kills. Like, I want to end this with, you know, Vitz is going to have like 30 kills by the end, and Fantasy's going to have like 32 or whatever, and then everyone else on 0.
That'd be nice.
I just think it'd be funny. I don't think that it's going to continue on that way, unfortunately. But it's always nice to start off with a lot of kills. Hornetow takes a ton of damage here. Again, Fantasy. He's going to back off.
My mind is just reeling with like a show match idea of that, where the other 4 people aren't allowed to have guns out. They've just got to walk around with like a pistol, and they can run and they can melee stuff. They can make rotations, but they can't kill anything. And there's only 2 people, 1 person either side. That's like, it's a great idea for a show match, Gio. We need to make it happen. I think it's feasible. I'm not sure how feasible 2 people only getting kills is inside of this game, because it feels as though INTZ going for a very similar approach to what we see FURIA do, and by extension, what we've seen Liquid do in the past. One of the things that makes FURIA so good at Chalet is they play it very similarly to how Liquid plays Chalet, and that is dominating the window play. Now this time it's worked out for INTZ. They've actually been able to snag themselves a kill on that window. Miracle has fallen, a C4 gone with him. And this sort of lack of committing to the site or to the map isn't a bad thing. You can catch so many players out on those rotations, but you have to do something to force the players to move. And that's what Zach's going to be trying to work with now as he moves on through. But again, he's going to have Fantasy to deal with. And we've already seen what he's capable of today. Is he going to find himself 2? Yes, he is. Locking on to heads like it's nothing. The diffuser down as well. The Lion Scam roots him in place, but he takes out Hornetow as well. How does he know he's there? It can't be back-to-back aces in back-to-back rounds. Fancy's thirsting after this next one. He's just decided, you know what? I'm going to guard.
No one else is allowed.
No one else is allowed to get this kill. Fancy has to land it, and he will. He gets a second ace. Back-to-back aces, Gio. We have never seen this before.
I told you it's just going to be him who gets the kills every single round. That's it. Dude, if this goes to 8 rounds, let's say this is a 7-1 game. Fantasy got his first ace on round 2, so we can expect 35 kills from him.
Is that now his expected performance?
35 kills is the expected. That's 7 rounds of aces.
I mean, if you've done it twice, why can't you do it 3 times?
Oh my god. What even is the statistical like this? Just ridiculous. We get
It's just aim trainer.
Oh, and look, it's all on Windows. Told you.
Fancy is literally playing aim labs out here, and everyone else is in like competitive, like everyone else is in a comp match. And Fancy's just like, yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna flick. It's the accuracy as well, because here's something that we can really start to, you know, gas him up now. He's got 2 aces in a row. We know what Fancy's capable of. Currently sitting 10-1, and we're only in round 4. That is nuts in itself. Another thing that is extremely impressive. All right, he's doing it with the Roni. And anyone that knows me knows that I'm a little bit of a skeptic when it comes to that gun. I think it's a great weapon, but I think it's too good. However, something that you've got to bear in mind here. Fancy is getting back-to-back kills with this thing, and he's able to do so because he's landing headshots every single time. It sounds like a small thing, but if you're going to go for multi-kills like that with the Roni when you've got barely any ammunition in the magazine, you need to be going for these headshots. And he's got such good trigger discipline at bang, flick, get the headshot, flick, get the second headshot, safety, reload, and then repeat. I think one of those kills in the back-to-back aces that we've seen hasn't been a headshot. That just goes to show how accurate this guy is, as well as how skilled.
I mean, yeah, you don't even... that is absolutely a really, really good point. But I think even if you were someone who'd never played Siege before, you don't know anything about the Roni, you don't know anything... Just knowing that he hit those shots alone is so impressive.
Unbelievable.
It is so good. I don't know. Well, the problem is now all the pressure is on him to do it again. Oh, he must be bouncing off the walls.
From what you can glean on, like, from his Twitter and stuff, and obviously it's difficult because it's all in Brazilian Portuguese, but I get the impression that he likes the sort of the pressure. You know what I mean? I think he thrives in that sort of a situation. Obviously, we'll see. We'll see how this continues, but I don't know that there's many other players that have done that inside of sort of regular season play. I mean, even at tournaments and stuff. I don't know of anyone that's got back-to-back aces. We'd have to dig through them and find out if it's ever been done before. But it's certainly not something that happens all the time. And I mean, the doubt that must be floating around in the back of INTZ's mind now, knowing that every single one of them has died to him 2 rounds in a row, and that they all could have done something about it. I mean, where do you go from that mentally?
Oh, come on, dude. Gotta hit the shots. The pressure is on now. One thing I do... Oh, no! Oh, he didn't quite land it. I was going to say, one thing I love about the way that he plays is the fact that he's so good at just flipping between these multiple angles. But right now, it's into a popping off. Zach, Vitz, Hornetow getting taken down. But this does not look like a momentum swing in the favor of FURIA.
Really doesn't. Miracle has got a lot of work to do along with Highs, and they're unable to do so. You could be excused at the moment for thinking that FURIA are a one-player team. Because if Fancy isn't getting the kills, these guys are falling apart, Gio.
Oh, hold on. There was one other player who has 1 kill up until this round. I don't remember who it was. So you can't count them out. Come on, Ollie. That's a kill. That's more kills than I get.
I mean, look at Fancy's kills, and then let's start the conversation. It was really nice, you know, that it was Zach that took him out, because Zach is another young gunner who came into the BR6 last stage and has really started to make a bit of a name for himself. The consistency isn't quite there yet, but you can just tell that he's another very talented player, and you can kind of throw him into that same category as like a reset, where you know that in a couple of years' time, they're just going to be incredible. Let's have a look and see who got the... Miracle's got 3, and that's it. So far, Miracle and Fancy are FURIA.
Jesus. That's all I can say. All right, so what? Okay, we're back to kitchen. This was the first Fantasy Ace site.
Was.
And he looks like he's heading on up back to a similar position. He was like guarding down bathroom. Bathroom was his...
Was his bathroom?
Yeah. It was his bathroom. That was his zone. I'm just very curious. I'm just waiting with bated breath. That's why I'm not even really saying much. I'm just like, I just want to see.
To be honest, we just need to lock into Fancy's POV and just keep there until he either starts getting kills or dies. Because that's really what everybody wants to see at this moment in time. It's like, we just want to watch Fancy's POV and just see if he's going to be able to do it again. Not for any other reason than it would just be nice to see a player that gets 3 aces inside of 1 game. But I guess time will tell. INTZ are by no means out of this one. Like, this is still a very winnable game, and I think that FURIA need to start to find a little bit of that confidence from their other players, because, you know, we joke about, you know, Miracle and Fancy being the only 2 players with kills, but 5 rounds into the game, sure, Fancy's had 2 aces, but he didn't have to. You know, he's not had to have that many kills so far. There's been plenty of opportunity for the other guys to get involved as well, and they've just not really been enabled in that same way. So INTZ are doing some things right, and it's about whether they can continue. And who knows, if they're actually able to clear out this top 4 this time, they may see a little bit more success. But at the moment, they're taking a long time to do anything.
Ooh, first kill going to INTZ. Maybe they're going to start pulling things back. It wasn't on the Fantasy, though. Highs hasn't had a single kill just yet, so... And given that he's playing an operator whose utility goes down a little bit earlier, it's not a huge problem either. But Vitz to follow up. At this point, so many of these rounds are so momentum-based. Rare, how did you even get a Hornet out? What are you doing? Oh my goodness, I feel like I'm about to set an expectation and suddenly it's all changing. I was gonna say so many of these rounds have been momentum-based, so you would assume that it would be going towards INTZ purely because of those opening kills, but it's been evened out now already. And Vitz has been a pretty significant player for INTZ so far, so for him to be down isn't great. Fantasy's quite low on health, though, so he's going to be limited for his options.
Miracle will use his last Toxic Babe onto those Solarium stairs, so it's an angle that doesn't really have to be worried about at the moment. Fantasy knows there's still going to be players upstairs. Instead chooses to drop, recognizing that he needs to try and stop this plant from going down, as that's the way that this round is going to be won here by INTZ. Miracle hits the swing, lands the shot, and that's Diffuser down, picks up the second as well. Rare finds his first kill of the game onto Drunks. Not a bad one there. Pick up. Did lock the round in. With the time so low and the Diffuser cold on Solar Stairs, it was very unlikely that INTZ were going to be able to get anything done. But FURIA stand firm and eventually lock it out in another way other than by Fantasy.
They're diversifying. They're bringing new ideas into the team.
And it's good. I was getting a little bit worried, Gio, because the first blood has been something that INTZ is so consistent with.
Yeah.
That FURIA are just not even looking anywhere near in that first engagement. I'm not sure how they're giving themselves away so quickly. We're not always getting to get a clear picture of it. But even that engagement upstairs, Vitz shutting Lender down. It's not an engagement that Lender should win, but it's one that he certainly could.
Could have, yeah. It's the whole converting the first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying in that round. I was like, right, INTZ have had these first 2 kills. I'm fully expecting them to take the rest of the round. So for FURIA to have actually come back, stunted that momentum, and turned it back onto INTZ, that felt like the first round where they actually did that.
Well, let's see if FURIA can come out of this at an advantage or not. They could potentially finish this at a 4-2 split. INTZ have the opportunity to equal things up here as well, so we'll have to see. Master bedroom and office is the site that has been chosen. Not too worried for the side switch. We see the opening kill go in favor. I think that's part of the problem, you know, Gio. Rare is just so aggressive onto that main window. And we saw him the first pick last time in round number 1. I don't think he's been first pick since, but just even putting yourself into that harm's way is a bit of a problem.
Well, he didn't even come away with any damage in that altercation, so I'd say that that's good. That's a good thing. So, yeah, back to Master. Just to bring that one up. Which, again, this was the second Fantasy Ace site. Miracle had a pretty good round in that last round, so maybe we'll see some more of that from him. I think the fact that Rare is still out and about, this is pretty big. But look at all these trades. The shotgun from Miracle. They knew that he was right there and Lender to follow up as well, but it's still back and forth. 2 players remaining. Made that 1 player remaining for INTZ, and it's all on Hornet out.
Who else but Fancy to pick that final kill up? A messy round by all accounts. I think that INTZ really tried to rush that, and FURIA were just ready for them. Miracle has been putting in work with that shotgun. It's back-to-back rounds now that we've seen him get 2 kills just with the shotty. And it really isn't as easy as just lining them up and knocking them down. The timing is crucial. And you could see him getting the kill, dipping away, getting the kill, hitting that repeat, and being very successful with it. A little bit of frustration maybe from INTZ. They've played a very slow and considered attacking phase up until that last round. And they really just tried to rush it. And I'm not entirely sure why. They're sort of slow and steady and in an attempt to win the race has really been working out for them. But in that round at least, they went for something with a little bit more speed, and we all saw how it went. So FURIA will finish their defensive phase with an advantage. 4-2 split. This is where they can really start to reap some of those benefits of the slightly quirkier bans that they threw out. You know, obviously the Nomad ban is something that they took advantage of on the defense, but that Jaeger ban, we see a lot of Jaeger plays from INTZ, and maybe it's going to be enough just to knock a few people off.
Yeah, this one could hurt. Just having a look at the operators that FURIA have brought, there are a lot of nades. There are a lot of nades.
Are there 8 nades, though? This is an important question.
No, there can't be. Because that would be 4 people, in which case you can't have 3 people with flashes. So you got 6 nades.
It's a test every time.
It is. Well, yeah, the thing is 4 plus 3 is 7. There's 2 extra players. There's no one there who, you know, unless they're changing the way that Rainbow Six is played, there aren't 2 other players on the team. So, but they do still have a ton of nades. 6 is a lot of nades. It's especially a lot of nades when you're not going up against any kind of impeding utility.
It really is, and there's a reluctance to play a Wamai, and I'm unsure why, but you would think that a Wamai would be a good pick. First kill going to go traded 1 for 1, as Highs will eventually find something here. That was his first kill of the game so far. He's arguably given himself up, especially on the Flores. Not really got to see too much of use from the drones out of him just yet. Fantasy doesn't want to pop the Aruna gate, doesn't want to give the game away just yet, but there's going to be a bit of information on him. Rare moves through. He's probably going to try and open up that breach. On the Maverick, it would be relatively easy to get something open, although Rare isn't making it look pretty. Certainly potential for nades to come on in as well. Lender, great little fadeaway down onto Hornetown. He may not know it yet, but E1D at least in the root players in spot. Bits, not concerned, goes for the C4. The wall is still being attempted to be opened here. Fancy cleans up kill from earlier on. That would be the one that Lender got down. Rare, what is that? That is the messiest breach I think I've ever seen, Gio.
Tidy that up. Do it again.
It looks like a rhombus.
What's wrong with a rhombus?
Just time consuming to make. Look at the state of it.
It is, yeah, it's a curious one. But yeah, whatever. Let the man live. Oh, Fantasy, you could have let him live. VNX didn't even know. Did not even know. Fantasy's just getting in there. But back onto Miracle. One of those other big players for FURIA. These back and forth. Why are these players from INTZ just showing themselves through lines of sight? That is the 3rd time that has happened in this round. And Fantasy is fully going to take advantage of that.
He's honestly 10 steps ahead every single time. The game sense is incredible, and the information that is obviously being fed is certainly working out for him there. Those last 2 again. You know, there's a degree of he's getting lucky here in this game. There's a degree of this is his game, but he's also in the right place at the right time. It's not every day that you rock up against a smoke and he's actually got a Toxic Babe canister in his hand, but that's the sort of timing that Fantasy's on today. Everything is just working out perfectly, and he's taking full advantage of it. 5-2 scoreline as it currently sits. Another successful round for FURIA. They were in no danger, really, in terms of that last round. They had a lot of things going for them. They had time, they had man count, and a lot of the control. INTZ, where are you going to find ground? That is the question now. You need to start to make something happen, make a little bit of a change. Is it going to come from the basement? That is where they'll be taking us.
You know, it's almost weird to think that this is the first time we've seen the basement in this game, just given how much we saw it last week.
It was all the time, wasn't it?
Teams were digging the basement, dude. They loved it.
Yeah, MIBR were very fond.
Well, we'll see how this one is going to go. Again, it's curious because, you know, Maverick's your only hard breacher. Probably not who I would pick. If I were taking a solo hard breacher, I don't think I would go with the Maverick to be attacking onto the basement. Feels like there's too much that you got to get open, and especially if you want to be getting something like the snow door open, an exothermic charge is always going to be like so much better. But we'll see what they can do with the resources they have. Better than no hard breach.
See how Rare's Rhombus goes this round. What a nade from Fantasy. Goodness. Zach has been taken out of the picture. That extended roam that INTZ are trying to employ, not really working out for them. Miracle has just got the freest intel of his life on the drone, and Vitz hasn't seen it. He's so preoccupied with the hopping. Eventually, does take the drone out. Maybe trying to bait something out there. Hornetal going to be the next player to fall. By the time that FURIA get to side, there is going to be nobody there. With the way that INTZ are giving themselves up on the roam, it really is time to get themselves back down to site. But Drunks is going to try and double down. He says, you know what? They're not going to expect this now. I'm going to make that rotation. I'm going to try and get myself upstairs. I'm going to be the only one to do it, though. VNX and Vitz are both firmly on the site. Drunks may be giving himself away there, but it seems that Highs didn't hear that audio cue. Will root himself in place. Vitz, chance at a Gemini, but he's only going to give himself away by doing so. Drunks eventually going to drop down, or is he still thinking better of it? Desperate to try and waste as much time as possible and give his team a fighting chance here.
I mean, FURIA are looking pretty damn strong at this point. And just because of the nature of the site, it's very big. There are a lot of entrances to it. This is going to be very hard to defend against the full 5 stack when there's just 3 of you remaining. Think of this area. You've got Elbow, you've got Blue, you've got these different staircases. You've got down towards Trench, you've got up towards the main stairs. There's so many players. That was a beautiful shot, though, I have to say. But FURIA coming back in with another 2 just leaves Drunks on his own, and he's upstairs. So he's... I was going to say, he's going to have to reconcile with the staircase, but didn't even get a chance.
I think we always knew that Drunks was going to get caught off-site there. His attitude toward that final sort of half of the round was just, I need to be upstairs, I need to try and waste more time, but there were just too many ways that FURIA could slip on by him. Something else that's worth highlighting inside of that round was just how good FURIA's drones were. They had drones for everything, and I think that's in part one of the reasons why they're able to perform so well here. They just know exactly what is going on at any given moment. 6 rounds to 2 currently for FURIA. They are on that match point. Going to be attacking into bar. Seeing the Dokkaebi brought this time. Speaking of drones as well, just as that replay plays, I think that first kill that Fancy was able to get onto Zach with the nade, more than likely off the back of a drone. Obviously, it's a common spot. It's somewhere that's worth checking. You don't want to check it with a nade, but you'll check it with a drone and then nade it afterwards.
Yeah.
And again, it just goes to show how effective FURIA are at that information exchange, at how and where their drones are placed. And it's really giving them the edge here over INTZ.
Yeah, the way they've used it to support Fantasy as well has just been so good. I mean, the man has a KD of 9 right now.
No drones on defense though, and both of his aces were on defense, so there must have been other things there that were giving him that.
That's very true. That's very true.
Maybe it was
There's still
drones.
time though, Ollie. You got one more round. I mean, in theory, we could have many more rounds, but
I mean, that's like what I said last week when FURIA were playing. Let's see. We'll see how it goes. I believe though. I think there's potentially only one more round here. Certainly, INTZ haven't given us any indication that they're going to be able to really mix things up that much.
I do just want... Ooh, this is messy around the corner. He's going to be backing off. Finally lands the headshot. Nice. And then you worry about the camera. It just makes me wonder, at what point did INTZ start to think, oh man, going to shallow was a bad idea?
Probably round 3.
Yeah.
I think it happened.
Ace number 2?
Yeah, ace number 2. I think it happened fairly early on. I mean, we're on for ace number 3 here because Fancy's found the first one. So, I mean, if there's a will, there's a way, right? He's making that rotation upstairs. His team are all with him. He's got plenty of people that can call out for him here. I guess it all depends on whether anyone from FURIA gets a kill first. That'd really be where the dream does start to die. But we can see INTZ, they're going to be holding on. They're occupying those usual zones with the Flores drones are going to be moving through to remove a lot of that utility, barbed wire, banshees, and shields, but a Toxic Babe canister to cut everything off for the meantime.
Still holding on to position upstairs is Vitz, who has also had a pretty decent game, although he's not on quite a 9 KD. And still with his shield there as well, so that's going to need clearing, and you can see this getting prepared now. Fantasy lobbing the nades down the stairs, but it gets caught in the Wamai disc. Doesn't actually do anything right now. Fitz is trying to hold onto the crossfire, onto the window, but Fantasy just reacts very quickly, gets rid of him, and that's cleared so much space for FURIA.
It's also kill number 2, and now make it 3 as Fantasy is poised and ready for his 3rd ace of the game. He's going to pick up the kill onto VNX, and it's only Drunks that remains. His teammates have got to let him grab this one. Miracle, what are you doing? Miracle steals Fantasy's 3rd ace. I'm sure that he isn't going to mind too much. That is going to be GG. That wraps up the game. 7 rounds to 2. I mean, in my heart, Fantasy got 3 aces. You know, he was 1 kill away. It was like a 5 versus 1. There was the chance to make that happen, but he'll walk away with a guaranteed 2. What a performance. 22 kills, Gio.
What is that?
I've never seen anything like that in the 4.5, however many years it's been that I've been casting Siege. I've never seen a performance like that.
He's so chill as well. He's just like, yeah.
He's the coolest cat in town.
Oh my god.
What a game. What a game. What a result for FURIA. They're going to be extremely happy with that one. I'm sure that we'll get to speak to Twister soon, as Twister is usually their nominated interviewee. But really, you asked Joe if it was going to be a quick one. I said, yep, it's got the potential to be. Then we learn that the map's Chalet, and then we see FURIA play like that. I mean, I know that there was a couple of things that we sort of highlighted and pointed out, but ultimately it was only ever going to one team.
Yeah. I mean, there were actually like points where INTZ were playing really well, but, you know, just, I don't know. It's like you take certain teams to certain maps and you kind of like, why? It's like taking Space Station to Clubhouse back in the day. Do you know what I mean? It's like, why would you do that to yourself? What are you doing? So, probably a lesson learned from INTZ, but definitely fun to watch for both sides.
Yeah. I mean, enjoyable Siege nonetheless, and that's what we aim to bring here. We're going to bring Riley back in here, get him to, you know, have a further conversation about this game, and obviously we've got that interview lined up with FURIA as well.
Jeez, we got our money's worth that round. I tell you what, that was incredible. Gio, the prognosticator extraordinaire here. She said it was going to be all about Windows and about fantasy. And 3 aces. We call it 3 aces. What is it?
Not even told him
2.8 aces.
It's a disaster.
I'm still muted. Oh dear. I made some very.
There we go.
I made some very insightful and interesting.
I believe you. I believe you.
I'm not going to repeat them. Gio. A prognosticator, my friend, a prognosticator extraordinaire. You said it was going to be about Windows. You said it was going to be about fantasy. It was about exactly both of those things. Yeah. Mate, how did you know?
Well, it was a feeling. Actually, you know, I got kind of like passed a little note, like in advance. No, I was in the scrims. No, it was, that's just the way that FURIA have always played on this map. The window play isn't quite the same as it was back in stage 1, where they would just jump in and out of them like crazy people, but they still play so well around them on this map. And of course, fantasy, I don't think I need to say anything about that.
He was so chilled as well, like you said, Ollie. At the end of it, like, when I saw one of his teammates in the camera, I was like, what are you doing, man? Hey, get up and about, let's go. And he's like, it's a day's work for me, 2.8 aces. I mean, I get out of bed for that sort of stuff. It was an incredible performance from him, and one of the things I noticed in one of the games that they lost, that was when Fantasy was the first one to be put down, Ollie. So clearly containing that player would have been key for INTZ to actually get themselves into that game.
Yeah, I mean, Fantasy's had a game that's probably going to go down in the history books today. I think it was 22 kills, which in a 7-2 is pretty unbelievable. In 9 rounds of play to get 22 kills, I'm not sure if we've seen those kind of numbers. We'd have to, you know, really go back and have a good dig, but that's it's some performance. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. An incredible showing from Fantasy, and well done to him. We're going to catch up with FURIA now. Let's have a talk to Twister, I believe, standing by, ready to tell us about what we've just seen and some of the perspectives from some of the players there. Twister, congratulations, mate. What a performance, particularly from your boy Fantasy. My goodness me, almost snagged himself 3 aces.
Hello to everyone. Man, I never seen this in my entire coaching career. As I said, 2 rounds in a row, making an ace on the opponent team, it's unbelievable. When we saw it, we just said, "Man, what are you doing with the server?" Because this boy is really, really good.
I mean, Twister, something that I wanted to sort of ask and sort of say is, were you guys expecting Chalet today? Because we know you to be a very good team on Chalet. That's going to be your 7th win on it in only the last couple of months. Were you kind of surprised that the INTZ took you to Chalet today?
No surprise at all. We were expecting to play Chalet or Clubhouse because it's the only maps that they would be allowed to play against us. Because I know the other coach very well, so we decided to pick Chalet because Clubhouse it's a little bit better for them. So as you saw the results, we got the power in the Chalet that we didn't have against them in the Clubhouse. That's why.
I mean, the bans as well were a little bit weird. As we were sort of laughing at the fact that you guys had banned the Nomad as the attackers, and then obviously the Jaeger ban coming in as well. It was, we thought that you were very, very confident, should we say, with those bans.
I believe that the game sense that we are trying to write in our team history is that you cannot make us play bad or poorly with a ban against us. We want to be known as a team that can play anything with everything and in any situations. We would like to be a team that it's really adaptive to every situation in the games, and I believe that kind of mindset will make us champions someday soon.
I mean, that's a really good attitude to have, I think, and it's been so crazy over the course of this year to see the growth of FURIA. I mean, how do you even just feel about the way the team is compared to like this time last year?
I just can't even compare because we were on a pretty bad situation the last time this year. We were fighting to not go to the relegation spot. We were at the 9th place and the 10th place, so we everything that we were doing in the server and the scrims were not working. So it's really good for everyone and everyone's mindset to see that with hard work and the right way to work as a team, as a group, it really works. Because we were trying this last year, but some pieces of this puzzle were not fitting. So all these 5 boys are amazing and make all my job and all the Kizzy, our assistant coach, job easier. And the results are just the result of all of this.
Well, the results today speak for themselves. Twister, congratulations, a great win, and you'll have to pass on our best to Fantasy as well because he played his absolute guts out. Thanks very much for joining us there, Twister.
Thank you everyone.
Well, we're going to give you a chance to catch your breath after that round there. That was incredible. We're going to take a quick break, everyone, and get set up for our next match, which of course is coming your way very shortly. It's the one that we've been looking for, Team 1 versus FaZe. These are 2 teams doing exceptionally big things at the moment in the BR6. We look forward to seeing what happens when they get stuck in head-to-head. So stick around, everyone. We'll be back with more Rainbow Six Siege after this.
Parece una santa, pero en la disco tremenda mujer. Poca ropa y calor, son curvas que dan ardor. No le eche la culpa a las luces al dragón ni tampoco al sol. No me tagues en tus historias que se van a enterar. Y estás conmigo y tus amigas se van a interesar. Me piden más. Estamos prendidos como el sol.
Both FaZe and Team 1 no longer need to worry about qualifying for the Copa Elite 6, as both teams' places are statistically guaranteed. But this match has its own attraction. This will be the 6th time the teams will face off in 2021. A number of conflicts that, by the way, have created a certain rivalry.
Acho que não cria uma rivalidade assim maior, acho que é muito brincadeira mesmo. O alemão gosta bastante da gente, o alemão curte bastante também nossa organização, né? Bastante fã da FaZe Clan. A gente leva tudo na brincadeira, claro que algumas farpinhas ali às vezes apimenta um pouco, mas tudo tranquilo.
It has not always been Alamo who decided to throw fuel on the flames surrounding these teams. This role was taken up by Levy, one of Team 1's highlight machines this season and the MVP of the Mexico Major.
Eu acho que o último confronto contra eles foi na Elite 6, foi 7-4 pra gente. Foi um jogo muito fácil pra gente, porque a gente sabia tudo que eles iam fazer. Eles não mudaram nada, impuseram o ritmo de jogo deles e a gente só chegou, acabou com eles e comemorou a vitória.
O último jogo nosso contra a T1 foi um jogo ali bem pegado, a gente já esperava esse mapa litoral, que é o mapa que a gente enfrentou eles no Invitational. Felizmente para nós, eles se adaptaram melhor ali, eles tiveram leituras melhores e se prepararam melhor para esse jogo, para esse mapa e garantiram o resultado que foi diferente do Invitational, né, que foi quando a gente ganhou deles lá no último confronto.
As FaZe's coach remembered well, before their series in the second Copa Elite 6, the team had a very disputed match in the group stage of SI. However, in stage 2 of the Brazil division, the 3 points were snatched up by Team 1, who overcame FaZe 7-3, showing that the winning and the losing sides can and have changed sides easily. For today's confrontation, however, the expectations are somewhere different.
O jogo de hoje contra a FaZe não vai ser tão diferente, eles vão mudar na line, então acho que o estilo de jogo deles não vai mudar nada. Eles não sabem o segredo para ganhar, então acho que vai ser um jogo bem fácil.
Acho que vai ser um jogo pegado, vai ser um jogo bom para os dois lados, como sempre é com eles. Seja um jogo bom e vamos dar nosso melhor para garantir essa vitória aí.
Is a new rivalry taking form in the Brazilian scene? Will Levy's confidence help Team 1 take home another victory, or will Ramelos avenge their defeat in the Copa Elite 6? There's only one way to find out, coming up next in the match between Team 1 and FaZe Clan.
Welcome back to live coverage of the BR6 Friday night, joined by Gio and Ollie here as we head towards our third match of Playday number 7 here. And this is the one that I think many people have been waiting for. These are two teams that are right up the top of the standings for stage number 3. Two teams, Gio, that seem to, at this point, locked up their spot at the LATAM League finals. This isn't 100% guaranteed, and I don't want to be the person who floats around on the Twitch clips being like, oh, he's the one who said it, but we are expecting that these two will probably make an appearance at the Copa Elite 6.
I think if Team 1 and FaZe Clan did not show up at the Copa Elite 6, we'd be very surprised. I think FaZe Clan are already locked in, if I'm not mistaken, but Team 1 have still got to get themselves in. If they perform like they did last week, they're going to be totally fine. If they perform like they did in Mexico, they're going to be totally fine. I think regardless, they're going to be totally fine. So we know that this is a game of two very heavy hitters. FaZe Clan had a lot of problems in stage 2. They just needed to clean themselves up. They've picked themselves up. They've come in really strong this stage. Team 1 obviously looking fantastic. I genuinely don't know who is the favorite in this game, and I think that's what makes it so exciting.
It's really tough to say, particularly when you look at the results from last week. Last week we had FaZe beating Ninjas in Pajamas 7-4. Okay, so a pretty good result for them there. But then on the other side of things, Team 1 went 7-1 against Santos, but 8-7 against MIBR. So a little bit of feast and famine, a little bit very hot and well, not hot and cold, but I guess hot and warm, Ollie, maybe with these two, because those two results were about as far away from each other as it's possible to get.
Yeah, they really were. And I think there was a little bit of a surprise, honestly, in terms of how that first game went. I don't think they were expecting MIBR to sort of give that much of a fight. But it was a really close game. It was one of the first games that we'd actually seen on a map that's been reintroduced into the pool, which is Bank.
Well, speaking of maps, let's have a look, Ollie, at what we're going to see here when we head into our third match. We can look at the map bans and see where this one is going to be played. Clubhouse, the first ban. Shall I also go and talk us through what we're seeing here, Ollie?
Well, I mean, with both of these teams being qualified into Copa Elite 6, there could be an argument to say, let's not show anything, let's not give anything away. With the way that these bans are going, we've got an Oregon left or a Bank, so we will actually be going back to Bank here.
Back to Bank.
That's a decision that FaZe are making. So, could be a sort of scenario that where FaZe are like, well, you know what, we're not planning on playing a lot of Bank come Copa Elite 6. We're going to be, you know, just leaning into maps that we know. Or they could be saying, no, you know what, we want to prove that we're the best. We want to beat everyone. We don't really care what's coming up. We're not trying to hide anything. We're going to go to Bank. We haven't seen FaZe play this map yet, whereas we have seen Team 1 play it. We mentioned that earlier on. They played it against MIBR, and they've also played it against INTZ as well. Obviously, they got the win over MIBR narrowly. They did get the win over INTZ as well. It was a little bit more of a clear-cut affair. But in terms of FaZe, I'm relatively surprised to see them on this map. I think it's probably a strange time for them bringing it out, and it's sort of... I question their motive behind it, I think.
Well, Gio, you very accurately predicted what we were going to see in the last round, where we saw Fantasy just absolutely go to 10 and pants the opposition there. What are we going to see this time as we head to Bank between these two players? It's tough to call a favorite, but what are your expectations?
I mean, I guess I'm just going to have to say Alamau on Nook. I want to see it again. I want to see it work against FaZe and see if they can get past them.
All right, well, looks like we're ready to get stuck in, so let's head down to Bank here. These two titans of the BR6 getting stuck in. Team 1 versus FaZe. Who will it be? We'll find out with Gio and Ollie.
Thank you, Riley. We're ready for our third game. We are going to be headed to Bank. We do have Team 1 and FaZe. Wasn't expecting to end up here for this matchup. FaZe may have done their homework, and it seems like they have. You guys have just come out of the fly-through, but you were greeted by a Nook ban and an R from Gio, which can only mean one thing. FaZe, they have said, yep, we are here for a reason. And we know how you like to play it.
They saw that game. They're like, absolutely not.
No, sir. Not today, Mr. Alamau. For anyone that's wondering what we're referencing here, Alamau was a big problem on the Nook in the MIBR game. And without it, there's an argument to say, would Team 1 have won at all, with it being an 8-7? Something that Alamau put to extremely good use. One thing that has done, Gio, and it's a conversation that we've had a couple of times now, is it frees up one of those attacker bans, which is usually reserved for a Thatcher and a Hibana on this map. Now that the Hibana is available and the Cade is banned, are we just going to see another no basement Bank?
Quite possibly. You know, even when, the second game that we saw on Bank last week, and I'm so sorry, I don't remember actually who was playing on it, just off the top of my head, but we did see the bans go in a way that would lead us to believe that we would see more basement, and I don't think we did. You know, I think that the basement still seems to be a contentious one, but this would certainly lead me to believe that Basement's not going to be a very popular pick for the defenders, just because the ease with which teams will be able to actually access the site itself is going to be significantly raised.
Yeah, the bans for Team 1 have changed a little bit since last week when they played Basement. They typically like to ban the Thatcher and the Cade, and if the opposing team bans the Thatcher, they'll ban the Jackal. So it was really only ever going to be on FaZe as to whether they removed the Hibana or not. But FaZe are a team that are happy to go for that direct counter. And that's one of the things that I really love about the interviews that we get, Gio, is that the teams are just so honest in like, well, we knew that they were going to do this, or yeah, well, we knew we were going to play there because they played it last week, and so we just countered it and decided to play in there. And they're just so happy to say, like, when something has worked out for them, and when they've actually been able to get that counter play off. So I anticipate FaZe to be coming in here with a full knowledge of how Team 1's games last week went on this map. and multiple ideas on how they want to try and deal with it.
I mean, I'm just really excited because of this fact that we haven't seen FaZe Clan play on this map just yet. So FaZe have always had this really creative, borderline crazy way of doing things. I want to know if that's something that they're going to be sticking to on Bank, or if they're going to play a little bit more standard. It doesn't look here like they've got anything lined up that's all too crazy. One thing that Team 1 did really well when they played against MIBR was just being able to get in at times where they went unnoticed by MIBR. So I want FaZe Clan to remain vigilant. I think that if they just let it slip even slightly, Team 1 will get in through those cracks, and it'll be very hard for FaZe Clan to be able to pull that back.
A lot of Team 1's set plays were really good, and you mentioned there about players getting in undetected. In some instances, that was people that were actually trying to get the plant down. That was Levy, you know, when he was hopping in through the rappel, and that's very similar to the same setup that we're looking to see now. Nade will come through onto Souls. There was a bit of information onto him. Cyber gets chunked down as well, and KDS is actually going to finish Bullet off with a grenade. Mirror there will fall. FaZe need a response for the pressure that's coming in on the windows. They're not able to get down into the main lobby to challenge directly onto it, but there's currently 3 players from Team 1 that are going to be on this rappel. Last week, we saw Levy more than happy to just hop himself on in and try and get the plant down. This time, there's a little bit more consideration going, especially into what's going on in and around Janitor. Alamau, he's able to take down Souls as he moves on through, but will be traded. Cameraman comes in there pretty clutch. Plants is going to start to be attempted. Astro shuts Levy down. The diffuser is now going to be cold, and the toxic vape canisters are going to be cutting off any further access, but kills continue to come in here for Team 1. KDS and Neskin find one apiece. 45 seconds left to play. Cameraman, the narrow shot to land. He goes for the shotgun, but will fall. Neskin able to pre-fire on through, and I mean, it was a narrow angle for Cameraman. It was a narrow angle for Neskin. He's threaded the eye of a needle there. Team 1, not exactly in the same fashion as we saw last week, but there's a lot of similarities to be drawn.
They're looking very comfortable. They're looking good, but I think the FaZe Clan will probably need a couple of rounds to just kind of get into the swing of it anyway. Obviously, they will have been scrimming this map. It's not like this is the first time they've touched the map in however many years, but it's different when you're in the actual environment. Now, Ollie, interesting thing here. We were discussing, are these teams going to be put off of going down into the basement because of the ban situation? But it looks like FaZe Clan are going to be going down there.
It certainly does. Now, some of the reasons why you may not want to go down to the basement include the fact that there is a Hibana. There is also other hard breach available, which doesn't really start to become too much of a problem. Obviously, Maverick's a thing, but you're really looking toward that Hibana for the hatches. There isn't Cade. That has been removed by Team 1. So, you've not really got any significant way of holding onto those hatches. And as such, the setup that we're seeing from FaZe is going to be a fairly extended one. Souls actually opened one of the hatches open himself in open area. And I'm sure that the other hatches are going to get opened as well. It does leave you very vulnerable. Your roam has to be successful. There are no real options for this now not to work. But a lot of setup has gone in ahead of it. So, Team 1 need to be cautious of that. But they've essentially just got a full map clear to do.
Gonna take some time. Thanks, a pretty chunky map.
It is.
This was one of the things as well that we spoke about before with this map, particularly when you're going on these clears, is that because it's so big, if you lose someone who's over doing some kind of roam clear, you can't really shift your resources about to make up for that. So there have been times where roamers have been left out and about because an attacking team can't justify going and sending an extra person to deal with them. It's a problem that that MIBR had playing against Team 1 quite a bit last week, actually, and that's how Alamau was able to get a lot of stuff done. He would kill off this one roam clearer, and they wouldn't send anyone else to deal with it. So it could be different on Team 1's side. Bullet being able to get that kill right before that nade hit him, that was really nice. That becomes a meaningful trade straight up from that.
That might be one of the best kills we've seen so far this stage, just for how much it meant in terms of making sure that you were traded. Obviously removing KDS, a player that's already popped off in round number 1. Bullet doing his job there. Half the round has now gone. Don't forget, when these hatches are left open, there's not really too much that's guaranteed about the setup. You know, you don't really know what you're going to be dealing with when you do start to try and push these players out like Astro. So there's a mirror window there. Yeah, we've seen mirror played there before, but you don't know that that's going to be the case. So it really does slow down that information gathering. And the hatch being open is pretty much a moot point from here on out because FaZe can use them themselves to make drops. Now, we have seen Alamau make his way into that elevator area. Cameraman just on the other side of the wall. This is going to be the first fall, but the trade comes in. Souls, ever consistent. He's going to be able to find that as a 1-for-1. So, 3 versus 3, 45 seconds. Hatch is now open, which isn't too much of a problem, but still, Team 1 have to try and get on in there. They have to try and make a plant work here.
Oh, straight to server. That was a unfortunate misjudgment, but Cyber ready with the trade. Something FaZe Clan been doing pretty well today, I will say, so far in this game. He eventually gets taken down, at least Soul's on his own, and it's not too much work for Team 1 to get rid of him. So Team 1 taking their second round, but I can't say that it was as fast as maybe we would have expected, given the Hibana and Kaid situation.
Yeah, I think that the roam worked really well, and the fact that that came down to a 3 versus 3, and the first kill that comes after that is in the servers, and it goes toward FaZe, it's a little bit of a problem that FaZe lose that, in all honesty. I think that's one that they'll really look back and maybe kick themselves over, because roam was successful. They did a great job of wasting a lot of time, but they just weren't able to clutch when it really mattered in those dying few stages. There's an argument to say they could have wasted more time. And there's an argument to say they maybe should have just threatened a little bit more on that roam, as well as waste the time. Maybe just try and soak up a little bit more of that utility and a little bit more of that time. But so far, they're struggling for a round. In 1-2 rounds to 0. Already looking like a pretty well accomplished team on bank, regardless of side. As this is, you know, them being in the lead is a trend that we've seen on this map so far across the week.
Yep, they are doing pretty well. FaZe Clan moving over to open area. Looks like they're going for an extension, which doesn't really surprise me at all. But you look at something like the Alibi, the Castle combined together. They're looking to extend. And to be honest, by all means, the roam on that last round, as we discussed, went pretty well. So why shouldn't they want to do it going forward? And I think with this kind of a site anyway, so much of mitigating an attacker presence on this site will involve just preventing them from reaching the site in the first place. There's only really one place you really need to breach onto this site. And of course, because it's a relatively big site, it's very open. You don't really want everybody just turtling in on it. Because you just give so much room and so much access to the attackers around it. FaZe Clan did really well for the trades in that last round. It was when we got more towards the end of the round and they just didn't have enough to hold Team 1 back. I think they need a slightly stronger mid-round here. Maybe turn some of those trades into net kills for them. And that could change that momentum.
Another thing about the Hibana being available is that you get that long line of sight open as well from the main lobby rappel all the way through. You can either open up down and bottom of elevators and the bottom of main stairs, or you can open up the top of elevators and the top of those main stairs. Cameraman, outside of the garage. An old school peak, if ever you've seen one. But he does know that there's a player out there on the rappel, but with the instant indicator, it's going to be very difficult to do anything about that in terms of a run out. Mainly just trying to give Levy something to think about, I would imagine. Team 1 have a fairly slow approach, all things considered here. But this is a trademark of how they like to play bank. Do tend to take their time, And without the ability to send Alamau in undetected, it can be very difficult for them to try and make anything happen. There is control now that's started to be gained inside of Archives and Tellers. Neskin, he's the first to fall. Cyber drops the hatch and gets himself away. Manages to move through that rotation as well, but Lagonis is able to open up the wall on into sight. So with the increasing pressure on this north side, now maybe time for FaZe to turn their heads.
Going under the castle barricade. Can't quite see any angles to snap at just yet. Lagonis trying to get a really tight angle onto it. There's one down, another one. There's going to be KDS, but the nade again. We've got these trades constantly coming out, and there was a kill after death, a posthumous kill for KDS, so that's a nice one. Levy just trying to flash out, doing his due diligence, knowing that Cyber's just behind the door. Maybe Team 1 can overwhelm FaZe here, but there's only 10 seconds left.
Not a lot of time for Team 1 to do anything, really. Lagonis is going to find one before being shut down. Alamau picks up another. 3 seconds left on the clock, and Astro has woken up. He arrived at the party, and he did enough to keep Team 1 from planting that diffuser. We can see it cold on the ground there in the final kill cam in the hands of Lagonis. Unable to move on through. Found one, but wasn't able to pick the second up. I think it's a very well-deserved round for FaZe. They certainly could be 2-1 themselves now had that basement gone any better. But instead, they're taking it back up onto that top floor. I tell you what, Joe, teams need to come up with something that helps them deal with that pressure on the rappel, because Team 1 are just too good at attacking this site.
Oh, they are. They are.
I hope I eat my words. I hope that there's something that comes out now that FaZe bring where I just eat my words. But I don't know what you do to target that north rappel.
Just... yeah, that's my suggestion. Just... dot.
Hope they go for a CEO take. Hope they go for a square stairs take.
Like, I guess you could use a castle and just be like, no windows for you. But that's not going to be an option.
It's just very effective, I think, and the Team 1, they tend to tick every box in doing so. They'll have somebody inside of that main lobby. They'll have someone at the main door, and...
well, that's the thing as well, right? Is like when you've got other attackers down there, it's hard to go for like a run out.
Yeah.
Where are you going to do it from? How are you going to guarantee your own safety? You can't.
Maybe you get vertical angles from below, like open up the bottom of the window, just underneath the window, and play downstairs in Archives and Tellers.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, don't forget, we've seen this so many times now that we've had a long time to think about it. So we should really have an answer.
It's true. Because, of course, we are coaches.
Exactly. We're professionals.
Well, we'll see if FaZe Clan can actually do all that much against it. Hey, what do you know? There's some windows breaking.
Alamau on the entry as well. That's... even on the Twitch, he's pretty deadly. He's not at the same level of impact this time. He's only 3-3, but still, you just get a little bit worried for any straggler on FaZe. You don't want to be the sort of weak link that's lagging behind.
On all of their cameras, it's just so quiet. You can tell they're just waiting to see what's going to happen. The X-Kairos pellets have been put out, so that's going to give them some idea. I'm out again, playing downstairs. You'd end up catching someone out from behind.
Probably one of the quietest games of rounds of Siege, I say, that I've ever seen. Like, it's eerily quiet. I think it speaks to Bank being quite a big map. And as if by magic we get a mute bug. That's just brilliant. Honestly, that is really like the cherry.
Adds to the suspense, dude.
It's the cherry on the cake. We've just been saying how it's a quiet round, and now we can't hear anything anyway. But KDS, he's picked up a couple of kills inside of this round. Very short-lived. Fortunately, a drone did get shot, so that was just a bit of a bullet there, and we can get ready for this final minute as an execute. Bullet gets downed in process as he's hopping on over. Another kill that's going to go unresponded here. Souls sitting at the top of elevators. Astro, he's just had the kitchen sink thrown at him, but he's not in a position to try and move on out. And as such, the plant will likely go down. But no, Astro, he makes it land. He takes down Lagonis. There's still a long time to try and hold off for. And Souls, you're going to have to start landing shots shortly. Astro will be taken out on the drop. Souls, not long after, the previously downed player in Bullet falls as well. A quick, sharp execute from Team 1.
So I guess they didn't find out a way to effectively deal with it. And because it was so quiet for so long as well, you could tell FaZe Clan, they were watching all of these different potential avenues of ingress. Could they be coming in through here? Could they be coming in through here? And there was just no information to hand off. And again, they didn't have anyone really placed downstairs. So when Alaman's downstairs and he's playing around down there, who is there to deal with him? No one.
Tough round, really, for FaZe, as you just get the feeling that it's very difficult, because typically attacking teams will attack the defense that's set up, and defenders can more than often set the pace. But when there's windows that lead directly into sight, it's very difficult then as a defender to orchestrate that how those attackers are going to play, because they're going to target the windows. It's the path of least resistance. So FaZe need to set up in that instance for whatever attack is coming their way. And that's just not something that we're really seeing them do. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult to deal with. And as such, we've switched off and we're back downstairs in the basement. This was a round that could have been a success for FaZe had they just been able to win out that 3 versus 3. They did a really good job on the roam, but it was really at the end of the round where things started to fall apart. Now, this time they've actually gone for a bit more of a reinforced approach. They've reinforced a couple of those hatches instead of leaving them soft. And I kind of worry, because it's just going to give even more time over toward Team 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well, just given the fact they brought an Oryx. I heard he doesn't do that well with reinforced hatches.
No, I think it'd probably be a little bit of a problem, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so I'm very intrigued to see where Bullet's going to be playing that. It could be that he's playing upstairs instead, and they've left some hatches open there. But I can't see a silhouette. I guess we'll find out. We'll find out at some point. But it is somewhat antithetical to the idea that they're trying to go for here. Who knows? You can tell that FaZe Clan really do want to be leaning into the idea of a roam, though. Soul's playing very close up on the blue stairs. You can see he's being pinged out as well. Trying to get some information there. Cyber has managed to take one of the drones, and we did get a look of where Bullet is there as well. So he's actually over in the vault itself.
Nerves of steel from Souls there. I think a lot of people would have panic sprayed onto that Iana clone, but
oh yeah,
playing this in a very unusual manner. Doesn't have the shield. Instead, just trying to hold it off with barbed wire, and the ADSs are actually placed quite deep. That's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with as well. A C4 flies up from Cameraman, but it's shot out before it can be detonated. He's really investing in holding on to that server. A lot of information going either way here. Souls still poised, ready to strike. He's got a Toxic Wave 3 placed, but Cameraman lands the shot onto Neskin. Cameraman actually the player with the deployable shield inside of the server, so nice little position that he finds himself in there. Bullet takes out Lagonis. The nade does come through. How does Cameraman keep himself alive there? Takes half damage. Another kill here from Cyber. Very well could be a flawless. Strange to see, given the circumstances that we're in, and the fact that Team Ward have just solely focused on that server hatch when really they didn't need to. They could have gone for other options. Finally, KDS picks up a kill. With only 18 seconds left, it's looking like it could be a little bit too late. Levy, approaching through the garage, has the option to move on through into sight, but the diffuser now being called on main stairs is the final nail in the coffin of this round. Levy may find a couple of impactless frags here if FaZe give themselves up, but ultimately it's a round that goes to FaZe.
There we go, that's nice, that's some improvement. I think if you can just make it really hard for Team 1 to have the opportunities to move forward like they did in that round, then that's probably going to be a decent win condition for you. So they can move forward into the open area, which FaZe actually did win last time as well. So this could be an opportunity for them to even things out of the half. Maybe not, like maybe a will change. I'm not sure. The Hibana and the Thermite both going to be employed here.
There's a very good chance that this goes 3-3. Which then again...
It really could.
It starts to then again raise another interesting question in terms of how have Team 1 not been able to take more advantage of that basement. You know, they've won upstairs twice, which is fair enough. We know that they've got a nice little pocket strat for that. But that last round attacking into the basement, that was like classic Team C problem, Team Funnel on problem. Like, they just could have gone any number of other ways and it would have gone a lot better for them.
I'm curious to see what Team 1 do here, because I think, yeah, that's one of the things that kind of works against them, right? Is if you waste their time enough and you really take them to the wire on that, then it's really difficult for them to be able to actually get the execute in the way that they want. Whereas if you give Team 1 space, you give them some opening engagements, they have so much room and so much time to just do with what they want. I think that's why FaZe, they really like these roam ideas that they're going for, because you can just rub that time down. It makes Team 1 seem far less scary.
Souls has been chunked down pretty significantly there. A little bit of a pre-fire. Just getting caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. Shouldn't be too concerned. We'll be, no doubt, finding a corner of the site to sit in, ensuring that his cameras are pointed in the right direction, and loading that out, getting himself set up, ready to go. Cameraman with the extension into tellers. Astro's a really big player in the previous round. He pretty much stayed inside of open area and was able to win a couple of really crucial engagements there. Again, a lot of players that Team 1 need to try and root out. Sound of the X-Kairos going off. We know that the angle is going to be getting opened, but this time it's predicted. Levy is actually chunked. Takes a lot of damage there. He's ready now in case anybody does try to swing, and he can almost hold cameraman in the elevator. It's a difficult shot to hit, but can certainly put a couple of warning shots down that way.
Well, we got to the halfway point and everyone's still alive. It was a bit weird. Not sure I like that. And hold on to the long angle down through this breached opening with the Hibana pellet. Gemini is going to be seeking out some of those players. You can see cameraman, as you mentioned, isn't too far away. It's just some patience that's got to be exhibited here by Team 1. Problem is, if you're cameraman, you're kind of stuck. If you see someone, you have to get that kill, otherwise you're going to be taken down, and you can't exactly move out of your position because of where Levy is holding to.
Not an ideal spot for cameraman to be in, really, but he's still a problem that needs to be dealt with, and as the time runs on, you can see Levy now forced into making that rotation. First blood has been found. That one now shuts down Cyber, and the vertical angles can start to be opened up here. Astro being given yet another thing to think about. The site is stacked with players for FaZe. The breach won't be successful. Impact trick in onto the wall. That's significantly going to slow things down now. Bullet, did he get that mute jammer placed in time? Unsure if it'll matter or not. KDS has found the kill on Souls as more kills do start to fly on through. Astro gets caught flat-footed there. Looks as though he's pretending to be one of his clones. Neskin picks up the final kill. Cameraman did make it out of the elevators and he did find a kill, but it didn't matter. Everything else had already fallen down around his teammates' ears. And we see Team 1 end that first phase 4 rounds to 2.
I think part of the reason why he was able to get out is because by that point, everyone from Team 1 had convened to actually execute onto the site. So he just played it patient there and managed to get out eventually. But as you say, it wasn't quite enough. And Alamal being quite, you know, just all in that final engagement certainly helped and took a lot of those players and FaZe Clan by surprise. They went in very aggressively. Exactly what you would expect from Alamal. Now, Team 1, who are going to be on the defense now. Having a look at what they're bringing. So, you know, the Bandits, very kind of classic and old school for this site. Curious with the Warden, since there's, okay, I guess there's a bit of smoke that's being brought. Not a ton, but I guess Team 1 expecting him to maybe, I don't know, go in for a smoke plant, something like that. You do, of course, also have the shield. So they're going to be playing with 3 shields, which is quite a hefty number.
I think there's a chance that we see Warden be a little bit more popular as well, given how effective stuns are now. Maybe that's something that players are starting to factor into the Warden pick. We'll have to see if it has a significant use inside of this round, or if it is just something that Levy and the team have opted to do. But again, three shields. He gives them something to play from. Now, which team is better prepared here? Because it already looks as though Team 1 know exactly where FaZe are going to be coming in. Alamau is hidden in the corner there and has taken a freebie onto Bullet. KDS has been droned out and taken out by Astro. Both of these teams had ideas of where specific entry was going to be made. Both of them have attempted to counter, and both of them have paid the price. FaZe have lost Bullet, KDS has been lost off Team 1.
Pretty brutal. Angles can be held down through the floor, however. I suppose one thing that you can say about KDS going down is, again, you know, Bandit's one of those operators who you use his utility very early. You don't need to touch it. I mean, when Thatcher has been banned, you don't need to touch it. Because you're not going to try and do any juggling to Bandit trick. So, as far as utility loss, could be worse if you're Team 1. You know, if it had been Lagonis who'd been taken down, yeah, that's a bit of a serious thing.
Yeah, for sure. And I think FaZe have maybe felt the blow there, given that both of the grenades have been lost now as well. It's going to make it even more difficult to try and push these players out. Lagonis, great vertical angle there. Immediately ready if he gets pushed inside of Janitor. Souls on the rappel along with Astro now, trying to recreate some of those successes we saw Team 1 have. It's so far, by far and away, the most popular way to attack onto this side. Get onto the rappel and try and really force the players out. But you've not got anything else going for you. The rappel alone is not always enough. 50 seconds left and still information to be gathered here for FaZe. Astro able to move through, pings out the shield and the man behind it. Cameraman could make a rotation. It's going to be either Spiral or main stairs. Neither one is easier than the other at the moment. Levy going to be stunned out, getting caught outside of his glasses, and Cameraman's going to punish him for it. Soul Plant is now starting to go down as 2 players for Team 1 make that rotation back up onto site, but Lagonis has been forced on out, and the plan will be successful. Toxic Babe Canister is going to cut off any sort of rotation back into the site briefly. Neskin, the Souls are going to be holding from inside along with Cameraman. Nobody at the moment has got themselves outside onto the rappel. Lagonis tempted for a jump out. Neskin looking to try and assess the scene and see if there's anything that he can do. Gets a glimpse and a couple of tracer rounds fired on in. But FaZe Clan are making great use of some of the utility that has been set up here by the defenders, and Lagonis is going to get chunked down for it. Gets a visual onto the diffuser, but Souls is there to shut him down. Alamau with the jump out, but it's too little too late. Still a 2 versus 1, effectively 2 versus 1 now, but we are way past 7 seconds. FaZe have managed to secure this round number 7. Great plant and a great post.
And they did make use of the smokes, and the fact that Levy was down did not help with Team 1's predicament that they were in there, because they didn't have access to that Warden who would have been able to help them through it. And yeah, great post plant, as you say, positions so good to just not hand themselves over to Team 1. One thing that actually I feel like I should have mentioned at the start that we didn't talk about that much is this choice to take the 0. Right? It's given them so much more information. And think of the way that FaZe Clan were playing on their defense. They had those yokais They had the Mozzie, and they were actually taking a number of the drones off of Team 1. They were relying on the visual information so much. So you bring a Zero, that actually makes perfect sense. There's all these extra cameras with your Arguses. You can use them to know where the the movements of Team 1 are going to be. They know that Team 1 like to send players, particularly someone like Alamau, out and about and go on these routes that can't be tracked by teams, especially once they've lost a player or two. So FaZe Clan have had that information available to them purely through choosing to bring the Zero alongside everyone else as well. And actually, this choice to bring Jackal too is extremely interesting because it's kind of along the same line, right? It's going to be so hard for Team 1 to get past FaZe Clan and worm their way out of their knowledge because FaZe Clan are tracking every single part of this map.
It's a really good point you bring up. I like it. I think it explains the deep information that FaZe are able to get, and what I mean by that is they're actually able to get through the site. We saw a couple of times firing the Argus cams in through toward Janitor, and it really provided them everything that they needed. So Team 1 falling foul of that same site that they too are so good at. Another really nice change was that we didn't see everyone from FaZe jump out onto the rappel straight away, because that would have been too predictable, and you would have got a player like Alamau deal with that. So it was a very well considered post, but they've got a bit of a ways to go. They still lag behind by 1 round. We are seeing a site change. We're seeing open area this time be chosen by Team 1, looking to maintain that lead here and not give another chance over toward the attackers on that top floor. It's probably not going to be a long time, Gio, until we just don't see that top floor played by the defenders, because
I know.
we just haven't seen it. I can't remember a defending side that have actually won up there yet. But maybe
Just holding on to the past.
they really are. But then again, if the defending teams can't win basement and they can't win top floor, then they're not left with that many options.
Yeah, they've got to go with something at some point, I guess. Well, they don't have to worry about it in this round at the very least. Cyber just looking down the hallway. Oh, Lagonis. You might find yourself a little bit surrounded here, my dude. The nade's going to be coming in. He was getting the shotgun ready. It's actually KDS to get the first kill, and Lagonis seems to have just avoided fate for now.
Has everyone on the side of FaZe just forgotten that Lagonis exists? Or do they just think, now there can't be anybody possibly in there? They really would have given themselves away, but I don't know. The patient game that Lagonis is playing now is proving very valuable. Astro, you're crazy. That hole has literally just been open for a C4. He's just going to hop on straight through. Does manage to juke the C4 out eventually. Can he land any significant shots here? A little bit of rubble getting in his way, just a little bit, but kills do start to come in. And they do come in for FaZe. It levels things out. Cameraman picks up one onto KDS as well. It isn't pretty. It's pretty scrappy, if anything, but 2 versus 2. Lagonis, the next to be traded. Everything going as a 1-for-1 here. And Alamau left in the disadvantaged situation. 2 versus 1. Now a 1v1. Alamau, you can never count him out here. The diffuser has been recovered. But Alamau's going to wait. He maybe has some info, but oh no, the Inox from the Jackal. It's going to be huge. Alamau's going to get caught out here. The plant could very well go down. It's at least being baited. The plant will be attempted again. That is the last ping from the Jackal. Obviously, Cyber still knows roughly where he's going to be coming in from, but is it the other side of the wall? It is planted on the other side. The plant is now successful. Cyber, is he going to aggress onto this? Pre-fires a little bit, but doesn't want to get too overly aggressive. The onus really is on Alamau to make something happen. The C4 comes in. Alamau pops up his head. Who lands first? It's Cyber! He hits his shots and secures the round.
Oh, I was actually holding my breath. It's just the constant backwards and forwards around the wall. The C4 comes out. He wants to open the line of sight, but you still don't actually know where Cyber is. Oh my god. Clearly that choice to bring the Jackal as well was a good one. Even if just for that ending.
Just for that, yeah.
Just so he knew Alamau was far away enough that he could get in with the plant. And then just the little do-si-do around the wall.
It was a really good 1v1 from Cyber for that exact reason. The fact that he tracked Alamau was the entire reason, because Alamau is one of the best players in a clutch. Like, he is unflappable. But if you know where he is, if you've got an Inox ping on him, he can't do anything. And that's demonstrated right there. Alamar pushes in. Oh, guess what? Cyber comes off the plant. Alamar doesn't push in. Guess what? Cyber plants. Like, there is no way of winning that. And you've got to give yourself every advantage you can, especially when you're up against someone like Alamar. Don't forget, last week, he got one of the best clutches we've ever seen, Gio, with the Deagle. So he really is a player that you can't count out, and it's not often that you see him lose his ones like that, especially considering that it was a 1 versus 2 he was in to begin with, and he made it the 1v1. Alamar is a very accomplished player when it comes to the clutch, but so is Cyber. And for that reason, we are now leveled at 4 rounds apiece.
Oh my god, this is the game that we thought the last game was going to be. Evidently. I mean, I think to be fair, we did assume that this was going to be a close game. But given that the half ended at a 4-2, we didn't know if it was something the FaZe clan were going to be able to pull themselves back from. But the answer so far has been yes. They've had a really great insight in the way that Team 1 like to play, how to apply pressure onto them. And even if it hasn't worked in every single round, you can still see the way they're thinking about it.
That was a very impressive shot from Bullet. We got to see a little bit of that engagement from the other side. We saw Alamar put in some shots in onto Bullet, but Bullet just hit him with the immediate repeat, and it was quite a distance as well. A very impressive opening kill there. If there's anyone you want to take down, it's always going to be one of the fraggers, whether it's Alamar or KDS. Both of them are usually pulling their weight in one way or another. Lagonis, next player to be downed. Cameraman, he's gotten away with that one. He's going to drop himself off that rappel. There's a likelihood here that Levy's going to be in a position to pick him up, and it looks as though that's what's happening now, but more advantages going FaZe's way. Now, this top floor, we've seen it trend consistently toward the attackers. And with the advantages already that you've got FaZe got, you're going to be hard pushed to see this one going any other way.
And a good idea of where they've placed all these cameras, how they've been using them pretty effectively against Team 1 as well. I mean, with Alamar gone anyway, how much of a risk are those flanks going to be? Not that he's the only one who used them, but he was kind of the main character in the story of the flanking. Toxic Babe canister to be released. Lagonis has 2 left. He's certainly not that stingy with his Toxic Babe canisters. When he feels he needs to use them, he's going to use them. He doesn't hold on to them for too long. And while that can be risky at some points, like bringing out his second one now, it can also be really effective because FaZe Clan, they've got to try and push up this corridor, and it's something that currently isn't that much of an option for them.
Vertical pressure going to come in now from Cyber. He's cooking a nade to throw up vertically, and it will land beautifully. Lagonis gets taken out of the picture, but not before Neskin takes down Cameraman. Now, the diffuser is going to be in the hands of Souls. Cyber still looking to make an impact on this lower level. Levy using the Warden glasses to see through the smoke. The plant going down here. It will be being covered from below, but KDS takes down Bullet. Now, the plant will be successful here. It seems... No, it gets cut off at the... Sorry, it did go down successfully. Excuse me, I saw the explosion and thought it had gotten cut off there, but it has gone down successfully for FaZe. So a 3 versus 3 now, but Neskin still proving a little bit of a menace on that roam. Managed to pick Souls up through the rotation. We still have Astro on the rappel. Cyber, you've got to land your shots on somebody. He's going to be getting pinched down here, but ultimately the kills are going to be cleaned up nonetheless. Pistol in the hands of the Sledge now. Going to make that last job nice and straightforward, as we do see FaZe take that round, and we do see quite a lead generated.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just having a look here because Team 1, they haven't taken a single defensive round so far. Just having a look at when they were on defense against MIBR. Again, every single round in that game seemed to alternate. So it was a 3-3 at the half. You go into overtime. How did they do? So they were defending. They got both of their defensive rounds when they were against MIBR. So this is actually a bit of a shift then here, I suppose, for Team 1 in this game, who seem to just be, I think, struggling against a FaZe clan who have very seriously studied the way they like to play. Whereas when it was against MIBR, they were figuring each other out, they were adapting on the fly. FaZe clan have come into this game having already figured out those adaptations.
FaZe have really done the homework here, I think. You're right. And that's certainly starting to show. It's probably pretty safe to say that Bank's fairly attacker-sided at the moment, as everything that we see is typically an advantage for the attackers. And it's really on the defense to try and come up with something. And so far, FaZe are looking pretty unstoppable. Those 2 rounds that they were able to get on the defense are starting to become more and more valuable as the rounds trickle on by. We do see Alamau on the Oryx this time. We've already seen him pop himself up 1 hatch. Wonder if we will get the hero play that we all long to see out of that operator. If there's anyone that's going to do it, Gio, it's probably Alamau.
I'm down for it. It was a curious pick when FaZe Clan went for it. It was Bullet who was playing on it before. And then they, you know, reinforced all of their hatches. And he was actually playing it down in the site itself. I'm not sure how much I believe that Alamau will be in the site. Yeah, he's absolutely not. He's up on the top floor. Cameraman does get the opening kill, though. That's onto KDS, who has been the victim of a number of these opening kills. But again, you know, it's your vigil. You expect him to be the opening kill. You haven't lost anything super valuable. His job is to be that roamer. Sometimes you win those engagements, sometimes you don't. It could be worse.
It's a very valuable ping that Cyber got there. He was able to get the ping onto Alamau, but it's in fact forced Alamau into an even better situation. He managed to drop away and pick up the kill onto Cameraman. Cyber is able to get a couple of people on the Inox tracker, but as they rotate back down onto site, the value of that information becomes a little bit less. As kills have been traded back and forth here, and both teams sit with 4 players left alive. Been a good performance so far from FaZe in terms of how equally spread their contribution is. You look across the board and everyone's pulling in a very similar direction. No one's really standing out head and shoulders above the rest. It's a trend that we've seen from FaZe this stage, as they've been a very consistent side in terms of that, very rarely relying on those hero plays. But they have to come up with something here if they want to try and get this plant down. Now, the wall being left soft is, of course, very risky indeed, especially if you're going to try an exothermic it. But Souls will get away with that one and can start trying to bait out this plant. Smoke really going to do quite a bit there to cover off any lines of sight. And the plant will start to go down. Now, there are yokai drones in play. There are going to be C4s available as well. It's going to be a baiting game. Alamau picks the kill over onto Astro, but Bullet trades instantly back onto Lagonis. So still 3 versus 3. The trades have been so consistent here, and they will continue to come on in. But in and amongst the chaos, Souls confirms the plant. Not quite sure how he's been allowed to get that one down, but he's going to be very happy and retreat back upstairs. Hasn't got a great deal of health to be working with, but can use the angle through the hatch onto the doorway and really try and assist him further. You'd hope that there's a couple of drones up as well. They're going to call out players like Neskin, who are potentially going to cause him a little bit of a problem. From Souls' body language, it's unsure if he knows that he's going to be there, and from the fact that he's just been taken out, you can guarantee that he didn't. Now, both players are actually looking to try and roam and retake onto this. 10 seconds left, so there could still be enough time here. Alamau, he got onto the diffuser in the nick of time. He had around 2 seconds there, which in Siege is an eternity. You can see there around 2:28 remaining as the round finishes, but a successful retake there from Team 1. Gio, where were the flank cameras? Where were the drones?
So we saw one camera get placed in, what, lobby? But
oh, the Argus camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was an Argus in lobby. But aside from that, I'm not sure where the other ones got put. But where? I mean, there's 10 drones. Where are they?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Given that FaZe Clan have lent so heavily into this idea of having all this information and being so camera heavy, I guess, for lack of a better term, it felt like that they were kind of lacking it there. But it almost felt a bit like a trap, right? You know, for Team 1 to have left the server wall soft, that wasn't an accident.
Yeah, for sure.
That was not an accident. So FaZe Clan, cool, it's like a honey trap. That isn't really an excuse for them to not be vigilant about what's going on elsewhere, but I suspect it's something that Team 1 were kind of hoping would play out in the way that it did.
Well, you look back at it now and you think, well, was Souls getting the plant down all part of the plan? Like, did Team 1 just let that happen knowing that they were going to retake? Obviously, that's a stretch. You know, you don't want to be letting a team get a plant down, hoping that you can retake in a 2 versus 2. Like, that's pretty...
Yeah.
It's pretty far-fetched at that point. But your mind does start to wonder, and if there's a team that are going to do something weird like that, again, Team 1 are that team. So... certainly a strange round. I think FaZe will be kicking themselves over that one for sure, especially given how much opportunity for information they had, and just some of the decisions that they made there were just a little bit questionable. But we move on to round 11, leveled up at 5 apiece. Maybe, just maybe, we see an overtime game that we've been craving so far today, Gio.
If any game today is going to go to overtime, it would have to be this one.
It felt like the first game would, honestly.
Did that drone just fall off the side? Ah!
I tell you, there's been some troubleshooting drones today.
Like the most entertaining part of Siege. Man versus drone. I love it. I love it so much. Yeah, at first it like fell off the side here in square. And it's like bouncing around, going up against people trying to shoot the drones. It's a good ammo sink. If you want your enemy... Look, if you want to actually beat someone who's got a Roni, just fire them with drones. They'll shoot them all, and then they won't have anything left.
Ooh, Alamar there getting just brushed by the grenade. And finished off by the second. Information seemingly on point here for FaZe. Kind of ironic, but I'm sure that they will take it. Alamar player that, whether he knows it or not, is really being focused. Especially in terms of that opening pick. An opening pick a couple of times now, and I'm not sure it's saying that FaZe are really targeting him specifically, but doing a very good job of finishing off if they do get the opportunity. Now we see Levy fall as well, and this is one of the more significant advantages we've had, but immediately it is taken away. It takes a big swing from Astro to shut down Neskin, but the vertical's still being held by Lagonis. Bullet strolls on through, oblivious to the world and to that vertical control. Astro is going to start planting the defuse now. He isn't actually being supported here in an engagement. A very messy one at that will go the way of KDS. Lagonis, he's going to rotate down for the second time. Just not being pushed at all on that top floor and being allowed to do whatever the hell he likes. He's able to drop down the hatch and pick up the kill onto Astro. A strange round, but one that puts Team 1 onto a match point.
It was a strange round as well, especially just because in a lot of those engagements at the end, they felt kind of panicked. There were a lot of near misses in terms of something that I assumed was going to be a kill that didn't end up being a kill. You know, we saw the flashes on the main stairs or whatever, and it didn't seem to feel clean. I think you could sense the pressure that was happening towards the end of that round, and FaZe Clan, knowing they were running out of time, they were going to try and plant, even though they didn't have the resources or the support to kind of make that work. As you mentioned, you've got someone else just elsewhere, free to jump down wherever they want. For Team 1, that felt pressurizing at the end. And now FaZe Clan are in this awful position because they were ahead for so long, and now they're not, you know? What looked like it was going to be their game, suddenly Team 1, they picked that up.
You don't win 3 back-to-back rounds and then, you know, get the impression you're going to start losing the game. But that's the situation that FaZe are in right now. They picked up 3 rounds back-to-back-to-back, and now they sit on a match point against him because they've dropped the last 2. But the only thing that they've got going for them at the moment is the site. We haven't seen defenders win this site at all yet. We're back up to that top floor. We're back onto CEO. Let's see how FaZe choose to approach this time. I'm sure that they will go for very similar to what we've seen done previously. There was a ton of pressure on that sort of initial engagement, and we had players from either side sort of predicting one another's movements. Not sure if we see FaZe get wrapped up into that again here. Going to be a little check inside of Electrical to see if Alamau is going to be playing in there, as that's where he caught Cyber out last time. But already FaZe moving with relative haste in through this middle floor.
cam catches the drone. Well, the default cam catch. Ooh, I like using the hatch for that. And I want these Argus cams to be doing some good stuff for FaZe Clan in this round. We had a couple of questions a few rounds ago just about the efficacy of a lot of their cameras that they were utilizing. It seemed to be going really well in the first 3 rounds of this game and then kind of wane off somewhat. In fact, you can actually see just, yeah, a couple of those players on Team 1 were looking through into the yokai drones there. So they're all having a contribution to providing information over from the resources available for Team 1. So you can tell that they are trying to be just as on the ball with watching out for what is happening everywhere. FaZe Clan need to ensure that they're matching up to that.
You can certainly feel the weight of this round, given how long FaZe are taking to really do anything. We're starting to see a bit more utility focus in and around the site. Lagonis, as is his trademark, an early Toxic Babe canister onto the breach. But FaZe still waiting for that initial opportunity. It is going to come, though, in the form of Souls onto Lagonis. Support v support there. 2 Toxic Babe canisters wasted inside of this round. Cameras now, though, that can be watched, and there's going to be another player sent to them. Alamau and Levy both join Lagonis. 2 versus 5. Make it 5 versus 1. Bullet shuts KDS down. A little bit of uncertainty whether that was a Gemini or not. You could almost see and feel the hesitation. Bullets pick up those final 2 kills. And that is going to guarantee us an overtime here. Defenders still can't win that top floor, Gio, even if it isn't a typical take.
Yeah, they just need to just stop. Stop going to the top floor. Well, they're going to be going to the middle floor. Yeah, they could always avoid the top floor. We could throw a little bit of archives and tellers in there. Bring that up. But I guess not. We'll have to wait to see if that's ever going to happen. So far in this game, it has not. FaZe Clan can breathe a sigh of relief because they've got themselves into overtime. They are not out just yet. They'll be going on the attack, which is this side that they seem to have a really good start to. And obviously overall have just done much better on their attack than they did on their defense. But their start to their attack especially was pretty good. Now, just looking at what they brought. Okay, so we got a lot of nades again. And 1 Wamai. No Jaeger. So those nades are probably going to get a decent chunk of value out of themselves. Also, when you're looking at the fact, you know, you've got this sledge or whatever, things like vertical control, that's going to be a lot easier for them if they want to be coming in from having that different-sided pressure. But Team 1 likely to be on our own. We've got the Mozzie, we've got the Malusi, we've got the Wamai, so that's all going to have to be cleared out first.
FaZe have a relatively big advantage here, given that they've got on the attack, because attack is certainly where both teams have thrived here today. As you mentioned, plenty of steps to go through, plenty of utility to clear. Alamau back onto something a little bit more predictable now on the Malusi, so things like the Oryx and other sort of slightly off-meta picks haven't really provided the value that maybe Team 1 were looking for. Something that is consistently providing value is those Argus cameras from Astro. We see him regularly getting in and amongst them, getting a couple out every single round, and sometimes saving one for a pocket. You can see there he's put one into square and he's put one into main stairs. At least that's my estimation. Sorry, main area. So he does have one left just as and when it is required. There are quite a few knowns about this defense here from Team 1, and one of them is that Lagonis is going to be playing inside of Janitor. Cameraman knows this, and he's able to take him out. He's got a drone working ahead of him perfectly, but KDS, what a pre-fire! Sees the drone, knows he's about to be swung, and manages to land his shots. Shuts down there, 1 for 1, removing a couple of nades on the side of FaZe.
Alamau taking a bunch of damage here as well. Archives is again, you're talking about positions that these Team 1 players like to play in. That's one of them, and Bullet absolutely knew that. Alamau pushed forward by the nade and showed himself to his adversary. Bullet's just going to try and shoot him through that soft wall surrounding the mirror window. He knows that he's being watched, though, and he's going to ensure that KDS is brought down to keep himself in survival. Levy and Neskin, the only two players remaining here for Team 1. They've got to try and do it all themselves. Bullet is on fire this round.
3 kills on the round for Bullet. Not all the time that we get to see that, but he's having an incredible game so far. Cyber closes things out. Again, how much information have FaZe Clan got? Every time we flick onto a POV, there are Z pings. There is something being pinged out, whether it's utility or just straight out and out, there is somebody here. We saw those last couple of kills from Bullet. He had Z pings assisting him in that. Obviously, that's not to take away from the fact that he's getting the kills. He would have, you know, in the good old days, Gio, he would have been getting the call out regardless. But the fact that that information is available for FaZe is the big thing here, and it's in part due to the way that they're playing those Argus cameras and their drone positioning. It's going to give them the advantage here inside of this overtime. And look, oh look, where we are headed. Headed downstairs into the basement. FaZe are going to try and make it work here.
Well, I mean, let's have a look. When they played on their defense before, they managed to successfully defend open area once, and they managed to successfully defend the basement once. So I guess they've, you know, at least they've picked somewhere that they can successfully defend, which is obviously not CEO, because no one can. And we also saw that 6 pick. Bullet has decided to switch off of the Oryx and onto Warden. My head kept telling me to say Wamai, and I was like, that's not Wamai. That's not Wamai. Onto Warden, not Wamai. Now, Team 1, I suspect, will have, when they saw the operator picks, they'll know immediately that it's the basement anyway. This wasn't a 6 pick to try and hide what site they were going to. This was more a 6 pick just to hide the operator that they wanted to choose.
Yeah, I think Team 1 are going to have a reasonable idea where they're going here. They should at least expect to not be going to that top floor. See how they want to try and approach this round in particular. Certainly a big one for them. They fight against a match point. A win here for FaZe would see them win, and that would be the second overtime game that we've seen on bank out of 3 so far for Team 1, so could start to indicate a little bit of a pattern. Top floor currently being cleared. This is, of course, going to eat up quite a large portion of time, especially given that we can see from the silhouettes that there isn't really anybody occupying this space. Instead, FaZe are going for a little bit more of a turtle defense and just looking to hold on to the staircases, into the garage, all of those really key areas. There's still work to be done in terms of getting hatches open. There's still work to be done in terms of securing flank. So far, Team 1 are moving fairly slowly.
Souls doesn't want to waste any ammo on the drone. Being very patient. There's another drone. Team 1 just trying to scope things out. Yeah, you can see it's actually the KDS, the player upstairs, who is droning, I believe, for Alamau. It could have been for someone else, but either way, he was on his drone. Going to be deterred from pushing onto blue, so they're just going to make their way onto the hatch. The exothermic charge being used to open that one up. That allowed them to apply pressure down into server, which is going to make it much harder for Souls to be able to hold on to blue in the way that he has been.
I think the very fact that Souls is still there, it almost speaks that he's adopted that sort of die on your post approach. In fact, he has actually rotated himself back into that vault area now. Neskin going to be holding him from above. Cameraman playing for the drop in the vault. Is he going to get caught looking the wrong way? He's got 2 angles to be checking here. Astro, first player to fall. Alamau Makes the LMG sing. KDS is cooking a nade, and it really does have Cameraman's name all over it. Cameraman gets himself out of dodge, managing to hit the prone. Souls comes in with the trade onto Neskin. Cameraman swings back, finds the kill onto KDS. 10 seconds left, and the plant will start to go down. 3 versus 2 now. Alamau left desperately trying to cover as Lagonis confirms that diffuser. Still an advantage here for FaZe, but for how long? Alamau started hitting some shots and he's been able to take down Cameraman. Bullet in with the direct trade, and Lagonis now with it all to play for. He didn't open up the wall, which is very interesting indeed. It's going to make holding this both more easy and more difficult. He has to try and take these aggressive challenges and these aggressive angles, and he will land both shots, peeking one at a time. FaZe, what are you doing inside of that one?
That's
the only way he wins that.
Listen, you said it. The wall wasn't open. They didn't need to do that. His life would have been so freaking difficult if they didn't peek.
Like, I just don't get it. I genuinely don't get it.
Like, that is one of the problems that, like... When I say old FaZe, I mean FaZe from earlier this year, not like actually old FaZe. Or like the Iron Live Una phase. But that is one of the problems that FaZe from stage 1 would have had. They would have just... FaZe have always had this propensity for getting aggressive or trying to make big plays when they just feel it. They just feel it inside and they just act on it like an adrenaline surge. And one thing that they've improved upon so much in stage 3 is holding that back and actually enacting some discipline. That is probably one of the few examples I can think of from this stage where they really failed to do that.
It wasn't even like Lagonis was one shot. If Lagonis had been absolutely peppered and was one shot, I would totally understand the second player swinging. I would totally, you land one bullet, you've done it. But for the wall not to be open, just hold the angle and disable the diffuser. It's easy looking at it and it's easy to sit and watch, but it's sorry to say that sitting and watching, but it really is a little bit painful. I'm so surprised that Team 1 even got the plant down. I think that speaks to how desperate a position they were in those dying few stages. It levels us up at 7 rounds apiece, and we are guaranteed to get our money's worth out of this one, because we're going to see every single available round. This really is the end of the line. Team 1 on the defense, FaZe on the attack. But Gio, we've gone to that top floor.
I know, which means by default FaZe Clan have won, but they're bringing a Monty. Like, they're doing something different themselves. They're going all weird and interesting.
Going all FaZe on us.
I'm not really sure how... yeah, I'm not really sure how I feel about this Monty for the top floor.
I don't think that they know they're going to the top floor. I think that's the biggest problem there.
That was what I was like.
Team 1 have baited. Yeah, there's been a big bait here, I think, because you've seen this top floor now and you've seen the Monty and you've gone, oh god, we've literally been played.
They're going to be the first team to ever lose an attack on CEO because of the Monty. It's just, yeah, very curious. I suspect they thought that they were going to be going down into the basement themselves. Now you just gotta lug this huge freaking shield across the lobby. It's gonna be so heavy to carry upstairs. I guess, okay, just looking at what he's doing now, what Astro is doing, they could apply some pressure to whomever is downstairs, which I'm gonna assume is Alamo. No. Alamo? It is Alamo.
It's always Alamo.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Like, that's what Alamo likes to hang out. But I couldn't see the silhouette. Either way, so they are applying sufficient pressure to him, but Neskin gets Cyber. That's a pretty good kill to get, because that is some of that downstairs pressure as well, and he's providing that support for his teammates. That problem downstairs is still there, but FaZe Clan have to push up. They've got less than a minute to go.
The biggest problem here is that they've had to ignore all of that vertical. And that means now that Alamo is going to be downstairs with a C4, but not for long as Bullet takes him on out. Now the only C4 that's left is going to be in the hands of KDS. And because Lagonis isn't playing smoke this time. The denial isn't as significant. Astro actually lands a kill on the Monty, and Souls picks one up onto Lagonis. So it looks as though they may not be the only team to lose an attack here on the top floor, as the plant is starting to go down. And it is a very tasty 4 versus 1 now, as Bullet picks up the kill onto KDS. Neskin, he's got it all to do. He picks the first, but he takes a ton of damage in process. Eventually finished off there by Souls, and FaZe can say GG on that overtime win here on Bank against Team 1.
It took a while. It took a while to get there. I don't think any of us are surprised that it was that the max OT game, but two very different looking halves though. It wasn't like a 3-3 on each half where everything's super even. There was definitely a favor towards the attack side for both of these teams, and to see FaZe be able to enact these adaptations based on what they had seen from Team 1's game against MIBR, to me that was the most interesting part, because it just goes to show that when you really do your research, you really do your homework into how a team specifically like to play, you don't have to worry about the in-game adaptations quite so much, because you will have already come in with them.
That's a big takeaway from this game, really, is the fact that FaZe have prepared for that game. I like the boldness of it. I like the fact that they didn't go, we're already qualified for Copa, we can play anywhere. They've gone, no, you know, Team 1 think that the hot shot's on Bank, and we want to prove that wrong. You know, we've torn through the VOD, and we've understood exactly what they've been doing over the last couple of weeks, and we want to try and counter that. And they did just exactly that here today. There was loads of really nice little small adaptive plays that they were making that were really giving them that edge there. But an overtime win, you know, max OT, it's by no means a clear indication as to, you know, did the best team win or not. Certainly FaZe, the team that won on the day, and the team that really had to clutch up when it mattered. And I think that last round certainly could have gone either way. I was certainly worried when I saw the Monty, at least, put it that way. That was at least a moment where I was a little bit like, oh goodness, have they fluffed it here? But
yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
yeah, it really could have gone either way. But we'll bring Riley back in here. We'll have a further discussion and an interview with cameraman, no doubt.
Good to be back, and as you say, Ollie, we certainly got our money's worth there between these two teams. These teams, for those, of course, who have been following along, will know both X and 1 so far, both sitting at 4 and 1, both more or less locked up for the LATAM League finals, looking to be in their best possible shape as we head towards the Copa Elite 6. And you know, I want to come back to some of the stuff that you said there, Ollie, about this pick, especially going to Bank and what FaZe are trying to do there. Maybe this was something of a fact-finding mission for them. Maybe this was testing their limits in a match that perhaps didn't have as much on the line. This isn't a qualification match or anything else like that. And this is them trying to gather maybe some intel that they need for future matches if they're expecting to play, expecting this matchup to crop up again, you know, maybe in higher stakes matches. I mean, certainly we got a hell of a match there, but you know, I wonder if that's what FaZe was doing here, attempting to maybe sound out what they might be facing.
I think possibly. I think there's a chance, in all honesty, that we don't see a lot of Bank inside of the Copa Elite 6. I've just got a feeling. I'm not sure what it is. You know, it's a very attacker-sided map, and I'm not sure how much of that we will see when we come around to best of threes and that sort of thing. I think it's been nice to see Bank back in, but there's certainly a question mark over how attacker-sided it is. So that could have been another reason why FaZe have just gone, yeah, we'll play you on that because we're not looking to play it any further into the competition. But I guess we can maybe ask cameraman that in terms of that. But I think it was certainly a good map, as you say, for FaZe to go out there and get a confidence boost. Team 1, a team that have done very well on that map recently, and FaZe can come out and just do a little bit better today.
All right, I believe we do have cameraman standing by ready. We can have a chat and maybe get some perspective on exactly how FaZe are feeling after that 8 and 7. So let's bring cameraman in. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us, cameraman, and congratulations on the win. Obviously very close, 8 and 7. Talk to us about fighting. Talk to us about playing on Bank and your thoughts on that map at this stage. Obviously, it went right down to the wire.
It's really exciting to play map for the first time. It's been a long time we haven't played Bank since it has came out in the poll. But yeah, it's really weird to play a first map because like you can do good in practice and have a bad map, let's say. So that just proves us that we have a pretty solid Bank, and of course, it's good to play a new map in a play day, because you can learn new stuff. You can improve things that you thought that were good, and it's like an open school. It's just learning everywhere. So yeah, T1 has a really good map, and we learn a lot of things. We had in practice, we had really good CEO defense, and today we lost all defense CEO, and that's the thing of new map. You just keep learning stuff and try to improve and get better for next time.
Well, cameraman, I think you shouldn't really beat yourself up too much about losing CEO on the defense, because everyone so far loses CEO on the defense. It's one of the most attacker-sided sides that we've seen. I wanted to ask you a question a bit more specifically about the last round. Astro, you played the Monty. Were you guys expecting to go downstairs, given that Team 1 went on to that top 4? They went on to CEO. Nobody had won it all map on the defense. Was that a bit of a sort of bait pick for you guys? Was the Monty part of the reason, you guys thought you were going downstairs?
It was a bit of lucky. We won that round because we thought there would be basement defense. So we got the mountain. Yeah. So when we saw, and I don't know if you guys seen that, but we lost every single drone that we had in attack in the preparation phase, and we didn't even spot the bomb. So we didn't know where the bomb sites were. And yeah, the round started really bad for us, but I don't know. I was just changing my roles and going everywhere I thought would be good, and I did a good impact doing this lurker stuff in attack, in my opinion. And Astro played really good Mounty today for the haters. Suck that. And yeah, that's it. We trust a lot in Astro Mountain. He changed the pace a lot in the attack because I IGL the most here, but when he plays Mounty, he's more like an IGL because I stay outside the play and he kind of talks what he needs and gets the round going. And yeah, it was a good map. Very good adaptations. We banned Knock today. Nuke, I don't know how you guys say, but we knew that Alemão was gonna use a lot that, and that it's really boring to counter even a map like that. They're a huge map, can go all around, and yeah.
I mean, that was actually kind of what I was going to ask about. Is one of the things that we noticed in this game. It seemed like you guys had really studied the way that Team 1 liked to play, especially against MIBR, not only with the Nook ban, but also, you guys bringing Zero a lot, for example. You knew that you were going to need that information because if you didn't have it, then someone like Alemão or someone like KDS was going to use that space and then use it against you. How much homework specifically did you do onto the way that Team 1 play this map?
As I said in the last game, our homework, my homework mostly, because like their homeworks is just pre-game or if we have a tactical practice in a day, but mostly it's dark stuff, the analysis part. As I said, like the last interview, yesterday I came back home too and like watch a series with my girlfriend, and like when she went sleep, I just read all the stuff that Dark did, and everything was there in the game. So it's pretty good analysis, and if you go to sleep thinking about that analysis, I think it's easier for the next day. So that's what happened, in my opinion. I had good readings today because of Dark. Thank you, Dark.
Well, in any case, mate, congratulations. Well done on the win, clutching it out there at 8-7 in overtime. And yes, well done, mate. Congratulations to the team.
Thank you. See you next time.
Thanks so much, cameraman. And no, he's done. He's out of here. See you later. That's it. Alrighty, well, that is that for our I guess, our headline act really for today. That was obviously the match that we were looking forward to. We knew that it was going to be a real blockbuster, and it certainly was. Team 1 ultimately going down to FaZe 8-7, but it was a spirited performance from Team 1, from both teams, really. And there's a good reason that the two teams are at the top of the table. Right now, it looks like we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get set up for our fourth and final match of Playday 7 here for Stage 3 of the BR6. And it's been great to have your company. We do hope you'll stick around as we see Black Dragons versus W7M. These are teams that are desperate for some wins, and I'm sure they're going to be scrapping hard for them. So we're going to take a quick break, get everything ready for the next round, and then we'll be back after this.
Money work, si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar, y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienes lo verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te la ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo fue. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Con dinero. Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna.
These two teams both need a win for different reasons. To begin discussing why that is, last week BD were defeated by NIP and FURIA. On top of that, W7M lost to Liquid and MIBR.
E agora o GDN sozinho no mundo, tomou fogo supressivo, é o Luke de quem fecha!
Timing could not be more important for the positions these teams are in on the table. W7M is hanging onto their spot in the league. And on the BD side, the desperation is not to remain in the BR6, but there is anxiety to find room in the top 6 and qualify for the Cobra Elite 6. All important for teams to earn prize money and crucial SI points. Moving towards a new chapter in the story, we have to look at the last meeting between Dragons and W7M.
A gente começou jogando consolado, foi ali bem disputado. A gente teve que tirar umas cartas da manga ali, eu tive que jogar um pouco mais agressivo, buscar um pouco mais o jogo. E aí eu consegui buscar a vitória, né? O MVP também foi meu.
Season passada a gente estava em reformulação de novo, né? Reformulação na BD, quem diria? Foi outro jogo que a gente tinha o game nas mãos e a gente não soube administrar isso bem e acabamos tomando a virada de novo, porque felizmente aquele console a gente atacou muito mal.
To make matters worse, Black Dragons also failed to defeat W7M in the first stage, when they were overcome 7-4, a sign that it was not just the circumstances of the moment that had weighed on BD.
Vai encaminhando aquilo que queria, aquilo que precisa! e a SMG canta forte, canta alto, e a vitória é da W7 Máquina pra cima da BD.
For today's clash, Coach Sayer has full confidence in the lineup as a whole, while W7M don't look apprehensive about the recent modifications to the Dragons roster.
Hoje todos conseguem desequilibrar, todos têm pontos fortes que conseguem implementar dentro do jogo e fazer com que o jogo fique mais fácil para nós, então acho que a rapaziada tem que estar preocupado com todos os 5.
Ultimamente a gente está mais preocupado com a gente mesmo, em encaixar nosso jogo, em conseguir impor nosso jogo e pensar mais na gente mesmo.
Everything indicates that internal concerns will be at the forefront of these teams on the server. Which motivation will be the strongest? We're about to find out in the following match between Black Dragons and W7M.
G'day nerds and welcome back to live coverage of the BR6 here Friday night, joined by Gio and Ollie, and we're going to get stuck into our fourth and final match of today's play day. Of course, great to have your company here as we get across all the action out of Brazil. And look, a lot riding on this match for these two teams, and I'll explain why. We've got W7M at the moment at the bottom of the table in the cumulative league standings. They are desperate for wins because they are staring down the barrel of potential relegation. And a win here wouldn't guarantee them to avoid that, but it'd be the first step. Speaking of first steps, Black Dragons still have a shadow of a chance of appearing at the LATAM League finals. And if they are to do that, Ollie, that journey starts here and now against W7M. Let's have a look at the standings here. You can see they're right at the bottom, W7M, but Black Dragons, Ollie, in 7th. And if they want to improve that position, it starts with a win here against W7M.
It really does. Yeah, we've had the numbers run for us, and we've been assured that Black Dragons do have a very, very slim chance of actually making it into that 6th place spot. But it's by no means going to be an easy journey for them to make.
Certainly not. We're going to keep a close eye on them as the game begins. Gio, talk us through the map bans here and what you're expecting these two teams towards the lower end of the league table here. And as we say, both of them desperate for wins. What are we going to see?
This is going to sound like really boring. I personally would like to see them on something like Oregon, but I think that W7M, they played that against Team Liquid. It didn't go very well. So maybe they're going to be feeling that they don't want to do that. Although it's still in. They could still end up going there. I feel like that would just be a really neutral place for them to go. The other option, of course, would be Chalet, which is quite at the different end of the spectrum, and I guess that's where they're going to be going. W7M lost to MIBR on Chalet. This is where they made a ton of really peculiar decisions with their operator bans and not bringing any hard breaches, which I really, really hope that they change for this game. Just looking for Black Dragons. Have they played Chalet this stage? I don't think they have. No, they have not. So this is going to be kind of fresh ground for them as far as stage 3 goes.
All right, well, we'll see if W7M have got some more experimental technologies to try out here, or if Black Dragons can come good on a map that they haven't got too much experience on in this stage here. Again, let's remind ourselves the stakes. Black Dragon on your screen. They are desperately seeking a way into the top 6 here, so they get a berth at the LATAM League finals. It doesn't look likely, but it begins here if they're going to get it. And as for W7M, well, look, we've seen upsets. You know, we've seen them go 8-7 overtime against Team 1. They are a team that can. So will they do it this time? We're going to find out. We're going to jump into the match as soon as things are ready. Down to Chalet with Black Dragons facing off against W7M in stage 3. Both of them have only picked up a single win each. So they are looking to improve that. As you can imagine, relegation, a potential threat for W7M, while Black Dragons, as we've said, hunting down that spot at the LATAM League finals. Just waiting for final confirmation that the players are ready, and then we'll be off to the races with this match. And Ollie, Gio mentioned some of the experimental or the peculiar picks that W7M were making last time they were here. Are you expecting something like that, or is it going to be a bit more orthodox this time around, do you think?
I think it'd be nice to sort of see that forgotten about, and W7M to sort of just focusing on the game that they've got in front of them. I think we sort of categorized it as a little bit of a stubbornness last time that we saw W7M play on this map. So potentially there is a chance that they're not going to fall foul to those same tricks again. But of course, it is one of those circumstances where both of these two teams are really fighting for something right now, and as unlikely as the scenario is that Black Dragons actually make it into the top 6, it starts here. And for W7M, as unlikely as it is that they aren't the team that are facing relegation battle at the end of the stage, their battle starts here. So it really is, quite a significant game for both of these teams. In the larger sense of the standings, it doesn't have that much impact, but this is where these two journeys start right now, and both teams need to be on their A game.
And it's in matches like this, where there's not the spotlight on this match, certainly when it comes to the standings, the seedings, all that sort of stuff in the traditional sense. But, Gio, this is where sometimes you see the real magic. When you've got so much on the line for these individual players, they're playing to try to get themselves back into that spotlight. There's so much for them to prove here in this match. But look, it looks like the players are already getting stuck into the game. We're going to head down to Chalet. It is time for our fourth and final match here as part of coverage of Playday 7 here as the BR6 continues. Let's get underway with Gio and Ollie.
Thank you, Riley. We are headed back over to Chalet. It is where we saw Game 2 go down today, and it is where we will see our final game of the day head down as well. Black Dragons versus W7M. Kicking things off, Gio, with a Hibana ban. Something that certainly don't get to see all the time. Thatcher ban following that up. We go from something we don't regularly get to see to something we see all the time. Where will we go for the defenders? The Wamai is removed. Black Dragons taking that away. Nothing too earth-shattering here.
I want to see what the last one is. That's not fine. Boring bans today. I get it. These teams care too much about what they're... Look at these teams caring about their careers and wanting to stay in the tournament. What's that all about?
KD players, I heard.
I know. Disgusting. It's, yeah, as you say, pretty standard. Bar be the first site. W7M starting on defense, which I like to see. Means we have at least 6 rounds before we have to see something that I'm going to be horrified by. What is going on with these others? So we've got an ace. We don't have a Ying. What is Papoxy switching to? Lion. Oh, this is not the first time we've had a Lion Finker duo in this stage. So we're going full Chimera. I mean, why not? Big map. You want to know where everybody is? Send out that E1D.
We've certainly seen a lot less Finker this week as we did last. I think last week Finker was like a staple pick for everyone, and this week I can only really think of Resets that's played it a lot.
Yeah, it hasn't been as abundant. But, I don't hate it.
I enjoy it. I think it's a good pick.
Yeah, I think it's quite fun. As I said last week, it reminds me of Huconfirm. Would always play with a Finker. I don't know if they still do, but they definitely used to when I was casting that region. Back in the day.
Well, we'll see how the Chimera duo fares, at least in this round. Black Dragons starting off on the attack. Typically a lot of work to do. Early Lion Scan. Really not sure of the intended use on that one, but it's
to catch out roamers?
I mean, it's maybe going to have allowed Perez to get into Solar, but even then it's a bit of a stretch.
Well, either way, that's one down. 2 remaining after that. How far are W7M playing offside? Okay, you've got a couple of guys up in library, which is a good thing. But there's so much free space the Black Dragons can just walk through as they head through Piano here. Remember, teams used to really heavily like extend their defense up to Piano and oftentimes have someone there. You would have to do a real proper top floor clear if you wanted to attack onto this site.
Yeah, it just seems to be getting forced back further and further, and it can't really go any much further back than the stairs. You know, you've got that deployable shield at the top, and I think instead we've seen a lot more favoritism toward the top of Fireplace, the position that Herds is playing right now. That's really where we've seen more value gained for the defenders, and it's certainly working in this instance. It's taken a long time here for Black Dragons to see any significant inroad here. Live debating burning the drone on the laser gate. Still, players inside of the library and a mirror window that's going to be working for Herds looking back in. Great nade from Perez. That
right
was
to the noggin.
Yeah, that was like a laser, like playing dodgeball or something. He was seriously taken out by that one, and it's the start of a bit of a flood, really, because Patoxy is going to pick up a kill onto Panico. He drops back down into the site. FO12 doing the damage through the floor. Stops the flood for now. But still 35 seconds left to try and hold on here for W7M. GDN could be a big player here. That shotgun's going to shred if he's able to get close enough. Black Dragons are tentative now on the approach. Another nade lands and it will take out GDN. So that shotgun threat is nullified. But no one knows of Guy. Well, Bassetto seems to. It may have been sheer dumb luck, but he's actually been able to take him down as well. Herds making that rotation down the main stairs. Does get cut off on the flank. Toxie doing his job there. Holding on to the bottom of the stairs. Where it was the top he needed to be a bit more concerned of. Opening round there going to Black Dragons.
Well, there you go. That's a start. W7M going to have to pick up their defense a little bit. I mean, you know, yeah, it's shallow. So you could find that these attackers just have a much easier time. I'm just concerned about how W7M's attack is going to be once they get there. So I just think, for me, it's important for them to be picking up these rounds on their defense as much as they can now. They're going to be going to Kitchen for their next site. Just having a look at this. So the Kaid being in there is a pretty good thing. That's going to require a bit more work, I suppose, from Black Dragons to be able to remove that off the wall. However, if you think about it, you know, let's say they electrify this wall down here that Panico's reinforcing now. By the time the Black Dragons have taken control of Office, which they will have to do anyway, they can just shoot that out from above. So it might not be too tall a task to get rid of the Electric Claw compared to in other scenarios. But hey, maybe it can at least waste a bit of time and resources.
And that's the key thing, really, for W7M here. Is they need to try and focus on wasting as much time as possible. That last round, whilst they were able to burn a good amount of the clock, it just wasn't enough. And there was a lot of things that it seemed Black Dragons found a few obstacles in dealing with. Think back to 2 nade kills coming in. You know, it's not often you see attacking teams be that effective with the grenades where they're able to get 2 and really for no cost other than the nade itself. You know, it wasn't like they were getting themselves in harm's way for it. So kills that go untraded and utility that just isn't quite in the right spot. W7M maybe in for a bit of a rough one here today, but they're going to start off strong in this round. Ion, first of all, Herds, right place, right time. Takes him out as Ion was just approaching up library stairs, it seems. Not really too much of a care in the world.
Office still being held onto here by Kais. This is always the tricky place where Herds is playing because you're, you know, directly in that line of sight, a big window. You've got to be guarding onto that. You've got to hold on over to what's happening in Solar. A lot of different directions, but you can hear that breach being made into Office, and that's going to force them out somewhat. There's a red ping just in front of Live. He's getting the nade ready. He's going to remove the shield. Again, more pressure onto Herds. We're approaching the halfway point, so I'd say the Black Dragons are doing well for time.
Yep, time working in their favour. They've managed to grab a kill back as well now, which is really going to give them a little bit of an edge. There's a live ping for live to work from. Herds picks his second up on the round and gets away with it briefly. But ducking and diving into the next engagement. Eventually, Patoxy shuts him down as well. Advantage for the first time in this round goes over toward Black Dragons. They can start to work that vertical with around a minute left. That's going to be plenty of time. The hatch reinforced will be Electroclaw. Could make it a little bit more difficult to drop through. They're going to be more reliant on an approach through the stairway. And now need to be conscious that these angles are going to work both ways. And Panico, being inside of the site, may be in a position to take advantage of some of that. Patoxy holding on to the flank yet again. That hatch being reinforced is going to be a big factor here. It gives a lot of advantage toward W7M. Panico, droned on out. Another drone on ping for him to take care of as well if he gets into position. But live going to be making sure that that doesn't happen. Pre-fire shots do come in and Panico's chunked down somewhat. 15 seconds and someone needs to give. It's going to be W7M. Give a kill over toward Black Dragons and leave GDN with everything left. The diffuser is cold. This kill has to be found and it will. Live hits him with the 180. Realizes, yep, there is nobody there and I heard something behind me. Scrappy stuff, honestly. Black Dragons only a few seconds away from letting that one slip, especially given the position of that diffuser.
Well, they're 2 rounds up. They'll just thank their lucky stars on that one. Move on. Back to bar. Oh, no. We're going to have a... This is going to be like a Team Liquid type situation, isn't it? No, not Team Liquid. NIP. NIP on Oregon.
Just 2 sites is all
Just
it takes.
2 sites. All right. You know what? It's too early to say for sure. I'm just hoping that that's not the case. I'm assuming that it's more just W7M feel that they can right the wrongs that they made on round number 1. That's what I'm telling myself now, because if they NIP this, I'm leaving.
It's funny because you say it's too early to tell for sure, but we've both seen enough LATAM to know when something's amiss.
You just have to, because a lot of LATAM teams don't do that, and especially when they didn't win the second round, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if W7M had won that round we just had, maybe I'd get it a bit more, because that's usually when you see it. A team will be like, okay, we just needed our warm-up round. We had a pretty good round just then. Let's go back to the place we feel more prepared at. Cool.
If this was a good idea, they'd have done it in round 2. But they didn't. Because it wasn't a good idea for round 2. And I don't think it's a great idea for round 3.
Oh no. So that means we're never going to see Master, basically, is what you're saying. Or Snow, I guess, since teams have been going there.
It would be a shame, because this is a map where every site's really viable. And that's been proved this stage. So
yeah, with more teams going to the basement.
Exactly. So like if you do just see a team that's like, oh, 2 sites for us, that's all we need. You're just kind of like, why? But as you say, we'll reserve judgment on it until it actually happens. At the moment, we're just debating. I guess the big difference is the dock. If we're going to talk about reasons why they've come back here, Guy's on the dock this time. Did play the... and GDN's moved on to the smoke. I think he played Ella last time. So there are a couple of changes here that W7M have tried to ring in order to change their fortune on this map. But we'll have to see if they're going to be the big difference makers. I'm not sure that a dock is exactly what they needed.
It is a... Oh, no. I was going to say, it is a really interesting choice. And we'll get to find out, but Panico dropping out kind of automatically puts this in a 5 versus 4. Oh, you know what that means, Ollie? It means that because they have the man disadvantage, if they lose this round, we're going back to one of these 2 sites.
We're going back. We've got a good reason to go back.
Yeah.
Panico's given his team a great reason to go back to this site, but GDN, can he land the shot? No, he can't. Live was prone. How's Live got so deep into the site? I understand they're a man down, but still, that's pretty substantial. Guy shuts down Bassetto. With him, the diffuser by the looks of it as well, but eventually Guy is downed himself. Now, he has been able to self-res. but he's self-resed into hell. 4 versus 1. Pre-firing his best, but he's not able to do all too much. Ion shuts him down from the window. Quick check for the frost map. You never know, honestly, on this map. You do never know if there's going to be a frost or not, so it's always worth checking. And Black Dragons pick up a fairly free round. Now, Panico did leave, but he has since rejoined, so fingers crossed, we're going to be good to go without a rehost.
Ollie, did you see that?
The Nook or the Frost?
Neither.
What?
Sight.
Oh, here we go.
We're going to a third site!
Well, that's a relief.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good. All right, I'm glad about that. I'm glad about that. That means that only NIP sit in the bad books. W7M, you have been absolved. We have exonerated you from your sins. You're no longer sinful. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to see this though, because it does get frustrating when teams get really caught up in that cycle of just going back to the same places over and over and hitting their heads against the wall. W7M, I think they need to have that opportunity to, you know, branch out, try the different sites, try the different ideas. They 6-picked off of that Tachanka to bring in Haid, I think. I'm just trying to remember who it was. I'm pretty sure it was Guy. He was sitting on Tachanka and has decided to go for Kaid. On the other side of things, they switched off of the Nook and onto a Lion. So clearly really enjoying this Finka Lion combination, which cool. If you're Black Dragons, you've won the first 3 rounds. So don't know if you'd want to make any major changes anyway.
Yeah, I think Black Dragons are sitting pretty comfortable at the moment, aren't they? They don't need to try and reinvent the wheel here. They can just continue to do what they have been doing so far. Pressure more than on W7M to adapt and come up with new ideas. I am making an approach here up the library stairs. He did get caught out previously when attempting this. A lot of pressure coming in onto the windows. Frost being employed this time by Panico could be something that catches a couple of the Black Dragons players off guard. It usually isn't a game of chalet unless someone gets caught in a pog mat. Live opens things up, takes Herds down. That's the Echo gone, and with him the Yokais. Quite a significant loss of utility that you're going to be looking really to make better use of in the later half of the round.
Resgen, that kill onto Kai is going to further weaken W7M, who still looking to find their first defensive win. He peeks out around the corner, though, can bring Live down, so that's at least one attempt at evening things out. They've still got some way to go. E1D is just going to hold everybody still, but Guy wasn't really being pressured, so not too much of a burden on him.
He's still going to be holding inside a piano, and with Panico looking to make that flank up library stairs, but seems to have the inclination that there could be someone a little bit lower. That lower half of library is going to be droned out here and almost certainly pushed. There's a lot of different places that he could go, but he's currently being pinched. Black Dragon's wasting no time here for this one. Ion, he is going to fall as Panico will be successful. Can he find the second as well? This would be massive if he could, but Toxie hits him with a little bit of a crouch peek. Meanwhile, on the side, Baseto is the next player to fall. It's all square at 2 players per team. Perez still outside, needing to try and find that entry, but the only entry he finds is to the camera as Guy sends him there. It leaves a lot of work for Patoxy to do here. He could probably recover the diffuser, but it's likely not even going to come to that. Fires are exchanged. The Toxic Babes are going to cut him off. Could go for a rotation outside, then in, but 15 seconds. Not a great deal of time to be making that happen. There is still information available for W7M. We can see that Herds is still in a camera somewhere, so at least this round, finally, W7M, they're going to pick one up.
Thanks to the clock, they actually managed to run the time down, pick up a round, and it came from going to a third site. So, I'm just saying. I'm curious as to where they're going to go now. They're going to return back down to bar. They've decided that's, You know, they've tried that twice already. Okay, no, it will be kitchen. Which was where they went for their second round. Didn't win it, of course, but let's see what it is they go for here. We've had quite a few 6 picks, so I'm all right. Everyone's locked in.
Well, at least we get a change of scenery, Gio.
Yeah, we do. So, I mean, because last time they came here, they were relying on that Kaid. But as soon as there was any pressure upstairs, really, once the office wall started getting breached, it just influenced W7M's positioning so much. No one stayed behind. No one tried to take on any fights. They moved well out of the way for Black Dragons. So they kind of didn't even need to be caught in any real engagements to have that kind of thing forced. Now, if you're Black Dragons, that's awesome. You know, it gives you so much free space to work with, which is exactly what they had. I would like to see W7M putting up more of a fight this time and making it harder for Black Dragons to actually take control of the top floor.
There's still enough time for W7M to claw this one back as well to a 3-3. You know, we're sitting on round 5 now. If they win here, it's 2-3. Next round, 3-3. There's a chance for this to be a favourable split, or at least a little bit more favourable than it started, but it is going to require a significant amount of work here. GDM playing close on the window. Nice drone position in here. Oh, we'll get... Nope, won't get a shot out mid-air. Almost got clay pigeoned, but not quite. Toxie is going to be in position to assist that on the E1D scanner. He's already used one, which has rooted the player in place, and the second one comes in. Perez was chunked down, but the Anchor boost gives him a little bit more life. The laser gates can be reactivated as Ion is shut down as well. How much impact is that going to have? There's still a fair ability to burn those laser gates. W7M know exactly where the push is coming from. GDN feeling that pinch. Toxic Babe canister will cut the players off for the meantime. Oh no! Live! You've only got to toss the nade through the window. The second one goes in, but it doesn't do as much damage as he'd have liked. And now I think it's going to be a change of approach. Black Dragons have almost exhausted every option there, Gio.
That is such a shame. That's so frustrating. W7M still can afford to hold on to these positions. We're at the 1:10 mark, and no one has been forced out. He holding there in piano. Oh, and Herd's getting pretty aggressive in office. He does finally bring live down, but that was very messy. I was going to say that they at least could hold on to office. Would have liked for it to be cleaner, but a kill is a kill at the end of the day. Time is starting to run out. Now, Black Dragons look like they're going to be coming round this office side. Whether or not they're going to go for the breach straight away, I'm not sure, but maybe they think that this could be some easy kills to take. The answer, though, is no. Herds and Gee, they're ready. It's just Perez. Got to try and play on this door. Gets the first. Still 3 more, Ollie.
Surely he can't. Still 20 seconds left. So it means that there's time. Baits the reload. Ooh, that was very nice indeed. He does land his shots eventually. I'm pretty sure that Perez baited the reload there. He kind of reloaded and then cancelled straight away, and we could see that we flicked into Gee's perspective and he immediately starts to pre-fire and swing. It gave all the information that Perez needed, but he was unable to land his shots. It was a tall order. It was a big ask. 1 versus 3. Never an easy situation to be in. And W7M seeming to get a better handle of their utility and how to use it there, Gio. Those laser gates, the ADSs, everything really worked quite well for them there. And Black Dragons, they just fell foul of burning everything and then not doing anything with that sort of burnt utility. You know, they didn't then take advantage and then start to push in. And, you know, GDN, he sits there, his ADSs regenerate, his laser gates regenerate, Herd shoots them and reactivates them, and it was a very, very nice hold from W7M.
I mean, it's almost a problem that we saw a couple of teams have back in the 20-second meta, right? Because so much of that was dominated by utility clearing that if you kind of screwed it up, or if you didn't know how to act off the back of clearing utility, then that was it. You weren't going to get the round. And sometimes you would just have teams that would get rid of what they needed to get rid of and then didn't really know how to take the first step after that. That's how it felt like with Black Dragons in that last round. That said, because of things like the dodgy nade and stuff, you know, you wonder if there was just an element of tilt or an element of frustration that came to play. It's kind of hard to maintain the momentum and the motivation that you need in a round if you're making really silly mistakes like that. So hopefully they've used the round switch as sort of a reset point. And come in kind of feeling better about this one, and maybe they'll find that their coordination improves as a result.
Well, we shall see if Black Dragons are able to come up with those alternate angles. We've seen them funnel themselves pretty regularly so far in this game. They've been ahead for the longest of times, but since W7M started expanding their sights, we've seen their fortunes change. Now we're back down into Lauren Games, which is probably not where we want to be, if I'm being honest with you, Gio. W7M have struggled to win on this site. First round, we just got entirely taken out of it. Second time they attempted it, they did have a player disconnect. So there's an argument to say they would have won it if he was there, but they didn't. So making judgments off the information we've got, this is a fairly ill-advised choice for W7M to be picking this site.
Good information being passed on as well. Iron not quite being able to reach what he wants, but that's a really nice wallbang. The impacts come in. Iron is going to survive them. Throws out his own nade as well so they don't push up, and Bassetto's going to get going in with the plant. He's just chilling. He's fine. Gee gets a kill, but no one's going to stop him from putting that down, and suddenly it's a post plant.
How does Bassetto get the plant down in that instance? Like, Black Dragons have just been given the entire site and gone, yeah, just plant, it's fine. Now they've got one of the more difficult post plants to retake onto, and Ion demonstrates why it's so blooming hard. You can see the red pings coming in. A couple of taps is all it takes. That was almost Palu-esque, the way that he hits those couple of one taps there. He actually found the last 2 kills inside of that kill cam. Impressive stuff from Black Dragons. Just shows if you give this team an opportunity, they will punish you dearly for it.
That was not the round that W7M were looking to close out that half in, or with, rather. Now we're heading into the next half. This is where I had some concerns about W7M just because of the way that we saw them play last week. Now, one thing we can at least see is that GDN not only is playing Thermite, but he's also locked in on Thermite. So there's not going to be any 6th picking or any of that nonsense. So, hard breaches being brought. That's good. They've also got the flank watch with the Nomad. That's great. They've got extra information with the Yana. They have some soft breach potential with Buck, which I don't know if that's going to be as big a deal on this site particularly as it would on other sites, just because we're playing on the top floor. And then you've also got your Finker as well. You've got a bunch of nades to come in, a bunch of flashes. I would say they have a well-rounded operator lineup here.
4-2 split for Black Dragons. It's fairly favourable. But as we've seen so far so often this stage, the opportunities really are here for the attackers, and maybe W7M now get a chance at that opportunity. I think it'd probably be fairly unfair to bundle the other game of Charlie that we had tonight into those statistics, Gio, given that it was so one-sided. But generally we do see the attackers have a reasonable fare on this map, so W7M initially all stacking up on New Balcony. Now, there's a Gon 6 in someone's hand, and I'm a little bit worried. We see the boost come in, and we see the flashbangs rain through. It's a push and a rush into sight. The plant is going down, but there's a C4 from below. It doesn't land onto GDN, though, and he's the one you really want to be targeting. Now, the plant has gone down in a very well-executed rush from W7M, but how long can they hold it for? C4 onto the window. GDN guarding the diffuser with his life. With no breach open, it's going to make it fairly difficult to rotate on in. It's a single doorway approach, and the kills keep coming up for W7M. Roxy and Ion. They've got time. They've got 20 seconds, but what are they able to do with it? Can they find any meaningful kills here? Such a scrappy engagement, and it is going to end one way. W7M actually clean up all the kills as well as getting the plant down there.
Yeah, that was very messy at the end there. It was a really decisive plant too, and the fact that GDN was able to essentially defend that on his own for a little while, kind of confusing to me. Honestly, not the way that I expected that to go. So, I mean, good for W7M. They need to be putting the rounds on the board. Now they are just one away from evening out the scoreline, which is great if you're them. Black Dragons are going to be going down to the kitchen, so just one step below what they were playing on just now. I think this is where we're going to see Herds on that buck become a lot more effective, of course, because once you can get into the upstairs sites, then you can start opening up those angles down into the kitchen and dining site itself. Now, Black Dragons, the question is their defense itself going to actually be better than it was in that first round? Usually, for any site on any map that isn't on the top floor, you have to at least split your defense because you need some people to be upstairs and some to be downstairs. Now, Black Dragons have picked certain operators that suggest they'll play off-site, such as the Alibi on Proxy and Live on the Jaeger. But how well are they going to be able to set up a roam? Especially if so many of their fights that they've been taking, these 1v1s, have been as scrappy as we have seen.
I like the bold approach from W7M. I don't think that it's something that they're going to consistently get away with here, but it now puts that element of doubt in Black Dragons in the back of their minds, knowing that there's potential for a rush on the cards. You know, W7M were 2 rounds behind. Now they're only 1 round behind. It's not an advantage that you want to let slip so lightly. Bit of early drone work going on inside a library. It's going to call it majority as clear. W7M, a team that are very keen to get into that big garage downstairs and use the book from below. A lot of angles that can be opened up. You can open up pretty much through into Solarium from that big garage downstairs if you've got the skeleton key and you stand on the appropriate boxes and car bonnets, etc. So tons of angles to be worked with, and it's something we've seen them do fairly consistently. And I guess another thing that really impressed me about the previous round, Gio, was their execution. Everything worked in very good harmony with one another. The Gon 6, there was flashbangs thrown, there was a lion scan or a finger boost, whichever it was, maybe both, that all came through at the same time. So that coordination's definitely there on W7M.
Definitely what you like to see. You can see all these dead things coming out here. They look to figure out where these players in Black Dragons are. Light's trying to peek around from the closet. It'll be Perez to get this kill, though, onto Kai's. One of the new players for W7M, no longer a part of this round. Light being able to hold on to this closet for me is actually quite big. I think this is the arguably most pivotal and important part of the upstairs if you're trying to defend it. Just because of all the different angles you have from there, and that kill is certainly indicative of that. Bringing Guy down has been a big player for W7M so far today.
Unfortunate timing there for Perez. Gets caught full white flash. Live moves on through, picks himself up 2. That's 3 on the round. Panico and GDM both fall in there. Herds, he has been on the skeleton key, trying to cause a little bit of damage, but with the diffuser on the other side of sight, regardless of the information that he's got, regardless of the pings that are available, it's always going to be a tricky one. Live comes in and collects him as well for, I believe, his 4th kill on the round. Certainly an impressive showing from Live as an individual. Good overall comms. We saw the Z pings working through there as well, so we know that information is and was flowing. Black Dragons regain that 2-round advantage that they had going into this half and take us downstairs into the basement.
I get so excited when we see the basement defenses. I feel like they just feel so novel. Just because they weren't popular previously at all. Oh, we do get treated to a 6-pick this round. What's going to be? A Rooney. Okay, there's no surprise there. Rooney is incredibly viable on this site just because of being able to hold off the doors. You can hold off the hatch as well. Some people like to jump down from there into wine. There are so many small, narrow choke points on this site. And this is why breaching is so important when you're playing on this site. Because if you can't do it, you have no choice but to take the choke points. And they're so incredibly hard because you can't... It's not even like you can just really walk in through a soft surface anywhere onto this site. You just have to go through a very small door frame. So... It puts a lot more pressure on the attackers if you're bringing something like an Aruni along too.
We see so much Aruni on this map as well that it really makes sense for Black Dragons to start to lean into all of that sort of meta. You know, they've got the Goyo shield. They're going to be really giving a lot of problems here for W7M to resolve, and it seems as though it's only something that we discuss if it's banned or really heavily played on Chalet. But where's the Flores? You know, you think about this map and you think about Flores and you think there's so many opportunities. Do you really need the the Twitch, the Lion, like all these sort of picks that you could get away with not bringing for bringing a Flores who's just going to give you so many more drones, so much more information, so much more ability to remove things. But it really is a bit of a Marmite thing for a lot of teams. They either love it or they hate it. They either use it or they don't. It's not something that they'll just dip their toe into occasionally. Especially, if they play it, they usually play it every single round on a particular site to do a particular job. But we're not seeing that so far from W7M. It's by no means the reason to their lack of success here so far, but it's something that's worth considering. Especially in how long it's taken them to take this ground. A lot of stalemates in this game so far. Don't forget, it's being a defense onto that basement level. It's kind of unusual to see such a heavy top floor presence. It really does make you wonder how much there is that's going to be going into all of that. We see a couple of kills come in so far. So we've got an opening advantage here for Black Dragons.
Oh, and tons of these players from W7M going down again. It's all Guy on his own. He doesn't know where these players are. He gets one very messy kill, but is he going to be able to clean up with everybody else? Move out of the way. Let's just fight around. He's just holding this one guy off. Oh, now he's chasing him. I feel bad for Guy here. He's just on his own.
Well, an unfortunate round there for sure. We do see Black Dragons take that round and put themselves onto a match point here. A basement defense really didn't matter at all there, Gio.
No, not at all. Black Dragons already finding themselves on match point, which is kind of crazy. Going up to Master. Yeah, this is, I feel like W7M are really facing something quite hard at this point. And even just looking at it, I mentioned before that Guy is a player who's been showing up a decent amount, not just in kills, but, there have been certain moments like that, the plant that he got a little bit earlier. Herds has also done a decent job, but everyone else just hasn't really been there. And especially when I'm looking at a player like Kai's, for example, who his role, I want him to be getting more kills. I want him to be finding more impact, and he's just been really struggling to do so.
And that's the shame. That's a big shame, isn't it? Because Kai's has been a player that's had big impact in previous games, and I think he's just not really activated inside of this one. Obviously, 1 and 8, not really the performance that you're looking for. The kills have been there from other people on the team. We look over toward Herds and Guy. They've had a reasonable amount between them, but still there has been a bit of a lack of kills overall, and certainly a lack of the distribution of kills on both sides so far. You know, we can say the same of Black Dragons. We look over at Basetto, 2 and 6. Again, a player that we've seen have pop-offs before, but it's been a fairly subdued game by all accounts, and I think that it really is not going to be a sort of fireworks and all sort of a big Hollywood finish for the winning team here. It's been a bit of a grind, honestly, for both Black Dragons and W7M, but we've still got a couple of rounds left, potentially. Black Dragons do sit on a match point here, have the opportunity to close things out. Previously, when we saw this site, it was a very quick attempt at a rush from W7M, but obviously they can't be going for that again. So instead, they're opting for the much more tried and true method of taking into those solarium stairs, and you'll notice they got Herds at the bottom in the big garage looking to make use of those vertical angles.
Again, we've seen Live play pretty decently here so far. He knows that this pressure is being applied onto the solarium windows. There's no one on the staircase. A lot of teams will like to play a defender also on the staircase, usually carrying a shotgun. They know that if anyone jumps in through the windows, then you can pretty much just trap them, but no one like that for Black Dragons. So it means that there's more onus on Live to get that sorted. Perez took a decent chunk of damage as well, and you can see they've pinged him out, so they know where he's playing. W7M just trying to get a decent scope of where all of these defenders are. Look in that little corner that Live has got himself into. Still for Perez, but Live's watching out onto the big window.
Ooh, Perez will be taken down there. A beautiful nade and a kill coming in from GDN. He was in the right place at the right time there. Toxic Babe canisters cutting Kai's off from making that rotation up Solarium. Live going to be holding on to the angle as well, as Black Dragons can dig themselves in and get ready to weather this next storm that will last only 35 seconds at most. It's all that's standing in between them and finishing off this game. Another kill going to be traded out as Kai's and Live both fall. GDN still on form here. He's picked up 2 so far. Has the diffuser and has 20 seconds to work with. Basetto, another unknown factor, keeping himself hidden away inside of the closet. Got the SMG out currently, but does have the option to pull the shotty out if required. GDN eventually is going to be shut down. Panico comes in 1-for-1 again. Guy makes that hop in on the way through. The diffuser picked up and now being planted, all in the same tick. Toxie, you've got to try and rotate on through. It's 1 versus 2. He picks up 1 and the second. The 2 players from W7M lined up. That is very unfortunate indeed. Already we got W7M leaving the lobby. They are not happy with that one, but Black Dragons take the win. They managed to get it over the line. Patoxy, those last 2 kills, beautiful stuff, my friend.
Oh my god, they lined themselves up perfectly as well. And you could see the panic he was in. He couldn't see where the diffuser was going down. He tried to shoot down in through the soft wall, thinking maybe they were right in front of him. Didn't see anything, and then they just both popped up. He could just line him up and knock him down. Man, that is a real feels bad if you're W7M, knowing the position you're in right now, trying to fight that relegation spot. That was pretty brutal, but a good victory for Black Dragons, who are a team that, even though we've seen some good things from in this stage, have not necessarily had the results to prove it on paper.
No, absolutely, and that's going to go a long way. You know, we spoke at the start of the pre-game about how this was a big journey for both of these teams in terms of where they end up overall, and this was the start of potentially Black Dragons making it into playoffs, or the start of potentially W7M making it off that bottom place. And it was going to happen for one of the teams, Gio. It had to happen, you know, failing in overtime where the result would have meant a little bit less given the points, but Black Dragons, they were able to come away with the win there. Now, the sort of dark side of me kind of wants to see the reaction there from W7M. Like, I want to see like what their camera's like.
You're such a sadist.
They all left. Like 3 players left before the winning screen. Like that's it doesn't bode well.
That's not a good sign.
It doesn't bode well at all. I know a couple of guys, you know, they would have feel like they probably underperformed a little bit there. But let's bring Riley back in here. We'll close things out with an interview from Black Dragons if we can, and of course give you all a wrap up on how the day has gone so far.
You just imagine, you know, in Parks and Rec, how Ron Swanson goes out to the dumpster and just chucks the PC straight into the garbage. I reckon a couple of the boys from W7M would be in that kind of territory at the moment. A really unfortunate way for them to go down. But Ollie, look, you were right. One of them had to do it. One of them had to go down. And while we did have a pretty scrappy series of games there, it was a pretty grindy match, as you say. I think Black Dragons, I mean, you know, I don't think people are backing them to take out the league or anything else like that, but it's a really positive step for them here.
It is, and you know, we've known Black Dragons as a team that can, and tonight they did. And that's a really big sort of distinction to make, is that they've got that potential, and they've had their fair share of roster changes, right? I think they've changed roster every single stage so far. So it's not been a consistent journey for them. They're still developing. They're still that team that's generating talent. I mean, let's not forget Resets. He started here on Black Dragons last stage, and all of a sudden he's on Team Liquid now in stage 3. Like, that's a good sort of a good leap and a good jump to make. So Black Dragons, they can hold their heads high with how they perform today. It's the start of a big journey for them. It absolutely is. We can have a look now at what's coming up for the rest of the weekend. Or first of all, let's have a look at let's recap what we've seen here so far already today. At the end of the day, of course, let's have a look. We had Liquid beating MIBR, FURIA beating INTZ, FaZe beating Team 1, and finally BD getting up against W7M. You can see the results here. And look, G, I don't know what your perspective is. Not a huge amount of surprises. I guess the one that we were really asking the most questions about was that the 1 versus FaZe there.
Yeah, which, of course, it went into max OT, right? Which I think, and I said this in the game, if any of these games were going to go to overtime today, that's probably the one that we would have expected it from. And FaZe and Team 1 have always seemed to have this back and forth where they take each other to the very limit every time they play each other. Super unsurprising, seeing FaZe play on Bank for the very first time, seeing the preparation with which they came into that game was really admirable. It was a lot of fun to watch. And we talked about the fact that it was a bit of a fact-finding mission. That was, you know, that was confirmed there as we chatted with them after the game. They wanted to see what they could get away with on Bank. They wanted to test themselves against Team 1 on this map. And, you know, as I say, we saw some terrific siege there. At the end of the day, we can have a look at the standings at the end of Playday 7 and see how, if indeed anything has been shaken up by today's results. Don't forget, of course, we've got tomorrow's broadcast coming your way as well. 4 more matches, which I'm sure will have some kind of an impact on the way things stand. But as it is here, you can see that, broadly speaking, Ollie, things not looking too much different. No, I think just a quick FURIA. Let's talk about FURIA, obviously. FURIA, they have been able to leapfrog. Gio, they've leapfrogged Team 1, okay? It's valid. It's an important point to bring up at this stage. They've managed to get themselves onto 43 points. Team 1, 42. But it's still super tight. You know, you look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There's 1 point in between each of them. There's 3 in between them all. MIBR are, the team that are really starting to lag behind now. But with that win, Black Dragons, they put themselves onto 31 points. So it starts to become a little bit more of a conversation. And I'd like to see the calculations that we ran at the start of the show that showed Black Dragons having a 28% chance of making it into the top 6 now. Because that's increased. It must have done. Well, so there's more of a conversation to be had about that. The back of the envelope calculation at the moment indicates that the top 4 at the moment are locked for the LATAM League finals. I'm certainly not, you know, we're putting that in pencil. We're not getting out the hammer and chisel and putting it into the wall or anything. But NIP looking very good for it as well. But, you know, it's that 6th and 7th position here, Gio, that we're going to keep an eye on. MIBR, Black Dragons, just a point separating them now. And as we head into tomorrow, we'll have to see what these teams can do as they march into. I don't think either of them are playing tomorrow. Is that correct? Yeah, we're going to have to wait. Yeah, we're going to have to wait till next week to see what happens. But these are the teams that we're going to keep an eye on in terms of that 6th spot. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's so crazy, isn't it? Because you would just naturally assume that MIBR, they're more than good enough to be further up the standings, but of course they had their big hiccup in stage 2, which pushed them down a bit. Black Dragons, I personally don't think they've been playing at a level that does genuinely rival MIBR, but it's going to depend on how these teams play next week. I mean, MIBR, their next game is against FURIA. FURIA are a really formidable team. Black Dragons playing against Liquid, though. Although, as I always like to bring up, the end of stage 1, Liquid versus Black Dragons, we know how that one went. So, yeah, you never know. It's honestly going to depend on these last few games.
And it will indeed. A lot of Siege left to play. Let's talk about the Siege that we're going to see tomorrow as well, of course, for Playday number 8 here. It's part of our coverage of the BR6, and we do hope you'll hang out with us as we get across these 4 matches. NIP versus W7M. W7M, after that unfortunate end to their game there, they'll be hoping to bounce back, but Ninjas in Pyjamas, that's going to be a tall order for them. INTZ versus FaZe Clan. Well, FaZe Clan took it out today against Team 1. Can they do it again against INTZ tomorrow? Well, you'd certainly think that FaZe are the favourites there. Team 1 versus Santos. Team 1 losing today. Have been in great touch. We'll want to finish the weekend strongly, I imagine. And then finally, FURIA versus Liquid. And this is one that I think is going to be absolutely fantastic. These two teams towards the top end of town. Again, Liquid looking to consolidate after some roster changes and whatever else. But FURIA Team Liquid, Ollie, certainly the match I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's the one that stands out, isn't it? I think the rest. I think maybe we should call tomorrow Underdog Day, or top versus bottom day, or something along those lines, because we've literally got sort of polar opposites of what we're expecting out of both of these teams. Sure, we've got NIP who haven't had the greatest stage so far against W7M, but in my opinion, it's still a bit of a top versus bottom. You can't deny NIP of that situation. And yeah, I mean, the most competitive one on paper looks as though it's going to be the last one. Looks as though it's going to be Liquid versus FURIA. Of course, that game last stage off the top of my head was played out on Coastline and went max OT to Liquid. So again, there's a storyline developing between those guys of when is the day that FURIA are going to get that win. And as a FURIA fan, I hope it's tomorrow.
Well, it could be, and we hope to have your company as we get across that and the other 3 matches, of course, a David versus Goliath match, or a series of matches tomorrow, and that final headline act, and we do hope you'll join us for them. But that's it for us today here from BR6. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, thanks for being part of the stream, and thanks for contributing to the success of this broadcast. It's certainly been our pleasure to bring you coverage of it, and we'll be back again tomorrow to do it all over again, except so much better. We're looking forward to having you then. So on behalf of Gio and Ollie and everyone else behind the scenes, thanks so much for being with us, and we'll catch you again tomorrow.
Sé que a ti te tengo aprendida, sé que a ti te gusta esta vida, superando todo lo que hacía, esta es mi nueva melodía. Esta falda corta me encantó, ese baile nuevo me encendió, como me lo mueve con sabor, mami mejor dame de tu amor, cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir, cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esto todavía es la nueva, ahora la controlo a mi manera. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controlo a mi manera. Y que sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controlo a mi manera. Y que si enseguida vamos, siempre controlando. Si enseguida vamos, siempre controlando. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar.
Somos leyenda. Check out. Ok, Dime Ronaldinho. Siendo una leyenda lo sabía desde niño. Fuesen en cariño. Comiendo el almuerzo me faltaba el aliño. Porque no frontea, mini. Si tú tienes porte te lo juro no eres fea. Flow duro como un Lamborghini. Solo a las cosas como quieres y donde sea. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. La gente pone las reglas para que los otros las sigan. Afuera, afuera esa gente que siempre tiene esa manía. Somos somos las leyendas vivas. Somos las leyendas vivas. Stop. Yo no la vivo para que opinen sobre mi estilo, como me defines. Tú no eres Dios para que me ilumines. Pa' que no hables a ver si es que tú mejor te afines. Bla, 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 bla. Puro chisme habla y no para. Se los digo en la cara. No te compares. Falta de humildad. Y tú hablas de mucho como se hace y no sabes ni la mitad. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. La gente pone las reglas para que los otros las sigan. Afuera, afuera esa gente que siempre tiene esa manía. Somos somos las leyendas vivas. Somos las leyendas vivas. Ahora te digo algo, ¿ok? Ya, escucha. Gente, yo soy fan de todo menos de gente con maldad. Ahora ser diferente es un delito en este lugar. Todos somos leyenda, pero por algo hay que empezar. Soy leyenda en Pekín, también en Hong Kong, en cualquier lugar.
¿Quién va a ser? ¿Quién eres tú para decir lo que es? Juego como Messi, estilo Higuita. Este partido ya nadie nos quita. Vamos a la disco, y matamos la pista, yeah. Aquí toda mi gente, sí. Somos pura leyenda, sí.
Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. Somos leyenda, 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 leyendas vivas. La gente pone las reglas para que los otros las sigan. Afuera, afuera esa gente que siempre tiene esa manía. Somos somos las leyendas vivas. Somos las leyendas vivas.
A todos los palomos dicen que tienen millo, pero no tienen nada. Tengo Gucci, Prada, Balenciaga, todo lo que tú quieras ver. Palomo, alerta.
Porque tengo los millones, chones, 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 chones. Porque tengo los millones, chones, 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 chones. Porque tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones. Porque tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones. Porque tengo los millones, porque tengo los
millones. Nada no me hace feliz, pero te falta. Yo juego con mi Lambo y 100.000 en tu la banca. Egocéntrico como el pana arca. Estoy pegado porque la meta está muy alta. Vamos a volar, a volar, a volar. Vamos a volar, a volar. Vamos a volar, a volar, a volar. Donde estoy pegado, donde tú nunca estarás. Vamos a volar, que no somos de la tierra. Llegó el alienígena para darle todo guerra. El que está pegado siempre es el que más brilla. Si no lo ha luchado, aquí mismo te entierra. Como un bicho que lo manda para abajo. Como hora día para brillar en todos lados. Yo no soy un millo, eso no come pecado. Soy un millo,
porque tengo los millones, chones, 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 chones. Porque tengo los millones, chones, 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 chones. Porque tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones. Porque tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones, tengo los millones. Porque tengo los millones, porque tengo los millones.
Lo buscamos en la tarima, con Gucci y ropa fina, con bebé de Argentina, ya estamos tú. Me llevé el dinero porque estoy bien pegado. Gasto por montones, algo que me he acostumbrado. Yo un tipo fino, tú no tan enmaestrado. Tú con tu palomo y yo con chicas a todos lados. Ando con chicas nivel bien fifi, el pobre de